goes 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Between dreams and nightmares.
It's a pleasure to be back with Day 5 of MCT AMER South Playoffs. I am your host, Sina Lily. The competition has reached another level. The teams left standing have battled through intense series, adapted under pressure, and proven they belong among the best. But now, every match feels bigger. The margin for error is razor thin, the stakes continue to rise, and every victory pushes them one step closer to the championship glory. Get ready for massive plays, high pressure moments, and non-stop action because the playoff battles continues now. On our casting desk, we got the vivacious casters, Private Dancer and Rico. How are you guys feeling today?
I am feeling excited. We are at the top 6 players here, or the top 6 teams. And when this weekend finishes, we will be 2 teams short as well.
Yes, you are totally right. And weekend by weekend, we are seeing things are getting wilder and wilder. And today, it's not that different because today we got the upper bracket time. So my goodness, it's going to be very, very, very good.
Yes, it's gonna be amazing battle today. We have Entity 7 versus Dreammax at first, and then after that we're gonna have Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. They've come a long way, right, 9Z?
Yeah, but with that said, all of these teams, we're going to go ahead and see what led up to this as we take a look at the format.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
Yes, every series from here on out is a major test of skill, endurance, and adaptation. One strong performance can shift momentum completely, and every team is fighting to keep their championship hopes alive as the playoff battles continues here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one, this Swiss format here, because it gives teams the chance to not only lose or twice, for example, but at the same time, it's not that long that like the time that you need to take synergy, to take experience. So it's a very interesting format, by the way.
Yeah, and speaking of format, it is what has earned Entity 7 and Alpha 7, I want to say about a 3-week break from being able to compete in the playoffs. They've had it easy. They've been able to sit back and watch all the rest of these teams compete and maybe get those little study guides out, see what makes these teams tick. And that's going to be wondering, will that be something that comes into play here? You have teams that have a lot of momentum behind here, taking on teams who've just kind of been able to relax here in the playoffs.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job in the Swiss stage, but the 9Z and Dreammax have come a long way since then, and we've seen it on the last weekend, and they did an amazing job.
Yeah, so that's why we call this is a very interesting one, because as we were saying, at the same time you have this a short tournament that we, as we can say, at the same time it gives a chance to teams not to readapt the strategies, but to take this kind of synergy, as we were seeing in 9Z's case, for example. So 9Z took this tournament so far to take the players to play together, like get those synergy, and the best of all, this communication gap that you were doing. So now it is time for 9Z Globant show their full potential versus Alpha 7. It's going to be a very hard challenge, by the way.
Yes, but before we move on, we're going to check out these global bans and how they work.
We'll have the global ban and MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best of 7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
And I am a big fan of these global bans for the fact that we get to see these non-played heroes on the tournament floor here.
Long gone are the days of seeing the same old matchups, match in, match out, game in, game out. Here, once you use that meta pick, it is no longer available for your team. So it adds that extra dimension of complication and strategy when it comes to the draft of having something now or maybe saving it for a bit later.
All right. But before we move on, be sure to follow our social medias, guys. MLBB Esports. We're on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere you can find us, so you can stay up to date on the latest matches and the news that's going on in this tournament.
Yeah, you're about to know everything that is happening on MLBB scenario in the ecosystem if you follow us on our social networks.
Yeah, catch all the games you may have missed during the week or on the weekend, all the information that you could ever want to know about North America and MLBB following those socials below.
Yes, and we cannot be here without our sponsor, runestone.gg. If you want to stay on top of your game, go to Runestone and get that data and analytics. So light up your esports.
Yeah, it is time for you to improve your game level, gameplay level, to check your stats, to do whatever it takes to improve your game level on MLBB.
Yes, big thanks to Runestone has shown the passion and intensity for Mobile Legends here, for which none of this would be possible without. So check them out, runestone.gg.
Yes, for sure. I need to check them out because I want to up my game, you know. I need to get better at my Harley skills and Claude.
Oh yeah, so it's not only you, I have too, by the way. But talking about this, this possibility to make your game level improving, so everything is possible with Runestone. And once again, thank you so much, Runestone, for making this happen here to keep us watching the Americas, the North and South.
Yeah, it's been, like I said, this has been a marquee event of first, where we have the entire 2 continents all kind of coming together to form into one event that's going on here with the North and South. And it's very likely that the 4 teams that you see here today might be one of those finalists that do go up to verse somebody up in the North to see who will be getting that prime real estate when it comes to the Esports World Cup.
Yes, I am looking forward to that, to seeing all these teams go up there and take the spotlight, just the North and the South going at it right there at the live stage. This is going to be an amazing championship for sure.
That's gonna be amazing. So we are excited to see. I can't wait to see the matches today, like 2 insane matches. It's the upper bracket time, so everything is going to be very, very wild, because you know, like, beside the teams here like getting with their full potential, everything is possible in the AMER South.
And let's take a look at the bracket so you see what's coming up next for you guys.
And we can get to see a little bit of the history of how it went down. And you see there from match 1 in the round 1 there, unfortunately, we said goodbye to Black Sentence and Titan Esports Club, moving 9Z and Dreammax forward. And we've been talking about it, the growth that a lot of these teams have done, including Dreammax, to be able to take down Infinity, and 9Z Globant with a sweep over Octa Gaming to move them here at the matches we have tonight.
Yeah, that was a huge surprise about 9Z here beating Octa Gaming last weekend on 3-0. We were talking about, like, before the broadcast, this guy. Okay, this match will be very, very, like, interesting and tied up because the two teams were, like, too strong. But we didn't expect this 9Z with a 3-0 versus Octa Gaming. So today we got 2 matches, and I think that probably is going to be in the next weekend. Infinity and Octa Gaming waiting for the losing teams from today between Entity 7 and Dreammax and Alpha 7 and 9Z Globant.
Yes, and for today, guys, we want to get into that action. Let's see what teams are going at it. All right, we have Entity 7 versus Dreammax. Then we have the Alpha 7 versus 9Z, and they've gone against each other twice already. So this is going to be an interesting match, as I see like 9Z has been doing an amazing job in making headway with their synergy.
Yeah, speaking of which, that Alpha 7 and 9Z have already faced twice already. Entity 7 and Dreammax have managed to basically miss each other through the Swiss stage. So this is a perfect opportunity for Dreammax, which I think most are considering the underdogs going against what a lot of people say are the favorites in Entity 7. This is a perfect opportunity for Dreammax to maybe come in and bring a little bit of a surprise to Entity 7, especially since they've juggled around the roster. They have found that ingredients that works with them to kind of put King in the jungle, to have Shikichi really kind of bringing up that mid lane as well. So this could be the strike that Dreammax is looking for to possibly get an upset over Entity 7.
All right, let's take a look at the lineup for Entity 7 right now. We got Akashi and Hyde on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vagjun? I can never say it. Vagin. I guess they would Digger.
That's okay, Zena. That's okay. We forgive you here. So this is the Entity lineup with the Trinity that was the former champion from last season. Hiron Bush, Shin, and Dune. And don't mention Vagin and Akashi, 2 formidable players on the AMER South region so far.
Yeah, an exciting team here to see. And like we've talked about, all these things that Dreammax have managed to put together and push forward is something that Entity 7 have had in their back pocket through this entire thing. But let's see what Entity 7 had to say.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy Doom, tirador de Entity 7. Shin, Claude Batsmaru, Laila, Freya, Black de A7, Carry, Early Game.
And we're gonna look at the enemy team for them. It would be Dreammax with Gu, King, Shikiche, Zeus, and Blink.
Yeah, a very...
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was about to say, a very strong roster that I feel a lot of us have grown attached to because we have seen them work their way through each one of these rounds here to get to this point, Rico.
Yeah, we see the little changes on some rosters here. So Dreammax, we can say that Dreammax is the team that had the biggest one because they had back the King from the jungler and Gu and XP lane. But let's talk about that later. And now let's see what Dreammax is about to show us.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Blink, rotação da Dreammax, e hoje vou fazer aqui Uma brincadeira de respostas rápidas. Blink. 2019. Harley. Zilong. Luiz. King. Ling. Flash. Collector do Granger. Nossa, Joy. Saber. Zushin. Eu. Resu. Gulu. Early game. Shot color.
It was funny. I was laughing throughout that video. He kept pointing at it himself. Oh, guilty. It's me. It's me. It's me. For most of those questions there.
Yeah, it got us some surprises here, like at least for example, Blink, that he was doing like his favorite skin. It was about the Granger's collector. He's a roamer, so I think that maybe sometimes that he plays with the Granger and a gold lane. Please, Blink, don't say that you play Granger in a roaming. Please don't say that. And he was talking about like, oh, the player that tilts faster in the team, me. Who is another player like the trash talk, me? It's like, okay, so much confidence here on Blink, but don't forget. Yeah, so don't forget that Blink was one of the former champions on the old RRQ Akita. So he knows what he does. He know the goal, the path here for the victory, and is a very good addition for Dreammax in this roster.
Yeah, it's I'm actually very interested to see how this goes. Dreammax, first of all, because we have Entity 7, you're going to be going up against one of the top teams here in the AMER South. But with the changes that Dreammax have been, and I've said this since the changes were made, this puts them in a very good position. You don't just have to be afraid of Shikitsi. You don't just have to be afraid of certain picks out there as well. You got a whole team of different things you need to keep an eye on if you want to be able to bring this team down. Here, I want to see a little bit of a respect going out there to start this off with the Fanny ban coming out from the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, they're going ahead and banning that Fanny. I do want to speak that Shaikichi has been very constant in the way that she has played. She doesn't die very well. She has a really great map awareness, great positioning. She stands well on her own there. And the fact that they changed King from EXP to the jungle, you can see a big shift there for them. I really do like what they did here with their changes. They're going to go ahead and ban the Freya here and Phobius, because he has been a monster to deal with.
Yeah, so we always talk about like this the changes here on some teams, about like the Dreammax changes in other teams here. But one interesting situation that I'm excited to see here is this is a special battle here, this 1v1 versus Chaikichi versus Shin, because for me, it is of the two of the best mid laners so far here on AMER South. Shaikichi is playing so solid. Her performance, is a very solid one. Shin is the master of the MVPs here with Entity 7 playing and guaranteeing victory so far. So I'm really excited to see this battle here from the mid laners. And now Kimi, talking about mid laners, Kimi banned by Entity 7, and now Harley is the last ban here on the first phase for Dreammax so far, Private.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. Ooh, Boxy is out there. That's going to give us, I want to say we've still got Marcel. We've got Suyo out there as well. Zushin is out there. So going to be a very interesting draft choice here, especially especially because you brought up, I want to say both these teams have had probably the most, I want to say, electrifying mid laners from the AMER South. When I forgot, I think it was a couple weeks ago, somebody asked me, when it comes to Entity 7, who's your favorite player? And I'm like, Shin, like, is immediately what came to my mind as being one of those pillars of a success for the side of Entity 7. And you guys have heard me already to your blue in the face about talking about Dreammax these last few weeks. Shaikipse, who has just been a stellar, even when Dreammax is kind of losing, she's still able to kind of maintain, and to be giving this to her, giving her the Zushin, especially a pick that I'm just like, I still don't think that there's valid counters for it. That tells me that there is a lot of confidence out here coming from Entity 7.
Yes, for sure. That is a lot of confidence, because we've seen what Shakichi does with the Zushin, and Zushin on her own is already a menace, so that in itself is rough. But I guess they're like, oh, it's the first match, we can let them pick it out then, so we don't have to deal with it later where we're tilted or if anything happens. But this is pretty exciting. Dreammax and Entity 7 going against each other for the first time here, and the battle of the mages. But they're going to go ahead and pick up that Claude as well, and the Grok and the Soyu on the side of Dreammax here. Great picks. Oh, Kareth too. Whoa.
Immediately.
Immediately. I agree with you, as in a pretty exciting and pretty curious here, by the way, because by the time that we were seeing like this confidence, especially coming from Entity 7, the team like would reach the top so far here on AMER South. I think that they only lost one map in one game, so letting out here Zunshin for a Dreammax, it has to be a lot of confidence. And now bringing Claude and a Grok. Okay, Claude with the Blazing Duet and some ability here has some chance to get trying to burst Zunshin, for example. But for me, Grok, especially with its tectonic charge, to get to Zunshin here is not going to be that easier for a Blink here. Or maybe the idea is another thing, as another kind of execution here. But now when it comes to Harith, there's a very strong late game on the gold lane here. So now I think that Dreammax is worried about like getting the physical damage, but not only that, now it is time to get the resistance of this composition so far, Private.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very interesting strategy, trying to layer a lot of the CC that you have on the side of Entity 7 here. You're going to lay down the real world manipulation, possibly try to bait out that ultimate coming out from Zushin so that she tries to get away. Then you've got a Tectonic Charge out there to maybe get the flicker out of the way. And once all is said and done, the smoke is cleared and we're all done with a lot of the CC, you can possibly have the Claude come in with that Blazing Duet, because now you're all out of everything you're trying to use to escape. But that doesn't really come online until that mid game. And I want to say, I mean, early game, Eve and Grok, they do have a fairly good clear, and they're going to be able to rotate, I want to say, fairly quickly here. That's what I'm going to be looking for on the side of Dreammax. Do we have something else in the early game that will help us to try to really get the dominance, especially for picks like Suyo and Zushin, to really kind of take off in the early game? Because once you kind of get to that mid and late, Claude's going to be able to come online once he has that Trinity build here. Oh, and we even see a Joy pick getting taken off the board by Dreammax. So both of these teams have done the respectable amount of homework for each other.
Yeah, both teams look very strong with their drafting here. So it could be anyone's game for sure. The way it all comes down to how their micro and macros are, right? They're gonna go ahead and pick up the Lapu. Lapu is extremely tanky. It does massive damage as well. So, yeah, this is gonna be rough.
I don't know, maybe thinking about like what Prophet said, especially like something to help a Dreammax on the early game. I think that maybe Blink here could pick a Cho, for example, like to give this a presence and expression, because Entity 7 banned Hilda, for example. So okay, Chip and Yusong, more range here. So the mission here protecting especially Harith, for example, or Zunshin, it's bigger than ever.
Yeah, especially you're gonna have the Black Dragon. The only thing is, I want to say the last time we saw Chip What I need to see here from Chip, if we're really, I need us to take full advantage of his kit. I know he can be pretty tanky. He's got a decent amount of CC when it comes to these objective fights, but we also need to take advantage of that map presence that he provides here. Being able to catch the junglers off guard here. And I think the jungler is going to be Yusun Shin here for Hide on Bush. So that's something that you really want to pay attention to. Are we going to be able to take advantage, catch a little bit of Entity 7 off guard, maybe single them out while they're trying to rotate? That's going to be something that's going to be big on the shoulders of Dreammax.
Yeah, especially here for Entity 7 trying to guarantee this team fights before the objectives, especially when it comes to the hide on bush here with the Instant Shin with the ability of the ultimate here to spot the player. So maybe it can be some kind of advantage for them, especially when Blink comes to with a Chip. So I believe that this Trinity, jungle, mid, and roaming for Entity 7, in my opinion, is going to be just a little bit better for Entity 7 so far.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the night, a best of 5 featuring Entity 7 taking on Dreammax.
Yes, my friend Private. So you in the broadcast, thank you so much for your audience. Thank you so much for your support. Welcome everybody to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game of Entity 7 versus Dreammax. So let's go.
Yeah, you already saw a little bit of King got a little bit of a visit there from the roam. Gonna go ahead and feed that information. So now back to his team, they're gonna understand what buff he ended up starting off on there as well. I do like the Lapu Lapu pick here too, because I feel like it adds another layer of getting to that back line, putting on some CC, something else to hopefully waste out a lot of these damages or these dashes and these disengages from Shikitse. Now, a little bit of problem here. Blink might be in trouble here. 4 members of Entity 7 putting the damage onto him. He is going to be able to escape.
Yeah, I was concerned about just a little about like a Vagin situation because he wouldn't steal on level 2 on this possible team fight, for example. Like Blink was a way off ahead, but somehow Entity 7 dealt in a good way with that situation. So far, no kills. You are seeing now the emblems system here from both teams. Like something out of the box when it comes to Quantum Charge and Pure Rage, for example, on the mid lane here for Shin, for example. But now it is time to Dreammax, especially Blink, as he likes to play aggressive. He likes to play especially to get this info, but he is on a half HP. It could be a problem.
Yeah, Vagin's gonna go in against Blink, who takes a decent amount of damage. Shin is right there for the side recovery as well to try to put some damage onto the roam. And it does look like Entity 7 might not be in a great position for this first Turtles. Speaking of which, coming in through the mid, and King able to find himself a retribution. And the fight has actually broken out here. Entity 7 don't want to let them go without a reply. Blink very low. Concussive Blast does not go off fast enough as Shin able to find the first kill, and Akashi with the flicker away. Goo gets taken out by Shin as well. You get the turtle, however, you lose 2 in the process.
Yeah, the turtle was for Dreammax here, but a nightmare might come out for Dreammax because there was a turbo kill for Shin. This Ivy is going to grow up so much in this game. For a moment, I thought that Wakashi was the first player here to get killed because Lapu Lapu, the ultimate, was not so good, like was in vain, and he got just a little bit lost in the team fight, but somehow Entity 7 got a bigger response coming out from this team fight here. So now on the mid lane, on the river, here we go again.
Yeah, honestly, something I just noticed too is Zeus doesn't actually have the build right for the hair. Oh, Vagin actually found another kill onto Goo, but King finally able to answer back with Dreammax's first kill of the game, bringing them to 1-3. Akashi does chase off King, but I mean, usually with the Harith, you usually want to start with the mana pages and the Azure Blade with your boots so that you can have your full cooldown that you need to be able to spam your dash when you lay down that Zaman Force. I feel like here, Zeus went for a different build here, so he didn't have the spamming ability that you usually do with Harith when it comes with that Zaman Force. And now actually Doom taking real big advantage, putting a lot of damage on the Zeus.
Yeah, so but at the same time here we're seeing like with this choice from coming up from Zeus, Doom has a big chance here, especially for stacking his first skill all the time. So Zeus is not like so comfortable playing a gold lane, and now here comes the second turtle on at the downside of the river. Immediately is started by Entity 7.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's going to be too much of an answer coming out from the side of Dreammax. Oh, speaking of which, actually, they're actually going to go in, and Blink gets absolutely blown away. King looking for an escape and gets taken down by Akashi. That's 2 more down for the side of Dreammax, and also a turtle for the side of Entity 7.
Entity 7 here has a big response, especially coming up from Chip. Oh, Shaikichi!
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble here. They decide not to chase there. And I'm actually, I'm a little curious too, because Dreammax, on Dreammax's side, Zeus had already went ahead and recalled back to base when that turtle fight, or when the turtle was started by the side of Entity 7. Still, Blink decided to go in. That kind of forced King's hand to go in as well. And you didn't even have your side laner there against 4 members of Entity 7. Oh, a big petrify does land on Akashi. Are they going to be able to find it? Bravest fighter form is out, and he goes back underneath the tower. A big stun lands. Akashi still manning up, able to face off 2 members of Dreammax.
And Immortal here, Akashi, and out in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, big pop-up lands with the Blazing Duet. That's gonna be Zeus down for the count. Still trying to come in here with those teleports coming in from Blade. Goo able to find himself a kill onto the jungler of Entity 7 on the backside, taking a little bit of damage, while Doom on the side here gets taken out by King. So Dreammax able to answer back.
A very good response now coming out from Dreammax, but oh my goodness, Blink, what are you doing there? But here King with the help, and now Blink is able to survive. For the first time here, Dreammax was supposed to attack, was supposed to take the action to initiate, and Entity 7 was able to respond so well, especially on the second turtle. But now Entity 7 took the action to get this initiation, and it was like Dreammax's time to respond, and they responded very good. Guaranteed 2 kills, especially on Doom when it comes down to the third turtle. So immediately started by Dreammax. I think it's gonna be another team fight. Let's go.
Ooh, yeah, you see that Black Dragon trying to clear out a little space, trying to make a way for Doom. King able to find the retribution. Blazing Duet onto the back line, praying damage as Hide on boost finds a kill onto Goo. Trapped underneath. Are they going to be able to find themselves an escape? King puts some damage on the Shen. Hide on Bush is able to find a kill onto Blink as Zeus returns the favor. Akashi in a little bit of trouble here, gets picked up, thrown back, but Shakiche is going to have to find a little bit of room to get away from Akashi, but that's going to allow Entity 7 with that fight a push into the mid lane tier 1 tower.
Yeah, the target was not so good here, focusing on Akashi. He's a Lapu Lapu. He's a very strong and resistant one. Meanwhile, Dreammax was trying to get Akashi down. Entity 7 worked in the macro here, taking down the first tower on the mid lane. Many people say that is the heart of the Land of Dawn so far. So Entity 7, okay, they didn't get the second turtle, but they got the first tower here. They are working on macro, and Doom has to take care. It might be out 1v2.
Yeah, and not just any tower, the mid lane tower. Like you said, it's one of the most important towers when it comes to like the structure of your team's defense and how much room you guys actually have to be able to escape from ganks or pushes coming out from Entity 7. So a great role there played by Entity 7. They let the turtle go, but they are able to find that push into the mid lane of Dreammax, which is going to make things a little bit more harder for them. Harder, more so than the 3K gold lead that Entity 7 is starting to mount. Goo taking a little bit of damage while he clears out these minions. And Akashi has been doing a really great job so far, being able to go in, find the kills he needs, and still find an escape as well. Sitting at 2-0 and 2, especially with how, when you watch these team fights unfold, how deep into the lines Akashi goes.
Yeah, and I was about to talk about like this Vagin's situation when it comes to Rock, because I didn't see a tectonic charge, for example. But the last team fight here was very effective for Entity 7 because they got a very beautiful knock up here. They got the advantage on the team fight, while meanwhile Dreammax was trying to respond. But now the Lord.
Oh, Blink goes in there. I think he was trying to get the rest of the team in there with the teleport. They all actually come in. Blazing Duet is out. Black Dragon onto the back line, but you can see the damage that Goo is taking back there. Is anybody able to help him out? He is going to put some damage out. Goo finds a kill onto Hide on Bush, but Shin able to reply in kind. Back and forth. 3 down for the side of Dreammax. 2 down for the side of Entity 7 as Dreammax getting chased away. Entity 7 with a full push here. Maybe looking to turn this back toward the Lord, but they do not have a jungler.
That was crazy here now so far, Private, because it was a 3-2 for Entity 7. But as you said, there is no jungler, there's no retribution. But now, Hide on Bush is about to get back in the game. Entity 7, he started the Lord again. Blink knows that. And now, where is King? King is joining the fight, is joining here. Maybe we have a fight back coming out from Dreammax. Let's go!
Oh, yeah, we have a wall coming out there. Do we have the teleports? We don't have an ult. Oh, Blink has the teleports out right now, but Hide on Bush able to find the retribution. Black Dragon onto the back line of 3 members of Entity 7. Does find a kill onto Hide on Bush again, but answered back from Shin. Again, the reply coming out as King chasing down the rest of Entity 7, trying to make them pay for that Lord. Blazing Duet comes out, finds Shikitse. Is this going to be enough to turn it around as Entity 7 putting the damage onto Blink? 2 members left for Dreammax and a Lord cruising his way through mid lane.
These 2 tempo here, team fight coming out from Entity 7, so better. When it all appeared that it was going to be a very good for Dreammax, getting down 2 players. Now and after, it came Doom with the Blazing Duet and Akashi. So far here, Private, he is a 3-0-5. A very strong Lapu Lapu so far on the XP lane. And a curious fact about Akashi, Private. Akashi spent a long time on the MLBB scenario playing as a gold laner, and now he's an XP laner and he's playing very solid.
Yeah, he has a great understanding of what his hero can take, the damage, the nullifying effect that he has with a lot of his defense, with Bravest Fighter form, especially on Lapu. We saw that double team up at top where Akashi, I think he had like 5, maybe 2% health left and was still able to bully back a King and Goo up at the top there trying to take his tower. So it's just a great understanding that he has when it comes to this hero, to how much damage he can take and what he can take as far before he has to run away. Unfortunately for Goo, I feel like every single time he dives for the back line, Entity 7 do such a great job of disengaging and separating that Goo ends up taking, he is able to find a kill on the Hide on Bush, but he ends up taking so much damage that he gets taken out immediately after by Shen.
Yeah, when it comes to the items here, line the Trinity Core coming out from Claude with the Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, and Demon Hunter. While here, Heritage still have the Starling Sight and the Heaven's Feather. Another here is going to be the Holy Crystal now, okay, coming from Zeus. And one thing that that I have to mention here, Private, is the intelligence of Vagin not using the tectonic charge for getting an initiation, for example. He sometimes wait for Dreammax taking these actions and wait to use the tectonic charge, for example, to knock it up 2 or 3 players. Not immediately, but he waits to the right time here on the team fight to still guarantee this advantage for Entity 7. It is working not so well, but at the most of the time it is working. But now Blink, ooh, he was able to survive, but in the top side, okay, I think that he's going to live, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get some map pressure throughout, and they're trying to chase him down. But I have to agree, especially with the tectonic charges, it feels like once Dreammax tries to start chasing down the backside of Entity 7, that's when Vagin comes in with the tectonic charge to be able to kind of really upset that gank or those pushes that are coming out from them. Here, King and Blink lying in wait, looking for a good position. Blink showing himself, wants to try to bait out the shot here. We do see the Mountain Chakra, I believe, came out from Hyde on a Bush as well. Down 25%. Portal is out. Black Dragon as well. Now, looking for a good position here. King primed up and ready to try to face on Hyde on Bush to get this retribution. Is he going to be able to find it? Popped up there. Gets taken out by Shin before he can find the retribution. But in reply, Shakiche able to find herself a double kill for Dreammax, a triple kill for Dreammax, and the rest of Entity 7 is on the run. It's just Akashi looking for an escape. I'm wondering if Shakiche and Zeus are going to be able to find this. Ooh, popped back with the Zaman Force. You can see Zeus with the damage coming out. Bravest Fighter. Blink on the other side gets stunned alongside, and they do find a complete team wipe.
When it all comes to be an end here for Dreammax, you can call Super Shaikichi with the triple kill, saving Dreammax's life. And now it is time for the Dragon Boys to work on this macro. They took down the tower at number 2 on the bottom lane, and
Oh, another kill for Shaikiche there, as you see the ultimate coming out for the Zushin. Black Dragon to try to create some distance. On the backside, Zeus able to find the finishing touch onto Vagin, who does get taken down. Tried to use the Tectonic Charge as a defensive escape, but still gets blasted in the back. 15 to 15. Dreammax has found a way to even it up, but the Lord still pushing his way through mid.
I'm really lost now, Brandon, because okay, they got 2 kills on the bottom lane here with a blink initiation once again, but they forgot the Lord. The Lord did a tackle on the high ground tower here, like it is a very, very injured. Like you see that the damage, you see that the HP here from the tower, right? So okay, it was good for Dreammax, but forgetting the Lord, just getting the kills, I'm not really sure it's gonna be interesting for the Dragon Boys.
I feel like when you're on the side of Dreammax, they're sitting there like it's not about the towers, it's about sending a message, hopefully, because yeah, you get kills, but you're not able to do anything with it, and you give up some towers. And as this game prolongs, I feel like those towers being lost are really going to start to bite them. You've only got, I feel like, the 2 tier 2 towers at the bottom lane, and the rest of the map basically belongs to the side of Entity 7. Here you can see Blazing Duet onto the backside does find Zeus. Black Dragon unable to save the job. Shaikiche has to use that flicker to get away. Akashi in trouble, does use that Bravest Fighter form to get himself out of harm's way. That does not stop Entity 7 with this push at mid now. They're gonna make short work of that high ground tower, but now looking for the disengage.
I thought that they were about to try to finish the game, you know, because there is no Zeus at all. But now they decide to head back because 3 seconds remaining for the next Lord. Okay, Dreammax has 1 player last, but they have King, a jungler, a retribution. Here we go.
Yeah, they're going to go in there. Akashi goes into the back line. Doom trying to get those stacks on the King, who's going to have to find a disengage. He's not going to be in position for this retribution. And Hyde on Bush finds that. Zaman Force been laid down. Begin taken down. Black Dragon is out again. Onto the back line. Shaikiche in trouble. Shin going to find the kill there for Entity 7, while on the backside, King making short work of Akashi. But Akashi did his work. He was able to separate the team. Another Blazing Duet goes out. Goo in trouble. Doom finds himself a kill alongside a Shin. There are just 2 members left for Dreammax. 3 for the side of Entity 7. Just kidding. 1 left for Dreammax, and it's Blink alone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 1 going to Entity 7.
Victory!
Wow, what a battle there that was. Entity 7 started off strong, getting 5 kills there by the 5-minute mark. And Turtle, they kept that on, but they kept things pretty even in gold, but they had great macro. I think that's kind of was like the factor in the win here, because it didn't seem like Dreammax was covering their bases there or making sure that they can keep that map control. So at the end of the day, it was Entity 7 taking it all.
Yeah, such intense energy. It blew Rico right off of our screens here with that last matchup. And I think you nailed it right in the head, Azina, is that while it looks like they were keeping it even with kills, with gold, it felt like Entity 7 was making more use of those kills, pushing towers, starting with the mid lane. And unfortunately, even the side of Dreammax was having problems. Well, when it came to some of the decision making, they decided to chase Entity 7 instead of taking care of a Lord that was rolling its way down through mid lane.
Yes, for sure. Let's look at the score here. It was 17-20. They kept the kills pretty even here, for sure, and the gold as well. But like we said, that macro was a big factor here, and they that's kind of what bit them in the ankle. They kind of like stopped them from getting any farther here. Blink did not do very well here. He did die a whole bunch. You did say that he was not a very tanky front here, and Akashi was shredding on them. He had they had the team fight participation for Shin here, and Doom doing an amazing job in keeping that control and dishing that damage to Dreammax.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing here to take a look at the team fight participation, 90 and 80% for Shin and Doom there. So even right from the beginning, before Doom even had all of his items, he was becoming a factor in a lot of these fights. Not just that, but Akashi constantly inside the midst of the fight and able to find an escape. Look at the focus on him, and still able to get away with that flicker from them, and even able to bait them out to find 2 kills for the side of Entity 7. And while he might not have had the flashiest, he didn't do like Shen. I think Shen had like 12 kills or something like that in that last game. Akashi definitely was the pillar that helped enable that for this team. And even here, 2v1, still able to find the fight and the stun onto them to where they both had to turn around. They didn't want any more Akashi saving his tower underneath there. Just a great balance of all of the abilities that he has, an understanding of the XP lane and what he needs to do before he has to look for an escape. So a great job by Akashi, but I feel like the MVP is probably going to go over to Shin, who did a great job. Like we said, 90% of those fights, he was completely in it, and that was enabled by this strong front line coming out from Entity 7.
Yes, for sure. And to speak on Akashi, he did like the beginning of the fight, he did not die. They tried so hard to take him down, and that was really amazing to see that he survived that. And he even almost took out one of the other teams that was trying to like take him out right there. But yes, Shin did an amazing job keeping control, and that really was a big factor in the win.
I gotta tell you guys, it was so wild here that my internet connection couldn't stand this first match so far. But I'm back here just to tell that Akashi was really on a fire. But once again, Entity 7 reading that situation that they have to deal with the turning point called Shaikichi. Because at the point of the game, Shaikichi was like able to be the responsible for keeping a Dreammax on the game, especially on like one of the team fights that I think that was this team fight when she got a triple kill here, like getting the Dragon Balls on the game. But by the time that Entity 7 read that and said, okay, we have to deal with that, we have to neutralize Shaikichi, so they took the chance, they took the opportunity to finish this first game so far.
Yeah, and I want to say he did a really great job, especially with the pick there. If you want something that's going to be able to stay, look at he's going to take 3 of them at the bottom here while Goo is being chased down. He's able to do such a great job of separating the team, even when it came to jumping on the Shaikichi. You're in the back line. Look at this, the Winter Crown coming out from Doom there, able to find the kill onto I believe that was Goo who got taken down there as well. So I mean, a great job for them to actually hone in on Shaikichi and nail them down to not be a factor in a lot of these matches.
And of course, our MVP here is the great controller Shin. He with 8-10 KDA, 68.9k total damage, and 632 golds per minute. Did an outstanding job out there for his team and made sure that they got that win.
Yeah, I wonder how many MVPs that Shin got so far here on AMER South. Like, I think that is more than 5 times here getting the MVP. He's the master of the MVP. But once again, playing so well here, especially with Ivy here with the KD 8 to 10 here, especially like getting this range and this control with the ultimate to get this advantage for Entity 7. So most of the times, like Shin playing with a very good position here and waiting for the right moment, especially when it comes to this second tempo team fight, when all the players from Dreammax is using the resources, using their ultimate, and then getting the time here for, like, you see now the real world manipulation after like the whole Dreammax getting to taking the action, getting initiation, and like after that Shin was able to respond back.
Yeah, that's actually kind of amazing that you brought that up too. The real world manipulation didn't come until, I want to say, 15 seconds after the Lord had already been killed. So he was really holding on to that until his team absolutely needed it. He was kiting backwards to try to avoid the Black Dragon, which his team was trying to do a good job of. And man, just a great job overall by Entity 7 to really understand, and especially when it came to the macro of this gameplay. And this is kind of the difference. Like, this is what we were talking about. You've got teams like Dreammax who have finally found those ingredients and the placement for all of their players. But when you're talking about Entity 7, they've had that stuff ingrained in them. They understand, and they're on the other level of now when it comes down to these fights. They understand what they need to do, what they need to be pushing. They don't waste any time on fights that aren't going to amount to something. Immediately able to push into the mid lane in the I want to say the beginning of the game too. And then unfortunately for the side of Dreammax, it almost seems like the opposite, where they have the roster down now, they have the play style down now. They just need to understand when it comes to macro the importance. Do we want to chase for kills and let this Lord push in through our mid lane? Maybe there's a little bit of a juggle that needs to happen when it comes to some of the decision making and some of the kills that we get. Some of those are unnecessary. Yeah, we tied it up, but we lost like almost our entire mid lane for that.
Yeah, their priorities there in that match was not on point at all. They did have the upper hand at one of the Lord fights, taking out a lot of people, and at that moment they really should have went back and kind of protected their lanes there to kind of regain that map control that they lost, right? But that was something that was a short sight for them. They go ahead and ban that Fanny out, as well as the Clot first pick. First ban, okay.
It always brings me back memories when I'm playing ranked games, for example, when most of the players are like looking for kills, and I say, hey guys, the game is not only kills, and they'll say, oh no, kill doesn't win a game, and the people say, I've never seen a dead player defending a tower, for example. I say, no, but we have to work on macro also here, you know. So there's a lot of discussion about that, like when you get the kills, when you prioritize kills, then like towers or lords, for example, you know. So it's a ranked games, especially
I feel like there should be a balance.
Yeah. On my levels here. But now Zunshin is the banning from Dreammax, and here I want to talk about like a situation that maybe we are thinking that maybe are on the same page, that Dreammax is trying to play with Zunshin, and the game was hard, but they didn't win. So when it comes to Zunshin now, I think that this Zunshin won't be open to the rest of this best of 5, because it comes with the Entity 7. They have a big plan. They had a big plan versus Zunshin here, and worked very well. So if they play with Zunshin, I think that the result can be like much bigger for Entity 7. So I think that Dreammax is still thinking at the same way. So I don't think that this Zunshin won't be open for Entity 7 so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a Harley pickup for Dreammax as they ban out the Uranus. And then I think they were kind of waiting. You saw that they had that you had the Freya pick come in very, very late. And there's also some other picks out there, which is why I feel like Dreammax is kind of stalling a little bit. They took out the Uranus, which is kind of pointing towards Harley being picked up, because Uranus does a great job of really kind of being that wall in front of him when he uses that deadly magic to block it off of getting those cards onto your fan, or onto your team there. They're going to go with it anyway, but there's a little bit of a decision there, so I'm kind of wondering, because the Phoveus is out as well, so I think that's where kind of the decisions were kind of coming here. Do we want to go, or we're just going to go with the Marcel on the side of Entity 7?
Yeah, it looks like they're picking up that Marcel here. We have not seen a very consistent play with Marcel. A lot of teams aren't understanding how he's played correctly, but as we move on in the tournament, I'm starting to see that people are starting to know how to play him without that trio combo, other combos. They're starting to learn what combos and placements for his ultimates are good out there. They're gonna go ahead and also pick up the Trizla, which was one of the combinations. They also had Guinevere, right? It was a Guinevere, Trizla, and Marcel pick. So I wonder if they're gonna do that trio pick. They have Valentina to also get that golden hour. So we're gonna have to see this duo golden hour put out there.
Yeah, so I was about to talk about, like, when it comes to Marcel, the other situations of composition that we might see here. So far, Entity 7 is like repeating some situation that we are used to see here with Marcel, like working with Terizla or Guinevere, or even Shangi, for example, with the Meteor Shower here. That could be a very interesting one. But now when it comes to Harriet on the gold lane here, like focusing on this late game, and now Valentina, and I think there was a good response for Dreammax, because Valentina here, like with this ability of coping the ultimate, it could be like not the best response for Marcel, but maybe they can turn the things more tied up here in the second match.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, you've got the Terizla out there. I'm wondering, they took out the Selena, which is very interesting. When we talk about people who have had a good understanding of the Marcel, I feel like Entity 7 has been one of those that have had a pretty good grasp on Marcel. I feel like they've one of the first teams that I saw through the entirety of the AMER tournament, them and Alpha 7 South, who were able to use Marcel with these great combinations out there. Here, looks like we're going a little lighter when the combinations, I think what I've noticed when it comes to Marcel combinations, we don't really, I think the initial burst was, let's fit the entire composition around it. But now we're at a point where I feel like when it comes to compositions with Marcel, they just want that one thing that will meld well with him, and they're going to kind of use that to tag team with him, whether it's a Terizla and Marcel, whether it's the Beatrix and Marcel. They usually kind of stick with one that will be able to kind of help carry this pick through this composition here. Now, no more picks, or no more bans coming out from the side of Entity 7 or Dreammax, looking for those final two pickups by a Dreammax. I believe we're looking for a marksman lane and that XP.
Oh, there you go. They went ahead and picked out the Arlet and the Granger there. Like you always say, Granger is a good choice against Harith to kind of give him a lot of that mobility, and Lunix here as well to kind of have that escapability from Harley's ult. So, Entity 7 draft is pretty strong.
Late game yesterday, late game today, and late game for the future in Entity 7's composition here, especially with Lunox and Harriet. But I'm really curious, like, about how is Entity 7 going to work with that composition, working around Marcel here. Okay, we got this situation with Terizla here with the penalties on, for example, but not with Suyu, for example. So I want to see how Vakin is going to work about this golden hour, more for engage or disengage here. And when it comes to Dreammax, it's a very good composition one, especially when it comes to knocking up players here with the control with Goo on the XP lane. But he has to take care because Arlot is not so resistant here. So when it comes to working on objectives, around objectives, Dreammax might have some problems.
Yeah, Arlott always kind of, he always was a question mark to me too, because his kit kind of goes against sometimes what a lot of people like to use him as when it comes to like, a lot of people like to use him pretty tankily, but he gets his regen from the damage he is able to dish out from there, which kind of makes him very squishy when it comes up against a lot of these tankier XP laners that you get out there. Hilda, I understand the picks here from coming up from Entity 7. There's not a real great amount of targets here for Harley to be able to take down. You've got the dashing abilities from Doom. Shen's going to be able to use that brilliance, like Xena was talking about. Akashi is a pretty tanky if you're going to be using the deadly magic there. And Hide on Bush has got the same mobility issues that Harley's going to have trying to lock him down. So it's going to be very interesting to see how King can come into a lot of these engagements. It's going to come down to, I feel like, a lot of that placement where we've seen Harley be able to, like, you have to basically scan the entire map to find out where he is, because he's going to be able to, he's got a long distance he can climb to get into that turtle pit, get the retribution, and get himself back out. Early game, I do like what we were thinking from Dreammax with the Hilda pickup, but when you have the Marcel on the opposite side, is that going to be enough? Because Hilda really does not shine when there's a lot of CC on the opposite side to slow her down, to keep her from getting away from a lot of these pot shots. But Rico, take us in to game 2.
Yeah, so let's go, everybody. We're about to see what is going to happen now on the second game. Everybody, welcome to the Land of Dawn. You here in the chat, you are the main star of the show, so don't forget to send the like, to share the broadcast, to share the live with all your friends, because here is Entity 7 versus Dreammax.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is very interesting for me. I'm wondering, especially in the early game, both roams here have a great early game, especially if you play the Marcel very aggressively, constantly going in. Look at right here, immediately going in, getting that stun. Blink is going to have a lot of trouble when it comes to trying to make use of the harassment that you usually like to see on a Hilda pickup.
Yeah, Vagin here still on the level 1 here, while Blink is level 2. Vagin!
Oh yeah, Blink actually trying to go in, gets frozen immediately. And this is what I was talking about. You've got that great damage coming from Shakitse. Unfortunately, Vagin doing a great job of making sure that Blink is not able to follow up on that. Immediately gets the root onto him, immediately stops him from trying to be that secondary player.
Yeah, not only about like getting the harassment coming from Hilda for example, but Shaikichi is a very good mid lane, so she knows what she's doing. She knows the tempo, she knows the right movement here when it comes to the mid lane players so far. So when she does this knowledge, when she does this control, it is a very good situation for Dreammax. But on the mid lane here, the part is going on.
Yeah, Goo going back. King actually off screen able to find a kill on the Hide on Bush, and a little bit of a fight going on at the mid lane as well. One down for each side. I believe, was that Entity 7 who was able to get the first blood?
It was King actually. Yeah,
okay.
Coming from Dreammax. Yeah, it was first blood from King, and then Shin could take the kill on a King so far. So the mid lane here from Lunox is very nice. From King is very good too. So it's a Harley. He needs this early game very strong. But now in the turtle.
Yeah, big fight going on. 4v2 members right now. Shin in trouble here as Harley.
Whoa.
King tries to come in and find a kill. Blink able to find one of his own onto Shin. So a great job coming out from Dreammax, and Hide on Bush able to reply with the turtle there, but and finds himself a kill onto King as well. Oh, a big flicker penalty zone coming out from Akashi, and Shaikichi might be in a little bit of trouble. Has to use that IMU golden hour to freeze the onslaught.
But whose was this golden hour? I'm shaking right now. But now here comes the response coming out from Dreammax. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, that wasn't Shakisha because he still has her ultimate there, so I'm very confused. That might have been a little bit of a misread from Entity 7. I thought because it stopped Entity 7 from killing her, that obviously had to have been her. But no, she was able to actually get away. And is going to be able to go underneath the tower. King there, putting some damage with that deadly magic. Is it going to be enough? It is not enough to take down Vegin, but Hide on Bush putting the boots to this tower at bottom.
King here was very brave, not only to stack the ultimate when it comes to stacking the cards. He didn't get away, he didn't run away. He stood on the specific and the possible pick off here, and it was a very good. He almost took down here Vagin on the cards stacked. He didn't kill a Vagin, but so far, like, with the Harley here, King is playing comfortable. Okay, the turtle, the first one was for Entity 7. But here, Dreammax is still on the game.
Yeah, still trying here. They still are kind of maintaining. Ooh, back in, takes a lot of deadly magic. That's going to be a wrap for him. He might be in trouble. Hide on Bush, able to find a kill onto Blink. The brilliance coming out from Shakitse, able to get her out of harm's way. You see that Hunter Strike being picked up for Zeus. Penalty zone coming in for Goo. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. Looking for the dash. Big final slash comes out, but there's 3 people from Entity 7 able to find the kill.
Shin came from the bottom lane here only to get the kill and say thank you. Thank you, folks, for getting the kill. But now Vagin once again. Oh, golden hour.
Yeah, Golden Hour is not going to be able to save him. Zaman Force comes down. They're able to isolate down onto King. Doom pressing forward. Shakitse in trouble's going to have to use that brilliance to get away as Zeus on the run as well. Blink came in. Ooh, very close to getting taken out by 3 members of Entity 7. Entered that fight a hair too late when Dreammax already had themselves a disengagement. And Goo, with the final slash, dives into Entity 7 here, getting them another kill and, unfortunately, a tower.
Goo trying to defend the tower here, trying to clean the mini wave, but it wasn't enough. And now Entity 7 getting 1 more tower on the mid lane. Oh my goodness. When it comes to Mobile Legends Private, I love this game so much because when, like, 1 minute or like just a little bit from 1 minute, for example, Entity 7 was able to take the kills and get 2 more towers. Like, it's very fast. Mobile Legends is very fast. It's very dynamic. You are not allowed to blink here because if you do that, you can lose the game.
Yeah, so as we're going to go ahead and push forward from, oh, nice final slash on the Vegin. Is that going to be a tower shot that's going to be able to take him down alongside the damage coming on from Shakitse? 5-8 right now in favor of Entity 7. Now pushing on all the tier 1 towers down for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so no first line here of towers. Oh!
Yeah, Brilliance coming out. Blink gonna go ahead and find a kill onto Hide on Bush. Might be in trouble as the Zaman Force has been laid down. Shin on the backside with that darkening, able to find a kill. Doom in trouble, presses too far and finds himself face to face with the deadly magic from King. Answering back 7-9 right now, but are we able to get some type of objective from the side of Dreammax? We're able to keep up when it comes to the kills, but as far as the macro, Entity 7 basically enforcing their way through the map of Dreammax here. Final turtle of this game as Goo looking for a little bit of zoning out there. Vegin on the backside coming in, does find a freeze, does not find himself a save of that last turtle.
I want to see here, Shaikichi, what are you made of? She was a very cold blood when Doom was trying to chase her down here, and she was like, okay, waiting for the cavalry. But now comes Entity 7 once again.
Oh, yeah, Zeus narrowly able to get himself out of harm's way. Blink able to find a kill on to Vagin as Hide on Bush able to reply in kind. Doom has to use that flicker to get away. Zeus is down as Hide on Bush finds himself another kill. 2 down for each as now looking final slash misses Shin using that flicker to get out of harm's way. King coming in for the recovery is able to find a disengagement for Goo.
Yeah, so as you Private were saying before the game starts, the Entity 7 here, it has to be concerned about a King's position. As we see now, the damage dealt ranking with the Sheen so far with more than like it almost
when he's trying to come in for these like little pickoffs. But unfortunately, when it comes to some of these towers and these fights, speaking of which, Shakiche in a little bit of trouble, has to use that flicker. So they're not going to have that flicker for this next Lord coming out on the side, on the bottom side here.
Yeah, it's a very important spell here coming out from Dreammax. Shaikichi has not this available to the first Lord, but it's Dreammax here, as you were saying, like they are in the game. The game is still tied up so far because okay, the macro here comes from Entity 7, like they have the dominance, especially when it comes to towers. But now the Lord immediately started by Entity 7. We will have a fight back here.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely bursted down. Big final slash lands on the 3 members. Vagin gonna go ahead and chase up at the top lane. Dominant Force has been laid down. Vagin gets taken out by Blink, but the reply is immediate. 1-to-1 as Entity 7 looking for the disengage here. Hide on Bush comes in, looking for the stun, does not find it. Maybe a tower coming out. Final slash coming out from Goo as Akashi comes in with the penalty zone. Does miss the members of Dreammax, but this time Dreammax do have the Lord in their sight, are going to go ahead and chase it down.
Yeah, Dreammax, this time you are not allowed to forget the Lord. You have to take down here, have to neutralize this objective. Meanwhile, Entity 7 is trying to push their other sides, the minion waves. The first one here in the mid lane. So King now is about to neutralize. The second one on the bottom lane here. Will he have a party on the bottom lane? Here we go.
Yeah, you can see 3 members versus 2 of Dreammax. Now coming the reinforcements from the side, Shakiche and King. Ooh, look at the damage that comes on, but King gets taken out by Hyde on Bush. I believe that was an evil Queller that was able to find the final shot there. 10-13, now trying to push their way through this mid-tier 2 tower. Almost high grounds left for the side of Dreammax as Entity 7 makes short work of this tier 2 tower at the mid lane. Another evil Queller comes out just to say hello to Dreammax at that mid lane and minions at the bottom and top. Oh, a big flicker and a good golden hour on the backside. Is that going to be enough to take down Dreammax? They push their way through this high ground tower. Akashi in trouble, taking a heap of damage, including the deadly magic coming out from King, is able to find the disengage.
That was a close call here coming out from Entity 7. They almost lost some players in the process, but they were able to head back. They were able to handle that situation. They didn't lose a single player. They took down the high ground on the bottom lane here. Super minions for Entity 7. 12 minutes of the second game so far, and Entity 7 once again with the high advantage.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious as to what Akashi has on, because he didn't take any damage. Lot of that damage coming out from the side of Dreammax. And still here, now gonna need to look for a way in as this next Lord on the board.
Lord here getting melted down. Oh, here we go.
Oh. Yeah, not even a chance for Dreammax to kind of come in there as they immediately get confronted with a golden hour. Goo is the next one on the chopping block. Blink and Zeus looking for an escape as they chase down Blink. King on the backside with the deadly magic. He's going to get taken out by Doom. That's 2 down immediately here for Dream as Blink looking for an escape. Might not be long for this world. Gets taken down by Hyde on Bush. Just 2 left for Dreammax. A penalty zone lands onto both of them. Down is a Zeus. Shaikiche alone to try to defend this core against Entity 7. Minions rushing in. Shaikiche putting on the damage, looking for the defense, trying to take out some of these minions as a Goo on the back end is not going to be enough to stop this game to win for Entity 7.
No chance here for the Dragon Boys, and the first match here is 2-0 for Entity 7, Xena.
Wow. Wow, what a match that was. They were doing so well at the start. They were keeping things even between Dreammax and Entity, but at the end, the Lord made the difference. That thing tunneled down, took out everything, and the only thing Dreammax could do was try to defend, and that was not working out, but there goes 2 wins here for the side of Entity 7.
I feel like on 2 fronts we had some issues on the side of Dreammax. One being an enabler for King on that Harley. Yeah, they took out Uranus so that they were able to pick up the Harley, but the only 2 targets that you really had were Terizla and Marcel, who had both immediately built Radiant Armors. The other targets that you had for him to be able to try to chase down were very mobile, had so many dashes that they could use to get away, and of course the brilliance that you could use from Shin. So just very hard for him to lock anybody down. Shaikitse, even with this onslaught, doesn't suffer any deaths here, but still not able to fit in to find that damage, to really be able to take advantage of this pickup as well. I feel like I think I saw a lot of IMU brilliances coming out from Shaikitse to try to get away from the heavy chasing ability coming from Entity 7, and a great job by them again. The other front being the macroing ability when it comes to these fights and find the objectives, not just the turtles, but to be able to find the kills and the towers that meant so much for them, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Private. And on the Dreammax side here, like I was concerned about like Goose's choice, especially when it comes to Arlott, because okay, he has this mobility and this fact that he can knock it up the players, for example, knock it up with this control, and maybe at on some point of the game he can work on the split first, for example. But he was like totally neutralized. He was not able to do much for Dreammax, especially when it comes to that communication situation on execution and team fights, because sometimes we used to see like Goo trying to do something and knocking up like 3 players from Entity 7, but there was no follow-up. There is no like a sequence on the execution coming out from a Dreammax, because King was so far, Zoo was not so comfortable like with the Granger, for example, on this team fight. So sometimes I felt like, okay, Goo was trying to do something, but the rest of the teams were not on the same page here, especially when it comes to Blink, for example, and Zeus. Zeus with the Granger was like, I think that he got only 1 kill, and Blink as a roamer got 4 kills here with Hilda. Okay, we can discuss about like, okay, Hilda is very strong. She can do this harassment on the jungler, for example, and with this mobility and the movement speed can get these kills. But still, Zeus is a gold laner. Zeus was playing with the Granger, and when it comes to range here, he was supposed to get some kind of advantage on the team fights, but it wasn't enough here for Dreammax to guarantee this victory or some kind of advantage for versus Entity 7. And what we saw here was once again Entity 7 playing forward, playing aggressive, even though when Vagin was not so like free and not with a very good execution with Marcel, but still Entity 7 knew the way to get this victory on the second game.
They read the game perfectly and punished every mistake. Who will be our MVP be? Drum roll, please. It is Hide on Bush. Of course, our MVP is the jungle on Entity 7. 10-6 KDA, 54.1k total damage, and 849 golds per minute.
Yeah, I mean, a great job by him there, and I feel like Rico hit a nail too that I wasn't even considering too. Is especially when it comes to these top tier games of like min-maxing, where every kill matters, where every tower matters, who those kills go on to is very, very important. Whereas if you're the Hilda, yeah, you're doing great, you're getting kills. I think they had 4 there, and then it's like, yes, but who did you take those kills kills away from. Here you can see a lot of the damage coming out from the side with Hide on Bush just having a great game for himself to find all of this damage there. Another one on to Blink as well. Suyo, I mean, usually when it comes down to a lot of these Suyo games, man, you're just going to see a lot of that. He just packs so much when it comes to his kit that he can have out there. Akashe missing with that penalty zone just to kind of stave off this fight that was coming from the side of Dreammax there as well. So a great game played by Entity 7, and unfortunately for Dreammax, this might be game point. When it comes to it, there's just they've fixed a lot of things that we've seen and this is a completely different and grown team from what we saw in the Swiss stage. But as I was commenting earlier, Entity 7, it's hard to notice the improvements that they've made because they started off so well already. A lot of these things that a lot of these teams are looking to fix and looking to sharpen the sword, so to speak, are things that Entity 7 has already had sharpened, that they've already understood, and they understand it on such a deeper level to where when you're seeing a lot of these fights going on, even while Dreammax is able to kind of keep up pace, the focus that Entity 7 has to be able to like, all right, we're gonna split this, we're gonna get this tower next, we're gonna be able to get this Lord next. They do such a good job of it. And I feel like we've done a good job too when it comes to being, one thing that we haven't talked about is the XP lane coming in from the side of Dreammax. I feel like this has been, we were focusing on Shakitse, we were focusing on the fight between them and Shin, how King would do. They're still doing very, very well, but I feel like the big weak link right now is that XP lane where Entity 7 is just really is doing a dominant job being able, I believe it is Akashe taking on, who is it? Goo. Is it Goo or Goo?
Yeah,
that he's been that Goo is just having a very rough time with this matchup thus far.
Yeah, Goo is one of the newer additions to the team. He was taking place of King. Well, King moved to that jungle position, but Akashi has always been kind of pretty strong in his EXP lane there. Especially with that Lapu, he just knows what damage he can take and how to move in and out and survive any type of thing and be very that sustained for the team, right? To kind of be that additional shield to back up their roamer. But they're gonna go ahead and ban out the Claude here, and the Rock starting out. They must really hate dealing with a Claude, and the carry. Oh gosh, they're taking out all of the gold laners there, and Zushin is not going to see a live day, and Fanny. I'm thinking of Freya ban will be next.
It has to be Freya because so far here we haven't seen her
let it go.
Amera South. But it can be Freya, it can be Phoveus, for example, that didn't appear on this match. And I'm really curious about that. So Dreammax, what are you about to ban on this third choice here? Because for sure, okay, it is easier. It is more certainly if you ban Freya, you have to think about like the first choice coming out from Entity 7. But if you ban,
Yep. I was gonna say, if you let the Freya out, you have the Phoveus that can counter out the Freya. So I feel like this is probably the juggle that they were looking for. But I mean, Entity 7 was the one who kind of had this out there. So what do you go with? Do you pick up the Freya, which we haven't seen, which can be countered out by the Phoveus, or do you scoop up the Phoveus? Oh, they're gonna go with the Freya. They said, is this the first Freya game here in the South?
Yes, I'm excited to see this. It is the first Freya pick here in the South. Very exciting, and it's in the hands of Entity 7. Whoa, and they're like one of the top teams right now in the South, and of course the Phoveus is there to back it up to kind of counter it. So we'll see how this fight goes. It's gonna be exciting.
Guys, we're talking about like Freya first time here at Amer South. Is for me, it's like something like we just covered the fire, you know, like oh yeah, Freya. There's not a single game here, but now she comes with the Entity 7's composition. But the response here coming from Dreammax is Leo Mart and Phoveus. All right, it's a strong side here, especially when it comes to XP laner. We were talking about like Goose situation here, so I think that if Dreammax gives some kind of a protagonism from Gu here, maybe things could be different from for the Dragon Boys so far. I was about to say like I don't remember like a Doom, a gold laner playing with a Freya, for example, in a gold lane. You know, like I only remember a Doom playing with a True Marksman or sometime with Lunox and a Harriet on the gold lane. But now I think that he is coming with the Freya on the gold lane, so let's see what is going to happen in that composition.
Finally, a Kalea pickup when it comes. I don't know why, and maybe it's something I don't understand. But when it comes to Harley pickups, I feel like Kalea is like one of those immediate things that I would go with. He's not going to have a Purify. He's not going to have a way to get away from you. If you use Kalea, snatch him up with the Tsunami Slam. As long as you have the burst on your team, that's going to be a one dead Harley for your team. Freya's going to be very interesting here. I do wonder, because everybody's now expecting it in the gold lane. It would be kind of a little bit of interesting if we just throw her into the XP. I doubt it's going to go into the XP just because that's where Phoveus would be sitting, and I feel like Phoveus is a great counter for the Freya in the early game. Once you start getting the mid and late, absolutely nothing stops Freya. I don't care if if you're riding on a boat or a train, she is going to be able to knock that thing out. Here, moving on to the second start of the banning phase there, you can see that Gatakacha, Alice being taken off, some big tankier front lines for the side of Entity 7, no longer an option. And I feel like Entity 7 are reading the Tsunami Slam so that they're going to be taking off that bursty damage from the Farza. Here, they're going to take off also when it comes to the CC that you'll have from the Zeshion.
Yes, for sure. They're target banning the mage picks here as they're gonna need their golden mage here on the side of Dreammax. I wonder what they will be. Gord. Oh yes, that's true. Gord is the meta right now. A lot of people are choosing him. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, I agree with you guys, but Gord here, like, he has no escape, he has no mobility. I don't think that with the execution, it is very, very good. But you have a Freya, you have a Harley with the teleportation, you have a Kimi, which is like a very good one on mobility here on the mid lane. Maybe I think more on Lunox here for a mid lane. For a Dreammax,
oh yes,
for
that's
example.
still open.
Yeah, when it comes to especially when it comes to Harley, so you can counter the ultimate from Harley using the brilliance. But analyzing now this two last picks from Entity 7, Glue and Sora. Oh my goodness.
They just know how to draft, man.
I do like the Linux pickup too, especially against the Glue. We've seen this combination before when it came. Yep, there it is. The Kalea and the Linux pickup was able to burst down Glue so quickly. As soon as he went with the split, you immediately use the Tsunami Slam, and there's no more Glue out on there. And I feel like that works with a lot of these tankier pickups as well, not just when it comes to like some of the squishier ones. So yeah, definitely a great read by you, Rico. There, having the mage pick up there for Shakitse. But ladies and gentlemen, we might be on the last game here for Dreammax, who need to find an answer for the overwhelming offense that they faced in Entity 7.
Yes, my friends. So now here we are going to the third game, but you on the chat, yes, you are the main star of the show. So now taking this a time to say hello to Rice, hello to Pinoy, Deadpool, GM Kilua, everyone that is on the chat. Yoji, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your audience. So here, welcome to the Land of Dawn on the third game and possible the last one here, Entity 7 versus Dreammax. Dreammax, when it comes to the decisive game here, Entity 7 is going to rock, or no?
Yeah, Entity 7, I mean, they have been full force, pedal to the metal when it comes to immediately putting the pressure onto Dreammax. And then when it comes to a lot of these fights that end up, even when they end up losing the objective, they do end up somehow being able to find like 2-3 kills chasing down Dreammax on the back end. So it's something that Dreammax need to be concerned about. As you see already, the rush coming in onto the side of Dreammax's jungle. Damage for Idon Bush, who's gonna have to find himself a teleport away. Chakiche on the back end with the flicker and an auto attack. Finds the kill there. Idon Bush on the back end gets taken down by Goo. Just as we were talking about the offense from Entity 7, Dreammax from out of nowhere find 3 early game kills.
Worst case scenario for Entity 7 ever. Oh, Akashi here now can be trouble versus Goo. Oh, Goo is gonna take on him, gonna stack in, but now Akashi is on, it's free. But now, once again, worst case scenario here, because you got 2 kills for Shaikichi, 1 kill for Goo, both carries. We're not talking about Zeus, okay, but, in the gold lane here, Doom, okay, playing aggressive. Right.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious. It's so rare that we get to even see the Freya that it's almost unheard of. I'm trying to figure out how this matchup actually goes back and forth. Just because Zeus, especially on the Yusun Shin, is gonna have a little bit of CC, is gonna have a disengage on his side, so he doesn't just have to sit inside the immediate damage that comes out of Freya. Speaking of which, we do have a little. Look at immediately dash and the flicker, but the deadly magic is gonna be more than enough to take him down. Doom actually coming in there to help secure that kill as well.
Yeah, so guaranteeing now the first kill here for Idon Bush. Meanwhile, Dreammax guaranteeing the first turtle. Akashi can be the next victim.
Ooh, big pop up there, especially the triple team there coming from the side of Dreammax. They're going to bring to us to a 1-5 game. This is something that we have seen before, though. We want on the side of Dreammax, we need to make sure that when it comes to a lot of these engagements, speaking of which, Tsunami Slam comes out, back in trouble on the side. Shin coming in with the suppressive fire. The deadly magic onto Blink is, he actually survives and is able to walk himself away on the back end. The demonic force and the combination of King able to find another kill. 8 kills on the side of Dreammax.
Dude, I don't want to be early here. I don't want to be the first, I don't know, the first nonsense here, but this game for Dreammax is very, very good. I could say here that almost this game is done. Oh, 1 more kill for Shaikichi on the mid lane.
Yeah, just as you say that, I know that when it comes to the caster curse, you don't want to get behind your favorite team too quickly. Well, not your favorite team, but the team that's actually doing well. You don't want to curse them here. But I mean, this looks fantastic for Dreammax. They have a great early game. The only thing is, like I say, when it comes to these kills, once we hit the mid game, are we getting objectives for it? Are we getting towers? Are we pushing with minions at our backside so that we can enable a lot of those pushes into the towers? We'll have to see as this game continues.
Yeah, so far here 4 minutes on this third game, 9 kills for Dreammax, so 4 on Shaikichi's hand so far. We are talking about a late game hero that is Lunox, and now she already has these 4 kills. Not only the kills that we're talking about, we're talking about resources, the items that she needs to burst more magical damage, and now it is getting possible. Oh, Akashi here once again.
Yeah, he takes a lot of damage from the combination of Goo and King. Now they're going to go ahead, start off this turtle, looking for a way in. And you hit the nail on the head too. Shaikichi is a late game hero when it comes to this Lunox. But now you already at 4-0. Oh, look at this. The flicker with the Tsunami Slam. And Shaikichi able to find the kill. 5-0 while King cleans up a turtle.
Yeah, Dreammax here now fighting the gold path so far on this game, and now Dune can be the next target.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go in with that Valkyrie's Descent. Gonna actually use it a little bit defensively to kind of get out of harm's way. Again on the back end too as well.
What the?
So we really haven't seen the value, but like I mean, when it comes to late scaling, Freya's gonna be a huge monster. Shin getting chased down again. Definitely, maybe, and that's the thing too. When it comes to a pick like that with the Kimmy there, maybe it was more or less to try to take that away from Shaikipse, and maybe don't really have that super great skill like Shaikitse has on the Kimmy there, as he's been getting caught a lot. Another Tsunami Slam followed up by the Phantom Steed being chased down. Akashi underneath the tower gets taken down by King. Blink there with the final blows on that mid lane tower. Now continuing on this fight, the split comes out with the slam. Goo in trouble as Doom comes in for the kill. Finding one onto Blink now, trying to find it. Another one onto Zeus underneath the tower. And this is why Freya is banned out through most of our series.
I can't believe that. No. I don't want to believe that, because when I talked about like this game could be done for Dreammax, I was wondering about like, okay, we have to wait a Doom here with Freya because we haven't seen this hero so far on the tournament on AMER South, and now he gets a triple kill on the last team fight. Once again, I still want to buy here that Dreammax is with a very high advantage in this game. But when I see now Doom with the triple kill, I get just a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, we're gonna see here. You do have Doom on the opposite side of the map now as we're starting off this objective. King trying to get prime positioning as they're chasing off the rest of Akashi up at the top. In Dreammax, there's really just no contention for this next turtle as you see them kind of going in a great defensive stance there as Akashi getting jumped out by 4 members of Dreammax is still gonna be able to find himself and escape. Doom able to find a tower at the bottom, but up at the top, Dreammax found a tower of their own.
Yeah, once again here, the third turtle comes for Dreammax, and meanwhile, Entity 7 is trying to compensate on the bottom lane here, taking the second tower, but King came here to defend, and okay, I think now, Private, I think that Entity 7 is going to like wait just a little bit, trying to work on the macro here to like neutralize the Dreammax's actions, Dreammax's initiation, especially when it comes to Blink with the Tsunami Slam and the following up with Shaikichi. But as you see, that's the third tower that Entity 7 takes down. Dreammax has to do something about it.
Yeah, you're sitting at 4 and 12, yet the towers are still in favor of Entity 7 right now. The gold is only about 1K behind them right now, and that just tells you of the macro ability that Entity 7 has, which is just unmistakable throughout this entire game. Ooh, actually coming in, Phantom Steed is out, looking for a pop-up. Oh, but we're gonna go ahead and I guess that's gonna make it a little harder on us casters here as we take a look at the game still going on. King taking a lot of damage. Might be a little bit of a CC coming in there as Vagin gets taken out, but the tower at bottom is down as well. 3 towers to 3, 24K to 27.
Yeah, like 2 kills here, 2 more kills for Shaikichi. And now it's time for Dreammax to like work on the macro just a little bit. They're waiting out for the minion waves on the bottom lane here, but oops.
Yeah, we have the Brilliance coming out to try to latch on to Shaikichi. Blink on the back end is going to go ahead and use that jump to get out of harm's way. 3 members of Entity 7 not able to find the lockdown. But Dreammax now turning their attention to this Lord pickup now. Can they find the first one? You can see Entity 7 looking to try to come in, find an escape, a way in, but are not able to even contest this first Lord coming out from Dreammax.
Yeah, Dreammax here didn't give any chance for Entity 7 to try to fight back this first Lord here. always like almost 10 minutes on this game. 14 kills for the Dragon Boys. Now we're talking about the goal lead. At least now the goal lead is like going just a little bit ahead for Dreammax. It's like almost a 4k here so far, while the Lord is heading on in the mid lane. Now it is time for Dreammax to work more on this macro, take down more towers. But here comes MCT 7.
Yeah, you see the push coming in up at the top lane as minions are starting to sprawl out. At the midline tower, you see the Lord pushing for the side of Dreammax. Entity 7 trying their best to push it away. Still have the tier 2 towers at the bottom and the top side as Dreammax getting a little bit of a push there, courtesy of the Lord at mid lane. Blink now trying to turn their attention to the buffs on the side lanes of Entity 7. They are looking for the disengage, but hopefully now looking to clear out the jungle from the side of Entity 7 as well. Again, going forward, trying to press their advantage, if any, are looking to maybe be able to get this purple buff. No, it's going to be scooped up by Dreammax, and they're actually going to go in. Tsunami Slam on the backside. Akashi gets taken out as well as Shin. King forcing forward as Shakichi finds another kill onto them. That's a complete team wipe. 21 seconds on the board for these layaways here. Is it going to be enough for Dreammax to be able to find a kill or this tower down and a core?
Yeah, here comes Dreammax here for the first victory. The game is not over yet. Here, Private. Here comes the Dragon Boys. Victory for Dreammax. And now is 2-on-1 here, Xena.
Oh my god. It seems that Dreammax found the recipe there. They knew how to counter almost everything. They countered the Lunix with, they countered the Harley with the Lunix. They countered the Freya with the Phobius. They countered the Harley with the Blink, who was what's the word? What was her name? That roamer, Kalea, right? So they did a really good job there. And they I guess it was like they got cornered and they were fighting and clawing their way out, and that's what they did here in this match.
I feel like maybe a little bit of a confidence overplay by Entity 7. I feel like they had some picks in mind and they kind of almost ignored what they were seeing on the opposite side. Every pick that they got countered out immediately, and they still, honestly, for a game where Dreammax had basically all of the counters, it was still pretty close until that final push, especially when it comes to macro. When it came to really getting a lot of those towers in the early game, it wasn't as dominant as it could have been with that big of a lead. I think it was like 4-19 at the end, 4-12 at one point during mid lane. But here, this kind of shows you can't sleep on Dreammax when it comes to a lot of these drafts and stuff. You can't just allow a lot of these counters to come out.
Yeah, I wonder who's gonna be the MVP. Yeah, who will be? but honestly, here like King plays very well, Shaikichi, and also Blink here with Kalia with a very good initiation. So I agree totally with Private when he said about like Entity 7 situation. Like maybe this like just a little bit of overconfidence on this third game, especially when it comes to like you have the chance to choose the Freya on the gold lane here. Like it was like the boogeyman so far on AMER South, but now she came to the game and she lost. Maybe like in my opinion, maybe it's a good point here, like because now the rest of the teams they say, yeah, okay, Freya is not that so invincible as we were taught, like as we were thinking about. Like so maybe now Freya can appear more times here. But once again, Dreammax, even for the first minute here, guaranteeing the kills with a very important ones. Shaikichi, Gu with the Phobius, which has this stacks here, like working on this ultimate and getting this back line to burst the damage. It was really good for Dreammax. And this execution that was really, really good. When it comes to Kalia with the Tsunami Slam and Lunox here with the second skill causing a damage, and the Phantom Steam coming out from King, for example, it was like a very good execution for a Dreammax so far. So they got the wiped out on the last team fight here, guarantee the victory, and now the game is not over yet. So maybe now Dreammax can rebirth from the ashes.
Yes, and our MVP here, a stout performance from it's King. I thought it would be Shaikichi, but here we go. King's taking the MVP here. 605 KDA, 38K total damage, and 854 golds per minute. An amazing job by our jungler.
I don't remember what the stats were, but I imagine that King probably had more team fight participation when it came to a lot of these objectives, being able to hold them, and then coming in with the Phantom Steed there as well. You can see here finding himself, I believe it was 2 kills here, just the damage he is able to dish out, especially when you're ahead on a Leomord. Oh, look at here, just from the side, boop, able to find Shin just on the right from the bush out there. Another Phantom Steed coming out as he flanks the 3 members there. So I mean, it wasn't as I feel like Shaikichi, it was interesting because I feel like it could have gone either way. Shaikichi right from the beginning had 3 early kills and put her ahead in a combination that is supposed to take off in the mid game with the Lunux and the Kalea pickup. You're kind of looking for the burst to come in at the mid game, but when you're talking about a 4-0 and in the first 4 minutes, you're already going to have a ton of damage, and there's very little that's going to be able to stop you when you're using that combination to bring people back with the Tsunami Slam, and then you just have Shaikichi there able to blow them up. But I feel like Leomord probably the more steadier when it comes to a lot of these fights, fight participation and holding off a lot of these objectives and being the spear of the offense coming out, like the very tip of the spear.
Yeah, it could be the fact that he was initiating and being that tanky, front for Lunix to be able to dish that damage and keep them away from her. So that could be that big factor for sure.
Yeah, so that brings us for the first game. I think that the Blink choose Hilda. I'm not sure in the first game. And I was expecting a show because Blink is it's a player with this mentality to play forward, to get those initiations, especially when he plays with the show, with Kalea, for example. He has this this pattern, you know. So I was expecting that him playing with the show, but now we're seeing with the Kalea. So Kalea here was crucial for that composition since from the first minute here, like when Entity 7 trying to get in the jungler, trying to invade them, trying to get these kills, but Dreammax was able to respond so well. So it is a very interesting situation, because now I expect that Blink working again with some hero for like trying these executions, trying these isolations here versus Entity 7.
It's interesting that you bring up the Cho, because I feel like we've seen a lot more Chos this season than we've seen of Kaleas, and I almost feel like with the kit, Cho's almost turned into like the poor man's Cho when it when it comes against Kalea and what she can do. Like Cho, you need to get in there, you need to find the angle perfectly to be able to kick them back into your team. Whereas Kalea, you basically jump on them and then you press Alt and you just kind of steer it backwards. And there's very little that you can mess up with that to try to bring them back here. But we see more Chos out there more often than not, and and that's always kind of confused me when it comes to, maybe it's just a comfort thing for a lot of these roams where they've been playing with Cho for so long that it's just something that they like to pull out there. But it would be interesting to see if this is something that Dreammax want to continue on with that kind of that isolation like you were talking about. Cho's a good one. Atlas has been another one that I don't feel like has paid off as well. But it's another, when you're talking about isolations, those are the kind of picks that you're kind of looking for. Those heroes that can get in, snatch somebody or the team up, and then your team's able to do a ton of damage and output to them.
Yeah, Glue would also kind of be falling into that, right? He kind of goes back there and kind of be that annoying force and kind of take someone away from the fight. And so I think that is a choice here, but they're leaving Freya open. But then, like you said, Freya's open now. They don't care because it seems like they always have the counter, the Phobius here. So if they do snatch up this Freya, that it's not gonna work out in their favor. So.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell? I told you, I was like, maybe one good thing about Freya being picked and losing the game. So like maybe the teams now are looking for like in the other way, you know, like okay, Freya's not so invincible like at all. So yeah, so maybe we can focus on another hero or another situation here. But now Dreammax has the chance to get Freya on the goal lane here for Zeus. The question is Zeus being comfortable playing with Freya in the gold lane here? Because, okay, we're not so familiarized like with some new gold laners here, like working with two Mosty men on the gold lane. But as we were seeing, Dreammax is more concerned about like the jungle and the mid lane, and maybe they can work on the gold lane like later.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It just took one game to drop Freya from like S tier to like D in the eyes of these two teams.
It's over.
Yeah, just like it's completely.
You have phobias open,
It
then it's
completely
over.
gone. She's standing the way of. She's back there with Maya and Aurora right now, as far as like priority in these picks coming along right now. You got the Fredrin and the Eve out there as well. You don't have the scariness of the Lapu for Entity 7 because I believe they used that earlier in the first match here. And I'm actually very curious as to where we're going to go with Shaikiche here. Definitely not allowing her to pick up the Kimmy. That's been one of her favorite pickups. And even after that, using it in the last game, they're going to take it off the board again here on the side of Entity 7. And I'm wondering where we go from here. We've got to, I think as far as tankiness on the side of Dreammax, we've got that pretty much out there. So now we're kind of looking for possibly a CC and damage. I'd probably veer more towards the side of damage for the side of what we can use to try to fill out the rest of our composition from the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, they have the Eve there for Shaikiche, so that is the damage that they can get down there. So I guess they're using the Alice and the Fredrin as the front to kind of give her that space so that she can do what she can, because she does have a pretty good positioning. But they're trying to probably on the side of Entity 7 get that chip so they can give that surprise factor somehow, so it could pop up anywhere with the group here. So
yeah, so now like here, like analyzing Dreammax is focusing on the mid lane here, like banning Forza, that's okay, we're respecting that, but Kadita here now, like with that could be one of Shin's potential here for Entity 7. But now the last ban here was Marcel to avoid a Dreammax to have this kind of a problem here to Blink. I honestly don't see Blink playing with Marcel here, especially in what with his playing about his playing style. But everything is possible. But now let's see what Dreammax is about to choose. It's going to be like the roaming now. Who's going to be like, I think that, okay, maybe Hylos here, but not only choosing the goal lane, not yet choosing the goal lane here. So okay, so it comes with Hylos here on that composition to like allow even with Fredrin and Ivy to get this move speed and like to trying to benefit that composition. When it comes to Dreammax, it might be a good idea with Blink.
I mean, this is kind of a toxic composition coming out from Dreammax too, because you've got the real world manipulation to trap them, the slow coming out from Hylos. Fredrin can come up there, get some aggro from them, all the while Alice getting behind them to get the Throne of Ruin. And I'm looking for like, where's that bursty damage? What's the burst gonna come out from Zeus here? I do like on the side the answer from Entity 7. I feel like Gord has a decent amount of disengage when he has warning. You know, not once they already land on him, it's over. But with the amount of with Mystic Pools, I believe it is, that he can just, or no, the ball that he can throw out there, he can just basically throw that out there a ton of times.
That's what I figured. Bruno was the only thing. You said Bursty, and I was like, oh, Bruno, I see that they banned that Claude and the carry, so they're gonna pick that up.
Yeah. We're ready for the burst here, so here comes with Bruno. You know? Sometimes, like at some point of the game, especially when it comes to the team fight, we can hear something like "Go, from Bruno or something like that. But when it comes to like this both teams execution and composition, you have Akashi now working on Favio. It's a good way here to stack on Bruno, especially, or Ivy here. By the time that they don't have at least Shaikichi with Ivy here, because Bruno has his cape. Heidenbush here working on Phantom Steam and Sheen with this stun situation coming up so far. So everything is going to be possible on this game here, my friend Private.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting, especially because I feel like Doom, one of his shining points has been a Bruno. So if anybody is going to know how to counter him, I feel like it's going to be Doom. So they're going to have to be very careful about that. As we move into, I believe this is game 4 of our series here of Entity 7 taking on Dreammax. Still game point for Entity 7, but signs of life from Dreammax beginning to show.
Yes, you are totally right here, my friend, and taking the time here, taking the opportunity to say hello from our friends from Philippines and Indonesia. Selamat datang, everyone from Indonesia and Philippines here. Oh, stun here on the mid lane, Blink. Oh my goodness. This horse is on fire.
Yeah, and that's just coming from Shen, and that's the value. That's why Gord has really moved up. You've taken off a lot of those assassins that can really close the distance on the Gord and really shut him down, and now you have this menace in the mid lane that can basically spam out so much a CC and the true damage. Oh, speaking of which, Shaikichi, that is I'd have never thought I would see something like that from Shaikichi, who really overestimated the amount of health that she has and gets taken down in the mid lane.
For me, the only answer that comes through my mind here, Private, and she got disconnected. Because I didn't get it here, like her movement on the mid lane, you know, like 1v2, especially when you were fighting versus a Gord here, when it comes to the stun skill coming out from the mid lane, it was really strange here, Private.
Yeah, another thing too, when it comes to Doom and this engagement type of composition that you have from Dreammax, I almost forgot about Doom, the fact that he has that spear that he can use to push them away when they try to engage on him as well. So that's another thing that can kind of come into play as Shaikichi and King now going to go ahead and put some damage onto this turtle. Not much of an offense mounting from the side of Entity 7. They're going to go ahead and give that one away for free.
Yes, first turtle here now coming from a Dreammax so far. Saying the gold lead here is only 500 for Entity 7, especially because of the kill on the mid lane here on Shaikichi. But it could be better for Entity 7, and at the same time it could be worse for Dreammax because the kill went to Vagin. You know, it wasn't for Sheen, for example. But oh, here comes! Oh
yeah, they tried. Zeus saw that coming from a mile away, was going to go ahead and use the soccer tackle to get away, and when they dove on him under tower, able to utilize that flicker as well. Vagin on the backside is going to get discovered in his bush. Demonic forces landing onto Goo, who is not really too much afraid of it at this point. Both teams kind of being very respectful, slow playing it so far. Just the initial kill there by Entity 7. Oh, actually, do we have a Phantom Steed coming out from the side of Dreammax there? No, it's not. It's coming out from Entity 7. Now, Glorious Pathway laid down, followed up by the damage. Shaikichi almost gets bursted down. Is not going to be able to continue the real-world manipulation. What a great read coming out, and Doom with the SOD able to find the kill onto Shaikichi.
Yeah, so when it comes to the battle here with two horses, the only thing that I can say to you, Private, is like, because here, the battle was on fire for both teams. But now, I have to mention, because I saw like Sheen getting a stun on a Blink on the mid lane. Meanwhile, like they were heading for the top side here to get on the team fight. It was like a time enough for Entity 7 not only to survive but to guarantee the kill. That was why, like, you made a confusion like with the horse, like, okay, it would be the Phantom Scene or the Glorious Path. It was a Phantom Scene that because Blink came up later on the team fight, but now the turtle.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and start on it, and King gonna be able to go ahead and secure that turtle. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Blink able to find the kill onto Vagwin. 2-2 apiece here right now, tied up for both of these, but that turtle going over to the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, but now here we're seeing the 1v1 Akashi versus Goo. It's Alice, you know, she doesn't have any trouble here, like especially when it comes to this, Blood Banquet or the Fogging that she can work on the raid position. But it's still continue the battle on the top side here. Like, so, okay, let's the golden, like a gold, a knight here on Saint Seiya. There are two, like this battle here, 1v1. But the focus now is on the next objective. Maybe, yeah, the third turtle heading up on the downside of the river. So both teams are heading up. But here, now we're seeing Hide on Bush and Akashi. But Gu knows that because he used the first skill here to get this info. And now you're seeing glowing wand on Shin's hand at this point of the game.
Yeah, Shakisei needs to be very careful about the positioning. I feel like Shin has like a radar and tunnel vision right now. He's waiting for Shakisei to lay down that real world manipulation so that he can immediately get the stun and the Mystic Gush. Doom with a little bit of a push away. Oh, on the back end. You have a glorious pathway that's out, followed by the real world manipulation on the backside. King able to find a kill onto Vagwin as Hide and Bush returns the favor to King. Zeus on the back end is gonna have to flicker away as a kill onto Hide on Bush. 2 down for the side of Entity 7. Blink and Doom scrapping it out as Doom finds a kill of his own, and down goes Akashi. 2-3. Entity 7 takes 3 deaths in that fight.
That could be worse here for Entity 7 because their team fight was so split it up here, and Akashi was like buying so much time for that composition. He was attacking here, causing damage on 2 players on Dreammax. Meanwhile, Doom was neutralizing Blink near the red, the orange buff here. But now this turtle is going to be on Dreammax. The third one here, no fight back coming up from Entity 7. But the game, it is still tied up for both teams. The macro, okay, first tower coming out for Dreammax on the bottom lane here, but it's still Entity 7 is on the game. Because if you check out the gold lead here, there's no gold lead, only like 600 or 700 to Dreammax. It's not a big deal so far.
Yeah, and when you look at the kind of split up of the kills that are coming out here, I want to say you've got 2 on Doom, you've got 4 assists on Shin. Hide on Bush has a kill of his own. I think there were a decent amount on the Dreammax side that were on the roam when it came to the kills. Hylos, I think, had 2 or 3 kills on his side, so starting to take kills away from his side, which is something that we were talking about before, especially when it comes to like min-maxing the games that are this close. Those kills and who they go to. Ooh, Glorious Pathway comes out, and you can see the portals coming out for this fight down at the mid. Down goes the Bruno. Are we gonna be able to find the damage that we need? Dreammax looking for a disengagement. Blink goes down as Akashi finds the kill onto his side. Goo fighting off 3-4 members, makes it, and it is not long before he gets taken down himself as well. A double kill for Akashi.
That was a high ground here coming out from Entity 7, getting down 3 kills. A clever move, a very good initiation, especially with Vagin and Chip, calling the rest of the teammates here. I think that the focus could be neutralizing Shaikichi, but once again, she was like very good positioned. But it wasn't enough for like Dreammax guarantees some kind of advantage in the last team fight. It was the 3 kills here for Entity 7. Now the goal lead 1K and a half, and now the first lord on the topper side of the river. Okay, 2 teams here that like the all players are alive. So the first one here to start this objective, I think that is going to be a very interesting point.
Yeah, it's funny too because I think we discussed before Shin and the way he uses that real world manipulation. He wasn't using it at the beginning of fights. It was almost like 15 seconds after the fight had been decided is when he was using it. Here, Shaikichi keeps making a target of herself every single time that real world manipulation comes down, and there's another SOD lands right onto Shaikichi. Now coming in with the damage back in, able to find a kill onto King on the backside. Hide on Bush push, finding a kill on the Zeus, taking out Shaikitse, and Goo gets taken down as well by Akashi. That is 4 down for the side of Dreammax. Not a single death taken by Entity 7, who are now looking to push their advantage.
What a disaster here for Dreammax, now losing 4 players. The Lord, okay, they got the Lord, but the price was too high here, Private. Once again, now immediately like neutralized by Entity 7. Working on the macro once again. No like high, only the high ground towers now on the mid and the top side here for Dreammax. One more good team fight for Entity 7 and they won more.
Yeah, you can see the towers beginning to be pushed here. I feel like Shaikitse, they just have all focus is on her. Every single time that real world manipulation comes down, you see the huge focus come down. Even the SOD, the Spear of Destruction from out of nowhere, from across the map, Doom coming in to try to find the kill onto Shaikitse. They are definitely have a big focus on the mid laner of Dreammax here. Not just that, but I mean, a great pushing power here now as you take a look at the macro. I believe 6 towers down for the side of Dreammax. Only the high grounds remain. Entity 7 having a beautiful game here thus far.
Shin stole the purple buff. Analyze that's out this battle here for the guaranteed buff. Shin with the guard stole that one like here for Entity 7. That means like the things that Dreammax are struggling right now here, especially on the macro, especially on the map information. They have no information here because they don't have the towers. Only the high ground towers here left for the Dragon Boys. The situation is not so good for Dreammax, but of course, once again here they have Shaikichi, they have Goo with Alice with a very good late game. But you have to trust, especially like on Blink with the Glorious Path here, to get a very good initiation. But Entity 7 is aware of that like possibly situation, so they like are playing together. Only Doom like is splitting up on the gold lane here on the bottom line, so everything here can happen, especially for Dreammax.
When it comes to these fights too, I was expecting more of a backline engagement coming in from Dreammax. However, what I'm seeing is I feel like the fights are being confined to basically the front line of Dreammax. So close to Shaikitse as well. We're not really engaging or doing or being able to get to that back line to be able to find Shin, to be able to find Doom, who's usually doing a great job of the split pushing here as well. Now, King gonna go ahead, start onto this turtle, while the rest of Dreammax going ahead, getting positioned around, looking for the rest of the members. Vagin up at the top, down to about 50% is this Lord. Pop-up goes out there. King continuing to manage here, 50%. Ooh, Mystic Gus is out. Laying on the King, and Shin bursts him down. Real world manipulation comes out. Is that going to be enough damage onto the backside? Shaikitse says no. Is going to have to look for the disengagement. Goo on the backside as well. Hide on bush, putting out the damage. The 4 members of Dreammax do have to look for that disengage, but the damage coming out from Entity 7 is huge.
Yeah, so here once again Entity 7, that is that we can call trust, we can call confidence here, because Doom like was split up on the gold lane, on the bottom lane here. Okay, he tried to hit with the ultimate, but it was in vain. But once again, with a 1 player less, Entity 7 was able to burst damage. It was able to getting kills, getting the Lord. And now the Lord heading up on the top side. Here comes the Rocky from Entity 7.
Yeah, and that's kind of a disappointment too, because as soon as that Mystic Gush comes out, like here's another Mystic Gush. And a perfect answer there from Shaikitse. And that's exactly what I was gonna say, is we need to be able, as soon as that Mystic Gush comes out, immediately find the answer, be able to push Shin away from laying down all of that damage. Now Goo in a little bit of trouble does use the Throne of Ruin. The Lord now swinging away at the core. Blink and the Zeus on the backside looking for a way in here, are gonna find a way to burst down this Lord at their gates. Dreammax down 12-5 and about a 6K gold lead by Entity 7.
Yeah, so super minions on the mid lane and the top lane here now for Entity 7, and they decide to head back. They decide to the safest way. They decide to not to take any kind of risks here, to give any chance for a Dreammax so far. But now possibly they were waiting for another Lord or someone for a Dreammax getting lost in the jungle to finish this game.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like this is going to be a big learning point for the side of Dreammax. We've been talking about their macro gameplay. Ooh. On the back end, actually charging into the team. We do have a glorious pathway used defensively, and that is going to help Dreammax secure this escape. 38 seconds left on the Lord, and you can see on the back end, Doom going ahead with the split pushing ability out there. But one of the big things that's coming out is that a lot of these Mystic Gushes, they don't have an answer for Shen right now. He's sitting at 11 assists right now, 1, 0, and 11 right now. You could see up there, when it comes to the damage, he's been a huge part of it. Just narrowly ahead of Akasha, who's being able to slam onto the back lines there. But every single time he lays out that stun and bursts down King, there needs to be an immediate response coming out from Dreammax. Instead, what's happening is they get caught off guard. Here comes the glorious pathway, and they have to lay down the RWM without knowing where Shen is. And then Shen immediately comes in with the stun and is able to kind of burst them down and make little use of that RWM. They push Shaikiche away immediately. Ooh, coming in. Is he going to come in with that SOD as well? Mystic Gush onto the back end does catch a little bit of damage onto Shaikiche, who is going to lay down that real world manipulation, trying to lay the damage on the back end, who gets taken out. High down bush, looking for the escape, and a bouncing soccer ball just narrowly takes off his head. He is able to find himself an escape. Glorious pathway on the back end. They're looking for Shin. They cannot nail him down. Look at the stuns coming out from that Gourd, still putting out the damage, and now Dreammax have to find themselves a disengage.
Gourd is so annoying. Once again here, like most of the players are trying to chase down Sheen, but once again with the stun, with the burst of damage here coming out from Gourd, they weren't able to chase. They weren't able to get these kills here. That could be a good chance for a Dreammax, but once again, the Lord heading on the mid lane for Entity 7. At least Dreammax is able to defend, not losing the last high ground tower here, so no more pressure coming out from Entity 7. But still, the situation doesn't change at all for Dreammax. They have to find a spot. They have to find a pick off here, especially on Sheen. Sheen doesn't have a flicker, so maybe it's a good chance here to Dreammax trying to do something, but still it's not so easy because they don't have the high ground towers from mid lane or and top side. They don't have the information on their own jungle, so they have to be careful, and they only can respond the minion waves coming from every side.
Yeah, we've got 3 Radiant Armors built on the side of Dreammax. Unfortunately, at this late of a game, I feel like those Radiant Armors don't really protect you from the value you get out of a Gourd, because I think after 4 ticks, he's going to be able to do true damage onto most of your team there. And that's been the biggest problem with King trying to hold these objectives in the turtle or in the Lord pits here. As he gets stunned, he gets immediately set upon by Shin and the damage that he outputs there, and there's a very little of a response coming out from the side of Dreammax. Now you're still behind, you're still kind of looking for some of those angles. I feel like it was a little bit more of a comfortable fight as we're starting to get later and later. They're starting to understand what they need to do in some of these fights, but it's just so hard, especially when you're this far behind. You're starting to get to a point though where the items are going to start evening out. You can only get 6 items, so I mean there comes a wall eventually where you're going to be able to catch up, and that's no longer going to be an excuse for losing a lot of these fights. Lord has now been involved. We got 2 seconds left on to that, and now you can see getting into position. Entity 7 on the front line. is vying and trying to get some vision onto this Lord. You see it being set upon already by Entity 7. Who are going to go ahead and start it. Dreammax possibly looking to kind of come in here, but they have a threat when it comes to Doom going throughout all of these lanes, making sure to clear it out. I don't think they're going to be able to counter this Lord.
Yeah, look at Sheen here. Sheen is like, it's so brave. He doesn't care about like any dangerous, possibly dangerous situation at all on the jungler. He's playing like forward. He's playing like to get this info, to trying to stun someone in front of him. And not only that, it was enough to guarantee the Lord for Entity 7 once again. So this evolved Lord. We are like with the 20 minutes on this game so far. When the Lord comes up, I think that Entity 7 is going to cause more pressure.
Yeah, they're looking to kind of close up this push, possibly be able to line up this. You can see the bottom and the top lanes being cleared up. They want to line up these lanes so that all three are crashing at the same time. Make it so that Dreammax is not going to be able to funnel in all of this offense. Immediate big stun comes out from Shin on the back end. Now looking for that Mystic Gush that it comes out there. Shaikitse almost gets blown apart. We do have an SOD onto the backside. I don't think that the Moskov actually wants to find that teleport just yet. Lord is swinging up onto the core. They have minions on their side, but still looking for the kills, looking for the opportunity that they can find to be able to push down Dreammax. Real manipulation comes out. Down goes Shin. A Throne of Ruin lands onto two members of Entity 7, and Dreammax do find themselves a bit of breathing room.
It is not over yet. It's not the end for a Dreammax. They still survive. They got down here Shin, the guard, the annoying guard here. So now Entity 7 decides to fight back, but Dreammax one more.
Yeah, they do see the damage coming out. King's got a decent amount that he's going to be able to withstand. The gourd has been the real issue through a lot of this game. I would be pushing my luck here. If I'm Dreammax with the gourd down, with Shin down, I would be pushing into all of these towers as much as I could. That's been the biggest problem, the biggest threat for King is all of that true damage that has been coming out of here. So we got the 21-minute mark. Shin still got 6 seconds before he comes up on the map.
Yeah, so now here Shin is going to back online again. 20 seconds for the next Lord Vagin. Okay, now he's able to survive. The Lord once again is going to be probably is going to be free for Entity 7 because Dreammax, they are not allowed to like step too forward from their base, you know, from that jungle here, because it might be too dangerous. Once again, Shin, look at him. Goo like was spotting him, but now Shin on Goo, bursting a lot of damage, but now Blink here. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the Mystic Gush anymore. I almost feel like once that Gush comes out, I feel like the rest of the team should be finding an angle to try to get in there and find it, especially because Shin showed himself there. We need to be more responsive as a team from Dreammax if we want to be able to kind of get this game away from Entity 7. Now down to about 50%. I don't think we're going to find too much. Another Mystic Gush comes out there on the King. Still no answer coming out from Dreammax, and they all get pushed back here as another Lord goes to the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, but now like they're keeping just a little bit here to guarantee this Lord. I think that maybe to trying to synchronize the mini waves coming up from every side. But now here one Lord again. This Lord like from 23 minutes. I believe that's going to be like 100k Lord HP so far. Once again, Entity 7 is going to like try to finish this game. The question is, will be Dreammax able to defend once again?
I mean, you've got no towers to protect you. The most you can hope is that they mess up when it comes to syncing up all of these waves, but you can see them already lining up on the side lanes, trying to make short work of all of these minions out there. So you're going to have the full pressure of all 3 lanes crashing down on Dreammax's core all at once. So Lord now crashing in as the side lanes begin their descent on in. Now coming in with the Demonic Force as well as the Phantom Steed coming in. Akashi takes a lot of damage. He's going to have to be able to get out of there. Damage going on to the core. Real world manipulation has been laid down. King able to find a kill onto Hide on Bush. The defense is in. Dreammax looking to be able to withstand this charge. They do have a Winter Crown out as well, and another successful defense for the side of Dreammax.
It's not a replay, it's not a loop time here. It's Dreammax once again defending the base as the best as they can. Once again, the Dragon Boys defending the base. And I don't know, I don't want to be early here, but I think that Entity 7 is losing their chances to finish this game, and Dreammax like is defending their base, are getting stronger and stronger. Now they're playing like they have this confidence not like to not only be on their base, but now they are like, okay, we are allowed to move forward, we are allowed to like push this mini waves, especially on this side. But Entity 7 is aware about that. So now Dreammax, okay, just a little step far from the jungle. Okay, I got it back to the base. Okay, got it back home. Not going too far here, guys, because it might be very dangerous.
Yeah, there's only so many chances you get, I feel, before one of these mistakes costs you a Lord, costs you 2 or 3 players, where Dreammax is able to start pushing onto your base. Here, I feel like you're kind of even. You've lost the advantage of items and what a gold lead does for you. However, I feel like the comp has been such a great, persistent threat to a Dreammax that they have just yet to be able to come in and contest onto a Lord just yet. However, these pushes are going to be, if Entity 7 cannot find a way to close in. Oh, they go on to Shin. They find Shin immediately, and they're going to blow him up. Immortality has been procced. Out comes the real world manipulation, and Hide on Bush is able to take down Shaikiche on the back end. Goo able to find a kill onto Shin. 2 down for the side of Dreammax. 3 down for the side of Dreammax. Hide on Bush laying it in as Doom finds a kill onto Blink. Out comes the SOD onto Goo, and he goes into the back line. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this might be a complete team wipe on the side of a Dreammax. Entity 7 secure themselves a place in the top bracket of the playoffs.
1,000 minutes of the game here. Entity 7 is able to guarantee the victory. 3-1 in this first best of 5, Cena.
Dreammax was doing so well there again with their they were able to contest them in the beginning, right? It's always during the end of the game they have a harder time with the aggression from Entity 7 there.
I just feel like this composition, for some reason, they just found it so hard. Even the engagement was perfect. I felt like that's exactly, they found Shin, immediately dive onto him. However, they could not finish the job quickly enough. You had the immortality onto Shin, and Shikitse laid down the real world manipulation to try to take him down. But as soon as Shikitse showed herself, as soon as she laid down that real world manipulation, Hide on Bush charged back there, and she wasn't even able to get those final shots on the Shin. It took a Goo from the back end, and then you've wasted all of these resources trying to take down one member, and you have to deal with the rest of the team here, and Entity 7 able to clean up after that fight.
Yeah, so once again here, Entity 7, like, with a very interesting early and mid game here, like, almost the whole game coming up from Entity 7, especially in getting the kills to Hide on Bush on Leomore and Akashi here with the Fovias. Doom playing very well, you know, like Entity 7 like was like able to do and work so well, especially here when it comes to the macro game in this last game. It was like making Dreammax dancing according to the music. But at some point of the game, I mean, I think like the fuel from Entity 7, like it was over, because they were trying to finish the game. They were trying to like open the base, open to cause more pressure here, and Dreammax was like getting back in the game just step by step, little by little. But still, I think that if Entity 7 couldn't get this advantage on the early to mid game, and Dreammax were able to fight as equal, it seems like from the mid game at least, I think that the things could be different on this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this, a lot of these fights here, I mean, the damage, Gord, maybe by himself, Phoveus, maybe by himself. I think that damage, maybe you could have withstand that to try to get to the back lines, but both of them kind of raining down onto your composition at the same time was way too much damage for Dreammax to even think about trying to contest. Even when it came to the late game, where they should have been even, where all people were at max build, they still couldn't find a great opening to be able to come in because of the amount of damage that was able to come out from Entity 7.
Yeah. I was thinking that you were right on the mark there, where they only had the damage from Bruno, really, because you're like, they need that damage in the draft. You were saying they got to get something bursty, something to kind of help them with this damage, because all of them are control or something to kind of help the damage or do something about there. All right, well, this player was the engine behind their team's success today. We got Doom there with all his right on the mark SODs, except for one of them. But you know what? 3011 KDA, 81.6k total damage, 101 gold per minute. He did an outstanding job out there on the field.
Yeah, it was well deserved to hear for the MVP from Doom. Like many players of Entity 7 played so well, but here, especially with this global presence coming out from this ultimate, the Spear of Destruction, every time like Dreammax was concerning about like a Doom join the fight, join this situation, and at the same time he was able to like do this split push to working on this macro here with Moskov. After 4 items, Moskov is like a machine gun here of like damage and auto attacks. So it was really good for Entity 7 to guarantee that a Doom could be stronger on this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact, I think you pointed it out, there was a lot of great fights that Entity 7 was winning without Doom even being a part of it. Add that to the fact that he was able to join the fights whenever he needed to. There too, immediately able to catch. There is no escape from him. Whether it was Chaikitse trying to get away from underneath the tower or Goo there at the end, immediately caught himself a spear that pushed him back into the team. And that's just the kind of value when it comes to Moskov. You have the value of the split push, of being able to get in there, and even without him in the fights, able to really head off with so much damage that it was pushing back the side of Dreammax.
Yes, for sure. Having a Moskov on the team did give them that map advantage for the fact that he was able to be everywhere. I did say that they were targeting, you were saying that they were targeting Shaikiche a lot. So they're taking one of the major damages and the major constant backing for the team of Dreammax. So that was a great strategy there by them.
Yeah, it was one of the things that Entity 7 is able to read so well here, especially when it comes to like trying to neutralize the best points and the best parts of one team. For example, in the Dreammax case is a Shaikichi or even a King on the jungle, for example, just to not only neutralizing but only to avoid like King coming to cause some trouble, to cause some a bad situation for Entity 7 here, especially around objectives, especially when around like a specific points of the game. But when it comes to Shaikichi, it's a way even like stronger and bigger. This fact that Entity 7 is able to read that situation, to read the strong points from the teams and neutralize them. And today it wasn't different here, because we used to see Shaikichi playing so well with a very solid performance. with like almost a perfect KDA, not dying at any time. But today, like Shaikichi, he struggled with a very like so many things from Entity 7 here. Not only in that composition, not only in execution here, but especially into trying to guarantee some advantage or some like maybe an early game or mid game here for Dreammax. So the rest of the teams, like, they would be able not only to be on the same page as Shaikichi, for example, but to avoid these situations and guarantee this advantage. So Dreammax, they were not able to do that this day.
I feel like even maybe a little bit of frustration coming out from Shaikichi. We saw right at the beginning, like, I mean, unusual getting ganked from Shaikichi, who didn't really measure the distance that we're used to seeing, immediately dies to Chip and Gord. I feel like underestimating the amount of stacked CC that they can put onto you and then immediately gets taken down. And I feel like, unfortunately for Shaikichi, Eve into this type of composition, all targets were going to be on her. Phoveus is going to be able to come into with a demonic force. There's very little. You're going to be taking a decent amount of damage because you can't stop it. Especially for those first few seconds, you're just going to have a way to deal with the damage coming out from the demonic force. Not just that, but I feel like Shen did an excellent job of absolutely knowing where Shaikichi was at every single point of the game. The first objective, I believe, the real world manipulation, came down, immediately got stunned out, and a Mystic Gush coming out from Sen that forced Shaikichi to flicker away from that. Wasn't even able to put any damage on. So I mean, it's a great job of Entity 7 understanding where they needed to attack to make Dreammax the weakest that they were. Great games coming out from all of them. Unfortunately, this will drop Dreammax down to the lower bracket, but I mean, we've been talking about Entity 7 since the beginning of the Swiss stage with how strong that they've seemed here, and here they're showing that when it comes to understanding the targets they need to focus on, whether it comes to macro gameplay of making sure that kills count. Like, there was points where you're still able to keep up the kills, still able to keep up the gold, but on the side of Dreammax, you're missing 6 towers, and that just goes to show how much many more steps ahead that Entity 7 thinks when it comes to a lot of these fights.
Yes, they really do think 10 steps ahead, and they're very strategic. And for you guys who are hanging out here in the chat, we have some diamond drops. Make sure you get in and engage and be here so you can get a higher chance at getting these diamonds.
Yes, you are totally right. So you got the chance to get diamonds here. Hey, come on, it's for free. So yeah, I know, and we know that you're looking for that skin, you know, Granger's Collector maybe, or 1-1, or Lila, time to shine. So you have the chance here to get these diamonds for free, to get those beautiful skins. Not only for that, but like to buy the star member, and it comes to, I'm not sure it's Obsidia at this month, right? I think that it's Obsidia, the star member skin. And yeah, my memory is not that good. And you have the chance to get this diamond to buy the star member also. So here on MLBB, on our channel, you have more chances.
Yeah, and all you guys need to do is keep on doing what you are doing, which is being active, an active viewer, talking in the chat and stuff like that will just increase your odds of a chance to get some of those diamond drops for yourself as well. Like you said, if you guys want Starlight or skins or anything like that, or I think my favorite thing to spend on is usually emotes and recalls. Not because I'm toxic
Yes,
or anything.
me too. I like that. Oh, sure.
Yeah, recall's my favorite.
That's totally not the reason, you know? But also, we need to thank our sponsor, runestone.gg. Speaking of getting your gameplay up, just like Entity 7, or all these other teams that are doing an amazing job improving, they probably go to runestone.gg to figure it out.
Yeah, only here had the chance to get diamonds and improve your gameplay level with a Runestone. Thank you so much for join us to believe in this project and to make this possible, not only for us here, Cassis, but for you on the community. So thanks to Runestone.
Yeah, up your gaming, up your intelligence, up your strategy with a company that takes the gaming as seriously and as passionate as you do. That would be none other than runestone.gg.
Yes, they really do give you that real-time data, so for sure, make sure you up your gameplay, get on runestone.gg, don't miss out on your chance to be as amazing as the players here in the tournament.
Yeah. Oh, I was right. It's Obsidian. The Starlight member is Obsidian. Oh, thank you.
He had the check. He took a minute.
My memory is not that bad. Oh, okay. Thank God about that. So, the Starlight member here from Obsidian. So, you here with the diamond drops and with the Runestone here, you get the diamonds and you prove your game level, your play level here on our broadcast so far.
Yeah, so far, an exciting opening when it comes to Entity 7 taking on Dreammax. I know Dreammax has had an uphill battle. They've been kind of the dark horse for me when it comes to these playoffs coming off of the Swiss stage as well. I think, honestly, though, I feel like they went above expectations here, especially able to get a win off of Entity 7, a dominating win, too. I feel like that was a little bit of an overstep by Entity 7, really kind of did not consider how well this draft could have been, and that Dreammax were really, though, that kind of a pushover team that you're just going to be able to give a lot of these counters to. So great game to be able to get one victory off of them, but Dreammax knocked down to the lower bracket are going to have to work their way if they want to be able to face up in the upper bracket again. So like I said, amazing games played by all of them. But who do you guys think so far, if we're going to give like a whole game MVP for the side of Entity 7, who do you guys who would be your MVP?
Jin.
Oh wow, don't even need time to think about it.
Yeah, Jin has been amazing, and I think he's been a constant, just like Shikichi. I feel like they are strong contenders for that MVP kind of mage spot, right? They both do an amazing job in this tournament in the South, and they are top of the board.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about like before the match starts. That this was the battle that I was so excited to see this specific battle on the mid lane, because we had both good mid laners here, Shin from Entity 7 and Shaikichi from Dreammax.
Yes, this has been an amazing tournament so far, but we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you grab your water, your snacks real quick. We're going to take a 3-minute break and come back with your next tournament. Next matches.
Perfect. Diamond count, and with Roblox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCTBNX to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with bonus and play it at next.
between dreams and nightmares.
All right, and we are back with MCT AMER South playoffs. I hope you guys took my advice and went to go grab some drinks and hydrate and all that, because we're getting into the next set of matches. Oh,
Yeah, I
What
agree.
was that?
I agree, Private. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. No, wise words. Wise words.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, you got.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Private.
I knew it. Dang it. Dang it. I should have. He's a greedy. He's very enthusiastic with his agreement of it.
I was about to do some.
But yeah,
thinking
like I was
with
gonna say,
Private.
it was a very huge, exciting matches that happened already, and the excitement's only going to get bigger with this next matchup coming as well.
Yeah, so you are totally right. So now we are going to take a look just a little bit on today's schedule once again.
Yes, we have already seen the match between Entity 7 and Dreammax. Entity 7 coming up strong 3, but they did not sweep because Dreammax was able to take one of those games. Now we got Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant up next.
I mean, these are Alpha 7. I mean, what is this? This is the rematch number 3, number 4 for these guys. And I feel like this is going to be the one that a lot of people have their eyes on, especially with the growth that has come out from 9Z Globant. Rico, you brought it up the moment you saw this roster, the moment you saw that these players on there, they just needed time to get that synergy up on them. However, on the opposite side, they're taking on a team that has had synergy. When it comes to synergy, they've had that in bags since the opening of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, you're totally right. So that is two. This is the third time that they are going to face on this AMER South. The first one here was victory for Alpha 7 2-0. The second one 2-1 for Alpha 7. So things are like getting like just a little bit different. Now 2-0, 2-1, maybe now 2-2. Who knows?
Let's see who's playing on Alpha 7 side today. We have on the EXP lane Hesu, on the jungle flick, mid lane Frost lane Eve, the gold lane up Tizzy and Pocket 2 for the roam.
Yeah, so this is Alpha 7 lineup so far here with a very keep an eye on Flake and Hasu, the two wing parts here coming out from this team, and that's gonna be very interesting, especially talking about their performances so far. So getting in the top, but now we are going to see what Alpha 7 is about to say.
Oi gente, eu sou o Frost, eu vou fazer meu Dream Team tirando meus companheiros de equipe. Eu vou colocar na rotação o Vaguinho, pelo fato que a gente já trabalhou juntos, já jogamos juntos na Dreammax Ice, então acho que já tem uma sinergia, eu gosto do jeito que ele joga também agressivo. Na jungle eu colocaria o King, pelo fato dele ter uma experiência já mundialmente, né, querendo ou não, ele já foi para vários campeonatos. Então ele tem uma experiência boa. Na XP eu colocaria o Rush, eu gosto do jeito que ele joga, eu acho que ele joga com heróis mais tanques, isso me agrada bastante. E na Gold eu colocaria Augusta, apesar que a gente já trabalhou juntos, né, recentemente. Eu acho que daria de aproveitar mais, sabe? Na questão de jogo, assim. E eu gosto do micro dele e da forma que ele pensa também.
Yes, Alpha 7 have always been positive, but we are going to look at 9Z Globant's lineup today. We have EXP lane Chino, jungle Luisinho, and mid lane Fashion, gold lane Gusta Logusta, and the roamer Alboro Crazy.
Yeah, a stacked lineup here for 9Z Globant. A lot of history with all 5 of these members when it comes to South America here. But now putting them together, they have finally seemingly found that synergy, that magic that makes them a dominant force. However, is this dominant force going to be enough to take on their adversaries in Alpha 7? Let's see what they had to say coming up to this matchup.
Vou começar pelo do mid, vou colocar aí rotação Paquito, que foi um jogador incrível no ano passado. Eu já tinha comentado também várias vezes na live que eu achava ele muito bom. E que foi o MVP, inclusive, de 2025. Ele não pode estar fora, com certeza. Em segundo, eu vou colocar o Shin no mid. No caso, seria Paquito e Shin. Porque o Shin também foi o Finals MVP da última MPL, jogou muito. E pra mim foi a revelação do ano de 2025. Na Gold, Upa. Upa jogou a primeira metade, jogou muito, foi campeão. Pra mim foi, de Gold Lane, individualmente, foi a melhor atuação comparado aos outros. Na XP, baseado na performance, passado eu acho que... Na XP eu vou colocar o Resu, porque foi campeão no começo do ano, na segunda metade também jogou muito bem, ficou em terceiro. Foi um ótimo jogador o ano inteiro, então Resu, Paquito, Shin e Upa, mais um jungler, eu vou colocar o Kingão. Já falei diversas vezes, acho o King o melhor jungler da América Latina e o jungler a ser batido.
Oh, look at Gusta Lagusta giving props to King. I think we all have been giving props to King for taking in that jungle lane, right?
Everybody wants King here. Both teams are like, we prefer King on the jungler. And yet, I think that they're not wrong, you know, because when it comes to King, it comes to like him be with a very high performance since the MPL season 1 here. So after that, he was like with the ROQ Akira, and he won 4 times in a row the split, and he was in an international event when it comes to like experience, you know. So King here is like one of the best junglers. Of course, now these days we have other good junglers. Hiron Bush, for example, Luisinho is another one that it is growing in an interesting way here. But when it comes to the experience, when it comes to the solid performance, King is one of the best.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially when we get to a lot of these questionnaires from both of these teams when they ask about top players or their dream compositions. A lot of them are listing players that are in the top 4 currently right now that we see. So it's kind of giving you a little bit of a history draft and how well and how often, I want to say, a lot of these players have either played against each other, understand each other, and that kind of shows you kind of like how tightly knit the community is down here, which is something amazing, something I love to see, especially coming from North America, where I want to say most of the top players in North America know each other as well. It's great to see that here in South America too, where a lot of those props are being handed out to each other when it comes to people on the different teams here, and especially when it comes to being able to like list off a lot of those props for the team that you're about to face, or the players that you're about to face. Which has been amazing thus far, and I'm very excited. Very much want to see how these teams are going to stack up against each other. I feel like you were talking about, every single time that these ones face, it gets a little bit more even. Are we going to get at that point where we're finally at the part where we have 2 very even teams, or maybe even a part for entities or for 9Z to be able to kind of maybe turn the tides?
Yeah, 9Z has been doing wonderfully here. They have been, the Swiss stage was rough for them, but they did say it's because they had miscommunication problems with their jungle, so that he wasn't even on VC. So this might be a different story for you guys today. We might be seeing something different in these matches.
Yeah, so it is very interesting because on one side we have a very solid team like playing in the top side every time that is Alpha 7. Like, okay, maybe losing once a game or another, but they're also like a very strong team. Another side, we had a team that started like okay, not so well because too many new players, different personalities, but they were getting like the synergy, that communication, and now like they're growing up as a team, they're growing up as a group. So it's going to be a very interesting, especially when it comes to two coaches on coaching staff from 9Z Globant, BL and Cabral. Cabral, which is one of the former champions with the old RRQ Akira. He worked with the King, with the Gusta Lagusta, with the Sagan, with the Blink, you know, so he has a lot of experience here when it comes to coaching staff.
But not just that, but the leaps and bounds that we saw last week, especially getting a sweep over Octa Gaming. Octa Gaming, for me personally, I felt like that has been, them and Alpha 7 have been like steadily fighting for #2 position here when it comes to AMER South, and to be able to get a sweep over them. When I believe, did they lose? No, they'd never faced. That was the first time that 9Z had actually faced them. So being able to get a sweep over such a strong team says a lot about the growth that they've done. And will that growth extend to possibly well, maybe not a sweep, but maybe a more ferocious offense against a team like Alpha 7? That's the big question for me when it comes to this. Sometimes, like we've talked about it, you are dealing with teams who are just starting to put the seeds and the ingredients together, and dealing with a team like Alpha 7 who've had it together, who understand and are on a different level of that. But I mean, there's a great amount of respect that 9Z has, especially the way Gusta Lagusta talks about it. There's no underestimating going on here from the side of 9Z. So you know that they're taking this seriously. They understand they're the underdogs in here. That doesn't mean that they're not going to fight tooth and nail to try to move ahead in these playoffs.
Yes, and you do not need to be the underdog either, because we got diamond drops for you guys. Make sure you engage in that chat and engage and comment and talk with us in there, because you will have a chance at these amazing diamonds that you can get for free.
Yeah, so you have the chance to get diamonds here for free on our broadcast. You have the chance to change your name, to get these beautiful skins, to get this recall effect. So there's my favorite one, you know, so emojis and like these interactions, you know, like in the lobby screen that you can slide, you can send a thumb or
I love
like
those. Yeah.
the bus. No, it's so amazing. So I buy a lot of them. Like the people say, hey Rico, you are rich. No, it's only the diamonds that I get here. Okay, so I have to buy these interactions here to like tilt the enemy while the play starts.
Yeah, the Layla slaps are so much fun.
I do like me a good recall and a good emotes. I think we were talking before about emotes. I think one of my favorites was the I forgot whose it is. Who's the sleeping emote?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one's cute. I forgot who it was, but it was super.
I like this one.
I know what you're talking about.
I like those two, like
my favorite.
Like that, you know?
My favorite is I think it was Kagura's one where she looks like she's like, oh my god, like that little ghost coming out of her mouth, like I'm dying.
Oh.
I use that one a lot.
The Ballman one, I like it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump right into this draft between 9Z Globant and Alpha 7. 9Z Globant going to have the first pick. I wish I should have pulled up stats too when it comes to seeing who has been favored thus far, whether it's the blue or the red side.
What do you? In stats? Do you have?
For me,
the
blue side.
Oh, the blue side.
Yeah, for
why?
The blue side. Because I think that when I start to play Mobile Legends, I just always used to play in the blue side, you know, like when I go to the red side, I get lost, you know, it's like, oh, who's a gold lane, who's the excellent hero, I'm kind of lost, something like that.
There's markers now, I'm just kidding.
I feel like
Thank God.
Initially I used to favor the blue side, but as we've kind of come into a lot of these drafts later on into the playoffs, I feel like we don't have the standard drafts. I feel like a lot of these teams have been going into the draft with the purpose of trying to leave certain things open. So like while you might claim yourself a good pick, you're immediately going to be able to respond with 2 good picks on the red side as well. So it's been something very interesting to see and to develop here. Another fanny ban. I don't even remember that we've had a successful fanny here in this house.
That's what I was thinking. It hasn't been, from what I've seen, but okay. Maybe we're missing something here.
A lot of teams ban a fanny, especially when they face Alpha 7 because of a flick. So the fannies that he brought, it was a very good one. Like his win rate is very high. It's not invincible, it's not indestructible, but most of the teams, they prefer avoiding this problem, you know, like this bad situation so far. So maybe here, not maybe, for sure, Fanny and Freya are the bannings so far. I'm waiting for a Zunshin in 9Z. 9Z, where is Zunshin? I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be Zushin and Phoveus have kind of snuck up. Well, Zushin has always been there. Phoveus has really come up very quickly as like an S tier ban when it comes to a lot of these drafts. We just saw from the last game the amount of damage that he's able to output, and there's just no stopping him until he's finished. You have to sit there and you're like, wait, am I still alive? Okay, now we can finally start attacking Phoveus because he's done with the demonic slams he's able to issue out on us. Zushin has been one of those. We did see, I think, last series that there was a decent being able to kind of I'm not even sure really counter her. It wasn't the countering Zushin herself. It was basically the priority of the team fights being far away from Zushin while Alapu was back there basically harassing her the entirety of the game.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and ban the Yi instead of Zushin here. I guess they find that more of a threat than she is. They are taking their time here to figuring out what they want to ban. That goes to show that they kind of respect each other, right? And making sure that they don't give out any freebies here.
Yeah, so for me, like the surprise here, like both teams are cooking. Okay, now Alpha 7 comes with the Zunshin here on the second ban. All right, so now they have to work like on Fovio's banning or Baxia's banning, for example, or maybe like their early game ones like Harley or Suyo. You know, there's so much. There's so many broken heroes for so less bans here, at least on the first phase. So both teams have to think like very much before these bannings.
Yeah, so they go ahead and they throw the Harley out there. And while I'm not sure that this is to take it away as much as to have kind of an off ban out there, now you have to make the decision. Do you have Baxia or Phoveus out there as the first pick coming out? Which one are you going to ban out there? And you know those are 2 great picks too as well that don't really have a lot of great counters. Personally, from the stats and stuff like that, I might let out a Baxia just because maybe I've forgotten how bad he was just because I've seen so many Phoviuses dominate and we've seen so many Baxias like absolutely like we didn't even see him at all, did we? From the last series he was banned out completely.
Yeah.
So yeah, but here they're gonna go ahead. The Phoveus is gonna come out immediately for the side of 9Z.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. But I guess Baxia, makes a really good support jungle. I always noticed that he was more of a support jungle. Like I always see him low in kills but high in assists, you know? So he gets that engagement to the team. Enrico, he's trying, he's like, come on.
Phoveus, come on.
There he is.
It's the book. It's the book, Zina. So you have the book here, the rule.
You got it.
The guide. Okay. If you ban the
Baxia, it has to be. It has to be.
Yeah. But guys, jokes aside, it was like the meta here like benefits us so much for Phoveus. Now, I believe here, like, the response coming out from Alpha 7 can be on Suyo, for example, for Flick, which is like, Flick is a very aggressive jungler when it comes to assassins. Like, he plays a very much and very well with Hayabusa, Lancelot, or Suyo, for example, especially with the assassins one. It's not like dealing well with the tankies on the jungler, you know, but so far, Hylos and Harriet for Alpha 7. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. The Hylos is kind of peculiar. Harith, I was almost going to say this kind of, the Phoveus pickup kind of backs away from a Harith pickup on the side of Alpha 7 just because of the dashes will be great for Phoveus here. But apparently I feel like Alpha 7 have an answer in mind to be able to stop the Phoveus. Hylos isn't really going to be that peeler for Harith. He's going to throw down that glorious pathway. He's going to try to engage onto the team as fast and as possible and try to slow them down while keeping that healing up for them. So this is actually kind of a little interesting for me. I very much want to know what Alpha 7 has in mind for this. That's because that does open it up. I felt like Suyo would have been an interesting pickup to go with on the side of Alpha 7, but they do allow 9Z to go ahead and pick that up. Carry as well to hopefully get to that late game and be able to burst down the Hylos.
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look good for the side of Alpha 7, because you are right. Because once I saw Harith, I was like, Phoveus, isn't that what he's made for? To handle the blinks? So I'm kind of confused as well. Is there anything that can stop it? Does ZTN's like CC that rains down stop him like during his little thing, or like from doing his ultimate?
The light shines even brighter.
Well, I mean, I feel like if you're going to use Zeshian, you're kind of playing with fire. You have to line it up as soon as Phoveus is on the ground and pray that he's not up in the air through a demonic slam, or your CC doesn't matter because it didn't touch him there. We're going to go out with a strong Leomord, a strong front line for the side of Alpha 7. So maybe the idea is to kind of create a spread and a separation between your front line and the back line, so where if Phoveus does jump onto the back line, he's going to be so far back that the rest of 9Z is not going to be able to really help out with a lot of those fights. And I've seen that happen before, where Phoveus has to dive so deep onto the back line that he has no help and he's able to easily get bursted down, just not in the opening minutes. He's very dangerous at that level 4 or that first objective fights.
Yeah.
All right, Rico.
Yeah, especially now, like picking Leomord here, like the Alpha 7 needs a strong side. Okay, one here is Harriet versus a Carry. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Now Valier is the last banning here from Alpha 7, and we are waiting to see the last one here, the last ban coming out from a 9Z Globant. But once again, the XP lane here has to be a very a strong one, especially when it comes to Leomord and Hylos to get this dominance on the river and the objectives especially. So maybe a Lapu Lapu here could be the ban. Oh, not anymore. So sorry about that. But,
well, it could be the ban. Just saying, you said the ban.
Yeah, it could be. Okay. But still have some choices here, like Terizla, for example, with the penalties on could be, I don't know, it could be for execution. Depending on the middle lane could be a choice for Alpha 7, or there's no glue actually. Alice, I don't know, especially when it comes to the magic damage, maybe. But once again, it has to be a one XP laner, like a one strong one, one independent here. Irenos, that could be a possibility, maybe.
I feel like you want to savor Uranus for the option of a Harley pickup coming out. So I feel like here, I feel like a separation for the side of 9Z, something like we were talking about before, the Cho, Kalea, something to be able to kind of kick aside Leomord or Hylos so that the rest of your team can possibly burst them down. We still are looking for a Roam and a Mage, which play well into that type It's just a very strong front line here by the side of Alpha 7, and I'm wondering. And then you've got the engagement into the back line by CC as well, who's going to be able to kind of really nail into the backside with a decent amount of regeneration when it comes to her health. Kind of looking for those last 2 picks, like we said, looking for the mage. Ooh, Kaja. Okay, so they're going with they're going with that isolation that we were talking about. It's just not, it's not the Kalea, it's not the Cho, it's another version of it, the Kaja. I only wince, and I'm sorry, I nothing against the combination. I don't feel like Kaja has been as successful in a lot of the picks. And I feel like when it comes to options, Kalea was taken off the board. Okay, Cho is still out there. Who else were we talking about before? I think you talked about Glue, which was taken off the board. So, I mean, there really weren't many options for it unless we're not as confident on the Cho on 9Z Globant, possibly.
Yeah, that could possibly be it here. They picked up the Gourd. I wonder what they will be choosing here for Alpha 7 there. They're missing their mage as well. Right. Oh, Zetian! I was right. But, well, like you said, it does probably need that timing. Timing to make sure it gets correctly.
Yeah, but it's still here. I don't think that Kaja is going to sing, you know, as a bird, or something like that, because the target on the other side. I mean, like Harriet has a dash. Leomord has the Phantom's team. Paquito has the Glorious Path. The CC has the mobility. The only thing left is Zetian that can work so well on the ultimate to spot the enemies and trying to avoid this kind of a pick-off coming out from Kaja. So I'm not seeing like a very good situation so far for 9Z Globant here, Private.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern, is like, who is your target? Anybody else but Harith, I think, is going to have a problem if you grab them. Harith is going to have some disengage tools to be able to get away as well. If you bring, God forbid, you bring a Leomord back into your team and you're going to be fighting off a Phantom Steed powerful in the back on your backside too as well. Maybe it does work the same way. I feel like the Cho was a great counter for the Hylos out there, but Rico, go ahead and take us into the beginning of this second series.
Let's go, everybody! Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game here. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. The upper bracket on fire so far. Taking the chance and opportunity to say hello once again to the people on the chat. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your audience. Thank you, Rice, Dress Ray, Pinoy, Eagle, MLBB, Miyazaki, everyone, that fool. Thank you so much, and let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, I feel like there's a possibility here. 9Z Globant, especially with Feshin on the Gourd. Here, you bring out the Gourd, you bring out the Mystic Gush, you bait out Flick to try to come in with the Phantom Steed, which I feel like is already, I feel like Feshin is going to be a huge target. But when Flick comes in, maybe you can go ahead, latch him up with a Divine Judgment and pour him deeper into your team, I guess. It's interesting. I want to see what 9Z Globant. We've doubted them in the past. They've come up so well, and they've got such a great base for excellence right now that I don't want to doubt what this composition can bring, especially with the Phoveus on their side. That's going to be able to do a great job of just pouring on the damage, especially in the first objective.
Yeah, we gotta agree here that the idea from 9Z working with this Kaja is good. You know, like it's not a bad idea. But I think that we are concerned about like the targets on this situation. You know, because you have a Leomord. Okay, Flick here is taking a lot of damage, so she has to take care. But oh, he's done it.
Yeah, Chino actually takes a lot of damage. Gonna have to come back with that demonic force. It does open it up for 9Z Globant to go ahead and pick up that objective, though. So I feel like that death wasn't in vain for 9Z Globant. They do pick up the first turtle.
Yeah, they got the turtle here, but the first kill was for Alpha 7. It could be worse though, because the kill was to Paquito on Hylos, but they got the first turtle here. So the goal lead here, there's no different so far after like 3 minutes on the first game. But oh, Alburo Crazy.
Ooh, Alburo Crazy taking a decent amount of damage. 4 members from Alpha 7 trying to chase him down. Fashion. Luisinho is going to go ahead and launch off a little bit of an evil queller there. Connects with 2 members, but no worse for wear. Both these teams being very respectful, not trying to get into fights that they can't handle just yet.
Yeah, so far here, like after 3 minutes, we were saying like both teams are focusing on getting the farm, focusing on like controlling this mini waves and reaching the highest levels as faster as they can. And of course, for Alburo Crazy to find someone lost, to find like a specific peak off here, especially right before the objective, right before the turtle. But once again, as we were talking about here, Private, it's not going to be very easy for this Kaja.
For me, the big strategy for Alpha 7 is going to be able to kind of understand where Fashion is on the map and be able to close the distance on him to shut him down. That's going to be something that's going to be a huge problem for Alpha 7 if they aren't going to be able to answer it right away. 13 seconds left on this first turtle, or on this next turtle.
Yeah, the second one here, 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Oh my goodness. It doesn't come out. From this next turtle here, both teams are aware, and now I think that Alpha 7 is going to start this turtle. Yes, so here it comes, Private.
Yeah, gonna go be Hasu there, going ahead and beginning at Paquito on the backside, looking for an angle to get in there, gets caught. Oh, they catch Chino immediately, who's gonna go ahead and start locking down with some demonic forces. Out comes the stun immediately from a lot of the members there. 3 members back there. Chino on the backside. Luisino coming in for the damage. Are they gonna be able to find Paquito? Is down. The big damage coming out of the Mystic Gush from Fashion there, but the turtle does still up. Both sides do ignore it, looking for those kills, and unfortunately for Alpha 7, does look like they are on the back end, the back foot there, backs against the wall as Paquito gets taken out, because that's going to be a big tank for a lot of this damage.
Yeah, so the knock-up here coming out from Chino was huge, and it was very crucial for 9Z Globant. Not guarantee the kill on Fashian's hand, but to get the second turtle. Private. 5 minutes after on the first game here, 2 turtles for 9Z Globant. And okay, the goal lead is not a big deal for 9Z Globant, but hey, we are talking about Alpha 7, so this game here is going to be very interesting for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because Alpha 7 were kind of roaming around there looking for a good pickoff, and Paquito decided to lay down the glorious pathway to catch Chino. I feel like of all the heroes that you could go for in the early game, Chino is the one that could negate the most damage if he slammed down with that demonic force. They were able to get the stun on him, they just didn't have the burst, and that really kind of led it to keeping them there, which allowed Fashion to kind of come in with the stun, with the Mystic Gush, to really lay on a lot of damage. We take a look at the items here.
Yeah, corrosion side for a carry, stardom side here for a Herod, like the both guarantee the first item here and the boot so far. Glowing wand for both mid laners here, Zetian and Gord, and the Ice Dominance and the War Axe here on the active lane. But now here in the mid lane, Alpha 7 taking the actions. Oh!
Yeah, Mystic Gush comes out there. 31 seconds still till the next turtle is up there as well. Paquito does find a stun onto Alburo Crazy, but first of all, we don't. Oh, a little bit of a pull there onto Paquito. Glorious pathway laid down, and this was the problem I was kind of seeing. You grab Paquito, and what does that really help your team? And now they turn it against them. 2 down for the side of 9Z Globant.
Guys, look what I found. It was like, it's not so good idea here for Kaja, Alburo Crazy. I mean, once again, the idea, like on the theory is very good, but even once again here, the target for 9Z Globant is not that easy because okay, you brought who? You brought a Paquito with Hylos? My goodness, you saw the response coming out from Alpha 7, the Glorious Path, and the rest of the teammates with the follow-up, with the sequence of causing damage, and now everything went in good for Alpha 7. 2 kills on Flick, the Leomorn, the jungler for Alpha 7. So once again, okay, 9Z took the tower on the bottom lane, working on the macro, okay, but they have to take care about these pickoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like we need to see. Oh, actually, going to lay a Glorious Pathway down again. Not able to find anybody just yet. Albero Crazy lying in wait at the L bush at the mid lane. But maybe we need the rest of 9Z Globant to kind of be on the same page. If he grabs that Divine Judgment, your response needs to be immediate. We need to layer on that the stun coming out from Gord there. Get that Mystic Gush out there as well to be able to burst him down quickly. Otherwise, you've wasted all of these abilities. You haven't taken down Hylos. He's healing up, and now you have the enemy team coming at you, and you have no more spells, no more ultimates because you wasted them trying to take down the tankiest member of Alpha 7. So it's going to be very interesting as we move a little bit later, as we start getting more and more damage on the side of 9Z Globant. Are we going to have enough damage to be able to take down the Hylos if we continue on with these types of Divine Judgments?
Yeah, so both teams now working on the macro here, working on like this pushing the minion waves, especially on the mid lane. 23 seconds, not only like not for Turtle, but now for the Lord, but Albero Crazy once again.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for him. Got caught and tried to find himself an escape, immediately flickered away. They laid down the Glorious Pathway alongside a Zeshian ultimate, which stunned him, and they were able to pick him off quickly. He wasn't even able to find himself an escape. Not that Akaja is that tanky in the first place, but man, unfortunate for the side of 9Z Globant, now looking at a 3-kill deficit.
Yeah, now the Lord here is started by the Alpha 7. Oh, Shino, what are you doing?
Yeah, he goes in, takes a heap of damage coming out from the CC. Nobody even able to close ranks onto this Lord right now. Upatizi comes in, able to find a kill onto Albero Crazy. The rest of Alpha 7 disengage after they... Oh, I don't know if they were able to get that, or now they're going to go ahead and start on the Lord. It's down to 25%. Not much from the side of 9Z Globant that they're going to be able to do to even come in to contest this.
Yeah, first Lord now guaranteed by Alpha 7 in one good moment on the game so far. So once again, 9Z trying to fight back, trying to find a solution here with that situation, but it's not that easy. You know, at least the goalie is not getting larger for Alpha 7 so far. It's only like almost 2k or 1k and a half for Alpha 7. 1 tower, no, 2 towers now for Alpha 7, and the Lord heading on the top side. And I think that things are getting complicated for 9Z Globant Private, because by the time that the minutes were passing, the time where it was growing, you know, the more the composition from Alpha 7 is getting more tanky, it's getting more resistant, and it's getting more difficult to this Kaja trying to do something.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I understand the game plan that was kind of coming out. It's just right now the execution, there's just too much tankiness on the side of Alpha 7. Not many targets that Albero Crazy is going to be able to close the distance on. Lord up at top just took care of a tier 2 tower. Another one at mid goes down as well. Or actually the tier 1 tower at mid goes down.
Yeah, so now here almost at 12 minutes. Still Alpha 7 causing this pressure, getting a domination here, especially on the map. Oh, here comes!
Yeah, Glorious Pathway is laid down, but now already you can start seeing where the minutia of this plan starts coming into play. You don't even need to engage them. You can just use the Glorious Pathway to separate 9Z Globant from the tower, and there's nothing to stop you from sieging on it.
I was about to say that, you know, okay, here comes the Glorious Path. Okay, just to zone the players, to zone the enemies, and guarantee 1 more tower here. So there's a very good use for the ultimate from Hylos here also. So once again, Alpha 7 getting this advantage, you know, like step by step, minute by minute. They are not like, they're not in a hurry. Okay, they have a carry on the other side here with the Trinity core items here, Golden Staff, the Demon Hunter. It might be a problem for Alpha 7, but the way they're playing like together on these blocks here, especially to guarantee this macro. So I think that 9Z has to do more than they are doing so far on this game. So even for carry, the things are not getting easier to guarantee the victory for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and while I'm trying to think of like what the difference is if we would have had a Cho here to try to execute this plan. I guess the Way of the Dragon has more time of CC to be able to get somebody down instead of like just a nice little disengage there trying to come out from Chino, and a beautiful ultimate coming out from the Zeshion as well. Hesu's gonna be able to find a kill, a double for Hesu being able to find on to 9Z Globant, who have to disengage from this fight again. Meanwhile, you can see already 9Z Globant starting to get desperate, is going to have to go ahead. Luisinho going to go up to the top to try to get himself some split push, but it's immediately going to be answered by Hesu.
Yeah, losing 2 players here in the last team fight was like it was not so good for 9Z Globant, so they didn't want to fight back this Lord. Luisinho, as you said, Luisinho headed up for the top side here to push that minion waves. Once again here, Alpha 7 getting this advantage, you know, like turning large in one. Oh, it was the Phantom Steed. I thought it was the Glorious Path. It was like, okay, what for this Glorious Path? But no, it was like the Leo Mord here calling the horse to get in the orange buff as faster as he can. But now the Lord heading on the top side once again, and maybe now this a Lord, I think that Alpha 7 could take more useful on him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw two blade armors actually come out there. Flick and Paquito both pick up the blade armor now, starting to get to the point where they understand that Gusta Lagusta should be coming online, so they're going to make sure that they can kind of hopefully offset that type of damage. Now, Lord up at top, tier 2 tower at mid, almost down. It's going to be down through the minions as 9Z Globant looking to make short work of this Lord. Luisinho unable to protect that tier 2 tower, which is unfortunate for 9Z Globant, sitting at a 1-7 game in favor of Alpha 7. Ooh, they do find Paquito again, and the ultimate again coming out from Frost Lane E to be able to shunt any type of offense that comes out from 9Z Globant as soon as they find that Divine Judgment.
Oh, Gusta Lagusta here got 1 kill on Upa TZ, and now forcing Alpha 7 to head back. They took down the high ground tower on the top side here. It all seemed to be the end for 9Z Globant on the first game, but Gusta Lagusta got the kill. Once again here, looking at the items. Malefic Gun now for a carry, while Harriet has the Infinity Glaive, the Stolium, the Heavens, and the Holy Crystal. And now carry is heading for the Golden Meteor on the last item here. Radiant Armor and Blade Armor here on Hesu's hand. But one thing here that I see, Private, is at this point of the game, I think that the only thing that 9Z can do is like to observe, now to watch and wait for a specific time, to wait for Alpha 7 to make some mistake, especially on this position thing, because this is the only thing that I can see 9Z Globant doing here to reverse that situation.
Yeah, another Divine Judgment lands on the Paquito, and they still able to get away, even taking the full front of the Mystic Gush from Feshin, and he's going to go back to base. Oh, and this has to be unfortunate for 9Z Globant, as they have to be realizing now, it's like, oh, okay, well, because that went perfectly for them. They were able to get the Divine Judgment, they got the stun, full Mystic Gush on him, and it still wasn't enough to take him down. Chino now trying to come in with that Demonic Force, gets stunned and bursted down by the likes of Hesu. Now continuing their way, Alberto crazy from the side. Upa TZ Easy with the kill there as well. Gusta Lagusta looking for an escape. Might not be long for this world as they're chasing him down. Flick does find the kill there. 12-2 in favor of Alpha 7, and they don't even continue on the Lord.
3 players down. Alpha 7 here ignores the Lord, but they still have Fashion here with the guard that can clean wave these minions. But here they come to the end, Private.
Yeah, 2 waves are starting to sync up here. Glorious Pathway is out as well. Mystic Gush immediately gets taken down as Hesu finds the kill there, and a team wipe for Alpha 7, followed by the core.
Domination here from Alpha 7 on the first game. Here comes the victory. 1-0 to Alpha 7, Zena.
Wow. What a game, but both teams, they were doing so good in the beginning, but I think it's more they were trying to feel each other out and kind of get to see what strategy they can use. At first, 9Z was doing well, but after that, they kind of snowballed because it seemed like Alpha 7 was able to get the majority of the kills, and from there, it was like a snowball, and they took everyone out, and there was no room for 9Z to breathe. It was...
I mean, we kind of saw it right from the draft when it came to having the Kaja out there. I mean, it's kind of known a good strategy against a Hylos would be the Cho to be able to single out the Hylos, kick him away from his Glorious Pathway, and then the team to be able to kind of burst him down. Unfortunately, I feel like you need to really take advantage of that in the super early game to really kind of hold the Kaja down, to keep him like under farmed and stuff like that while you continue to do that. And that just wasn't the case here. And I feel like the selectiveness of our targets, there just wasn't another avenue for 9Z Globant here when it comes to who do we go for, because you weren't getting that far back to get to Frostlane Eve on the Zeshian. Hesu's going to be able to find themselves an escape as well. It's just unfortunate for the side of 9Z Globant, even with the perfect execution of that type of composition, you saw that Paquito was still able to withstand the damage that was coming out.
Yeah, not only seeing from 9Z's point of view here when it comes to Bodo Crazy with Kaja, but when it comes to the execution coming out from Alpha 7, it is a very interesting one because you have the ultimate from Zetian with the Glorious Path with the Phantom City here. So the follow-up from this kind of execution is a very, very interesting. And to end it up with the golden key here, it comes to the Upatizi damage from Harriet and the CC here from Hassel. They were playing a very solid. So this execution was not so really far. So at this point of the game, and we're seeing like a Bodo Crazy getting a surprise sometimes with this execution. So it wasn't good for 9Z Globant at all. And by the time that Bodo Crazy was trying to do something, it was like trying to use the Divine Judgment to isolate a player, for example, from Alpha 7. The response from Alpha 7 was immediately. So they were chasing down Bodo Crazy to get the kill and get the advantage. So far and on this first game, I'm sorry, Alpha 7 dominated.
All right. Every game, every team fight seemed to start with this player. It is, not start with the Hesu. What? Okay, I got confused. I thought it was going to be the jungler, but wow, Hesu made it and took it. 507 KDA, 36.1k total damage, and 661 golds per minute. Hesu with the CC. Okay, I see you.
Yeah, It was beautifully enabled by the front line of his team and these stuns, the Fury of the Phoenixes that were coming out from the Zeshian as well, that allowed him to just continue smacking them back with the yo-yo hits as well. So great enablement from his team there.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought that it would be to Paquito here with Hylos, like with 11 assistants. But Hesu here playing so well, especially with CC here, with a very solid XP lane when it comes to CC to like with this damage, continuous damage here with this heavy yo-yos coming from this lady. So Hesu once again like showing his potential, showing his strength when it comes to working as a teammate, working as a team, a group here on Alpha 7. So it is very important, especially for Alpha 7, when the players are together, when you have this team play to guarantee the victory for Alpha 7.
I'm almost kind of like stuck trying to figure out what might have been better to go in there. Maybe even the Gord might not have been the greatest pick up there too, especially with a Hylos and a Leomord on the opposite team. I feel like you're gonna close the distance on a Gord so well, but I don't know what else could have possibly gone in there. The a Linux possibly, but that's gonna be more to the. You're definitely aiming for like a mid to late game type of composition with the Linux on your team, and that doesn't really help you out in the early game, which I feel like is what they were looking for, is an immediate answer to really back off Alpha 7. And I feel like it went the opposite way, is that right from the get-go, Alpha 7 realized, okay, there's nothing really that we have to be afraid of as long as we have our front line. Hylos is there. As long as they're using those divine judgments on Hylos, there's really nothing for us to be concerned about. I don't even think they had any backline access on the side of Alpha 7, which was, I feel like, was the real problem. I don't even think Zushin or Zechion even took any damage whatsoever from any of those fights.
Yeah, Zushin was not reachable at all. She did an amazing job helping with the control. There was a lot of heavy control on the side of Alpha 7 there. CC also kind of has that little control with her ult to kind of yo-yo them together and get them stuck from, escaping as well. So that all played a major part in this match win for sure.
Yeah, and the people were like asking if the 9Z was like did they proc the ZTN's buffer passive, like pushing away the enemies, because yes, I don't remember seeing 9Z like trying to get this backline or trying to flank here, especially to counter this ZTN on this first game. Especially because when a Border Crazy trying to target some hero, most of the time it was like the Hylos one. So the Hylos would say, "Oh, hey, are you targeting me? Okay, let's go, guys." So here, activating the Glorious Path with the Phantom Steed, with the Halt following up of the damage. So it was not a good idea for 9Z Globant. So let's see what 9Z is going to bring on this second draft here. Kaija, at least on the global ban, we are not allowed to see Kaija anymore here for 9Z. So let's see if Oboro Crazy is trying to pick Marcel, for example, if he brought sometimes and it was like good, or maybe a Kalia, for example. So there's many options to 9Z Globant to still get back in this game.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel like their plan kind of got read immediately from the side of Alpha 7, because the Kalea pickup came out immediately, which I feel like probably would have worked out a little bit better. And Glue, I feel like 9Z banned Glue themselves there as well, so that was another initiating factor that kind of was turned off from them. It happens too when it comes to some of these picks. I feel like it depends on hero pool or if everybody was on the same pages when it came to a lot of those divine judgment. Was the entire team immediately understanding, all right, now we got to burst him down, or were some of them maybe kind of holding out some of that damage for other pickups as well? We'll see. It's only first a game there, but we're talking about, like we said, a massive team like Alpha 7, who have been, I want to say they're actually one of the favorites too as well when it comes to these playoffs here in the South. A lot of great history behind these guys, and I mean, they've earned themselves about a 3-week break so far, just kind of chilling and showing thus far that they have not just been sitting on their hands. We've talked, and this is something too, we've talked about the growth and the things that 9Z has been able to do, and all of these other teams who were in the Swiss stage who had a few hurdles and shortcomings. We've talked about them being able to grow, but what we haven't talked about is I don't think Alpha 7 and Entity 7 have just been sitting there stalwart. You know, they haven't just been sitting there not doing anything. They've been making their own waves and growing themselves as well when it comes to developing strategies, understanding the play style of these guys. So sometimes it kind of comes down to the fact that, yes, you are making these giant waves. Yes, you are being able to jump over these hurdles, but Alpha's doing the same thing on their side. So the more you try to catch up, the more they're trying to distance themselves from you when it comes to these strategies and skills.
Yeah, they are for sure keeping an eye on everyone, even though they do have that break. And it's showing here. They're going to keep up their growth and not let up for sure. They banned out the Fanny and the Harley here, as well as the Zushin and Freya, taking out some really heavy hitters here to kind of give them a smaller hero pool to pick from.
Yeah, so no Harley on the second game here, at least from 9Z Globant. That could be a possibility here as the first pick. They still have Baxia open, for example. Still have another options here as Kalia, or maybe focusing on mid lane, for example, on this first phase here of banning. But yeah, Suyo here now for a 9Z Globant. So if Alpha 7 doesn't ban Baxia, I believe that there's going to be the first pick here for 9Z Globant. But if they ban Baxia, maybe I don't know, maybe Kalia could
they can ban Baxia without the fear of Phoveus coming out from 9Z Globant because they just picked it.
Yeah, but okay, but 9Z is not allowed to repeat for Phoveus, right?
No, yeah, they can't, 9Z can't pick them. That's why they're okay.
Yeah, that's why I said you ban Baxia.
Sorry,
you don't have the fear of Phoveus coming out from 9Z because they just picked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, first pick here for 9Z Globant. Maybe they're gonna a Claude first hit on the goal lane. So we're not used to see Claude so many times. At least on this weekend, but it could be a possibility here.
There he is.
So it seems like they are not allowed to use a carry on this game. So Claude here is the first pick for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and I feel like you go here, you pick up the Phoveus as well. On the side of Alpha 7 here, Marcel is still open as well, but I don't think you take Marcel with the option of Valentina being picked up by 9Z Globant. Or actually, you don't even need to pick up the Phoveus early here. You could go with the Marcel and Valentina quickly here on the side of Alpha 7, so you take off the option of them getting a golden hour themselves and still have Phoveus as a possible third pick because it can't be picked up by the side of 9Z.
But then couldn't they ban that out? Oh well, they went ahead and picked up Valentina and Sora here, but doesn't that give it a chance to be banned out by the side of a 9Z, so they couldn't choose it?
Yeah,
right? Not as a third pick.
Yeah,
okay.
not only ban, but to pick the counter, you know, so you get Sora and you get the counter for Sora on a possibly counter on XP lane here. So mid lane here and XP lane guaranteed by Alpha 7. With the Sora here and Valentina, the response coming out from 9Z Globant, maybe they can work like with, but the problem is here, Private. But it's with Valentina on the game, 9Z has to take care about the choosing here. Okay, Fredrin and Ivy, because Valentina can copy the ultimate, so that's gonna be a problem for 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, as you said that, and they pick an Eve, I feel like that's exactly what you meant. And now they're going to have a real world, not just a real world manipulation, but sometimes the ultimates that she can take don't really fit or do well from her. Like, I think, taking the Appraiser's Wrath, it doesn't really do much for Valentina. I don't even think she gets the damage or the scaling with that as well. But something like an Eve is perfect for her because she's going to be building basically the same type of items, the same type of damage for it, so she'll be able to really take advantage of what comes out of that. So yeah, very interesting here now, may possibly setting up for a Hylos pickup on the side of 9Z Globant. So you have that combination of the Eve and the Hylos. Ooh, Guinevere. I do like Guinevere when it comes to taking on something like the Fredrin. Ooh, because he's not as mobile. He's going to be hanging around that the Turtle Pit, hanging around the Lord Pit, and that's I feel like Guinevere is going to have a great time being able to go in there, find the jump before the Violet Requiem.
I will choose my
Yes, for sure. They're gonna go ahead and ban out the Arla next. They want to take out the XP lanes here. I feel like we only saw Claude once in the last game. They started banning him out a lot, right? So I guess in this game they don't find it as much as a threat.
Maybe.
On the side when it comes to, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean Claude, he's going to be going onto the back line. He's going to be trying to get onto Valentina, onto Gwen, or to Sora. They're going to have abilities that can kind of create distance from Claude going in with the Blazing Duet. No.
Yeah. And especially now with like Alpha 7 working on this Guinevere here, so maybe a banning, maybe like forcing all 9Z banning heroes with control, like Rock for example. Maybe the next one could be Glue on the roaming here. Alice was the last ban here for Alpha 7. So especially with like this heroes with control, I don't think that Kalia is gonna be a banned here, because with its Tsunami Slam it doesn't make sense with the Guinevere jumps for example. But maybe a Glue for example, maybe Gato Chacha could be another one with a Avatar of the Guardian here, could be another interesting situation for Alpha 7. So I believe that 9Z is gonna focus especially on this roaming heroes with control. So waiting for this last ban here. Ship, okay, not that much control. I was surprised about that. But let's see what is Alpha 7 going to bring to work with Guinevere here on this pressure or like mid / river / XP lane here.
Yeah, I feel like the Gatakacha is definitely, I feel like that's going to be about the #1 pick when it comes to this, especially because he'll be able to, as slow as the Avatar of the Guardian is, it's going to be something you'll be able to set down onto a real world manipulation where Eve isn't going to be able to find an escape. Not just that, but you've also got Fredrin that's going to be sitting inside that lane, and he's got that little bit of pop-up that can really meld well with the Violet Requiem from the Guinevere.
And what if Sora comes to the gold lane here for Alpha 7?
Because I saved my nation from falling apart.
And bring a Terizla on the XP lane here with penalties on.
That's actually not a bad spot, because as much as Sora does not do well against being kited, Claude is unique to every other marksman, where he has to be very, very close to be able to do his damage, and he wants to, and that's something that Sora absolutely punishes. That's actually not a bad. Maybe I mean, they don't have a coach on the side of Alpha 7. Maybe start sliding you up in there, start sending out some DMs.
if this happens, I'm like. Oh, Gato Chacha here for 9Z Globant. Not only to take away from Alpha 7, but also to guarantee this control with this execution here, especially when it comes to the Fredrin and the Blazing Duet coming out from Claude. But still, I want to see what Alpha 7 is going to bring here on the last pick. Still assuming, because Guinevere here can be on jungler, but now Winston Shin could head on the goal lane, for example, or Guinevere heading for the roaming. Oh my goodness, so many possibilities here on Alpha 7.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say either. It's like, what are they? Oh, what?
It's blowing our mind or something. But no. There's only like Hilda on roaming. No, Hilda on.
Yeah, Hilda's roam.
Wait.
Sora XP.
No.
What? Oh, what? No. I am so what?
Okay.
I'm so confused.
So
I told you.
So
I
Guinevere's
told
going to
you.
be our roam?
Oh, wait. Okay, Paquito, Guinevere, the roaming, Upa Cheesy
goal
with
lane
Sora,
is
the
Upa
goal
Cheesy.
lane.
Sora.
Yes. Yes, I thought there was like XP lane has to would be with Terizla, for example, with the penalty zone, but he chose Hilda. But the idea from Sora with the goal lane, it happened here, Private.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious about Hesu with the Hilda. Well, in the XP lane, which is really kind of confusing for me. I feel like Hilda doesn't really shine in the XP lane. I do like the rest of this. I do like the switch up to be putting Sora into the gold lane, especially like we talked about. Will shine up against Claude here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 taking on a 9Z Globant. 9Z still looking for a reply to Alpha 7, and they're dominating game 1 victory.
Yeah, after the dominance here, welcome once again to the Land of Dawn on the second game. Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. Once again, you on the chat, you are the main star of the show, so hello once again. Hello to GM Kilua, hello to Kurapika, hello to Pinoy, everybody. Hello to Mir. One here, I cannot. Am I allowed to read this name? I think I can. But now here on the mid lane, oh, Fashion in trouble with Oboro Crazy, but now they're safe.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of there as we're taking a look at some of these emblems coming out. I think we got a concussive blast coming out from both of our roams. So going to be a bit of a tanky Gwen coming out of this. I'm definitely eager to see, do we send support up to this gold lane to try to help out Gusta Lagusta, or do we kind of let him fend for himself? And try to let him try to get nice little pop-up does land on Noah Burrow Crazy. Fashing right there in waiting to try to put some damage onto Paquito. Burrow Crazy, I feel like is a very aggressive for the amount of damage that he's taking.
Maybe too much. Because like he's forced to head back on the base. Meanwhile, you were seeing checking the emblems like Claude with the quantum charge, while Sora here was like with the Brave Smite. So okay, maybe for the regen HP here for Sora is a good idea, but versus and Claude, oh, here it comes Hesu.
Yeah, and we have the rotation coming in from Upatizi as well to put down the damage, and that's going to be an immediate takedown of Al Burrow Crazy on the backside. Luisinho maybe trying to take down himself a Lord, while Upatizi able to find a kill onto Fesh, and Flick able to find the kill onto Luisinho and the Turtle as well. 3 unanswered kills for Alpha 7 and the Turtle in pocket. On the backside, Chino in trouble, getting dove on by 2 members and taken down by Flick.
The turbo mode here coming out from Alpha 7. The first Turtle, 4 kills and the first tower. Minutes on the game so far here, Private.
Yeah, I mean, a great opening again for Alpha 7 here. 0 and 4, and 9Z Globant just have not been able to find an answer thus far. Trying to put on the damage. Luisinho, and that's the problem too, is there's an engagement on the other side of it where you found that Alburo Crazy just took a heap of damage. All the while, Luisinho on the back end still trying to focus on this turtle, didn't want to give it up, and maybe this is something that you need to talk about and understand. This is something you need to call out for your team. If you're taking damage, if we want to go for the fights, or if we want to go for the objective, we need to call that out, because I want to say a decent amount of the team were trying to offend the damage coming out from Alpha 7 while Luisinho was still on the turtle trying to take it, and then eventually got taken out himself.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 here like knew very much what they're doing, especially when it comes to Paquito. A very strong roaming here, because oops, once again here, Paquito. Oh, but in the goal lane, in the bottom lane, sorry.
Yeah, even, I mean, Chino just having a heck of a time dealing up at the bottom. He's already lost his tower there. Finally, it does look like Gusto Lagusta has a lone lane where he's going to be able to kind of get a little bit of a push. But what's happening here is the dominance of Upatizi on this Sora pick is allowing these super early rotations. He's able to clear out the lane super quickly and join the fight for Alpha 7 during a lot of these objective fights immediately. So, I mean, you're dealing with a 4v5 as a best case scenario if you're 9Z Globant.
I'm laughing because on the bottom line, you're like 3 players from 9Z Globant was trying to chase Hasu Hamilton, but Hilda with Hilda, it's very difficult to catch this hero here on the movement speed so far. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 was guaranteed another turtle. The second one here, the gold lead heading on almost 3k for Alpha 7. And one thing that I was about to say that I was really focusing on XP lane here, like working Hasu taking Terizla, for example, working with the penalty zone because it could be easier to Guinevere execute the jump and the Requiem Violet. But it isn't necessary because even though like Hasu playing with the Hilda, Paquito is like hitting the jump, you know, like it's hitting the oops. Okay, please don't make me cause La Mufa here because I'm making compliments for you, Paquito. Please. But once again, Paquito like playing aggressive, playing forward, and yeah, Alpha 7 like is working with the composition with here comes.
Yeah, Violet Requiem actually comes out of here as well. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Albero Crazy. 2 real-world manipulations have been laid on the board, and down goes Luisinho. 0-7 right now for Alpha 7, trying to chase them down, but decide to disengage. They do have the spread. They're going to be able to take down another Tier 1 tower at the top lane. 6 minutes in, and it is 0-7. 2 turtles and 2 towers for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and they want more. The focus now could be on the mid lane here, but there is no minion wave so far. Private, 6 minutes and 24 seconds. The gold lead heading for a 6k to Alpha 7. It's like, it's a very full domination here.
Yeah, that is, I mean, 1,000 gold lead every minute. Every minute you're getting that big of a lead on your opponents right now. And that just talks hugely about the overwhelming offense that Alpha 7 has in here. They're winning all of their lanes. They're able to push. They're able to get the early rotations to a lot of these objectives that 9Z Globant isn't even able to answer. And I feel like a lot of their compositions looking at a mid to late game power spike here as well. Gusto Lagusta so far probably underneath being fed here as well. And they cannot even contest this next lord or this next turtle.
Look at the jungle XP level. Flick 12 and Luisinho 8. 4 levels ahead on the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, I know Fredrin does have his issues when it comes to like farming. Usually you see him up against like a Suyo, and especially when it comes to mid game or late game, you start seeing that like 5k gold difference coming out. But man, Flick is really making use of the fast jungling ability that he has with the Yusun Shin. And here, sitting at 0-7, I feel like 9Z Globant, like they're at a point where you can't even contest any fights. If it's organized, you don't want the fight. The only thing that you can hope for right now is that you're able to bait something out, that you're able to find somebody that the rest of the team can kind of collapse onto, because any type of even fight that you're at right now is a fight that you're going to lose until like you don't have any of your power spikes just yet at all.
Yeah, but now we're seeing once again Alpha 7 dominating the map, getting like stealing the orange buff here from 9Z Globant. It's still the first tower here on the mid lane is standing up from 9Z Globant, but I believe Private is going to be a matter of time here to Alpha 7 take down. We saw the Blade of Despair on Insushin's hands. We're seeing the damage dealt ranking here comes to fashion, you know, surprisingly to the mid lane for 9Z Globant with 18k. But the reality here is like Alpha 7 dominating the pace, dominating the macro and the micro here so far. And the goal lead, once again, as you said, like 1k per minute almost, is heading to almost 9k.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it weren't a profession, Alpha 7 would be completely dominant in the damage charts right now. All 5 members up there immediately after Fashion there. So that just tells you how far behind 9Z Globant is starting to slip. Still trying to be active, though. I do like the spread that they have on it. They're trying to kind of keep up with these lanes. The only problem is now, especially when you're this far ahead, the answers that they have, things like the Hilda, when you're ahead, is a big thing. Oh, Flick gonna go in from the backside looking for a damage onto Hesu, but immediately disengages so that they can get the spread to take out the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, so far here now, one more tower for Alpha 7. The first one on the mid lane here, 7 kills for 0 from a 9Z Globant. The Lord heading on the top side here, 10 minutes on the second game. I have to be honest here, Private. I think that to 9Z reverse that situation, I mean, like, we have to believe in the miracles here. You know,
I mean, this level difference, 5 levels for Flick. These are the types of games that you see on YouTube where they say ultimate build for Yu Sun Shin, unstoppable build, but then you just see it and it's like he's 5 levels ahead. Of course, he's destroying the opponents here. And right now, 9Z Globant just do not have, they just are not able to catch up. In any of the lanes, I feel like they're down about 2 levels here and doing the best that they can to try to turtle up. There's no answers, there's no abilities that they can come into. Even if they catch Hesu, they're going to have a problem being able to try to bring him down. A almost 5k gold lead for Flick alone.
Yeah, you see the jungler difference here, especially when it comes to the gold lead. Malefic Gun and Sky Pierce, Hunter Strike for Institution so far. While Fredrin is working on the def, you know, like the defense, the chases and the Radiant armor here. But still, it's not a good situation for Fredrin and the rest of the composition for 9Z Globant. But now Alpha 7 is cooking. You see all the players actually like doing the dance, like the recall dance here. Okay, it's like they're not compromising the rhythm, they're not compromising the pace here. Like, I think that they're waiting for the next Lord, you know, even though I believe that if they can, if they wanted to push, if they wanted to cause more pressure here on 9Z Globant, they could, because they have the jump from Guinevere, they have the ultimate from Sora, for example, which has a great control. So they have Valentina who can use the ultimate from Gato Chacha, for example, but no, they are playing safe. They are like choosing the safest option so far here to finish the second game.
Yeah, right now, I mean, why not recall when you have the advantage, you're able to farm, you need it, and this is kind of the unfortunate thing. It's not the most exciting game when both teams understand where they are on the scaling. Alpha 7 knows that they have the advantage. They need to wait. They can wait out for either the objective to come outline or for 9Z Globant to come out from their base. 9Z Globant understands that they are so far behind that they need to turtle into their base. There's no fight that they can take that they're going to be coming out ahead here. And unfortunately, that just kind of leads to a game right now where they're slowly kind of being like, it's like a snake that attacks an animal that, yeah, it's struggling, but the snake hold is getting tighter and tighter and tighter until there's not going to be much left. We're only at high grounds here for 9Z Globant. 13k gold lead for Alpha 7.
Is it my impression here, Private, or Alpha 7 is trying to do the perfect game? No towers down, all the 3 turtles, all the 2 lords, no deaths. I think that they are working on it here. Now the Lord heading on the top side. Here comes the pressure from everywhere.
Yeah, now comes the swell as the Lord goes ahead, pushes up at top. Violet Requiem does a land on to the team of 9Z Globant. Looking for an escape. Luisinho looking to put the damage on. Oh, and the first death. Upatizi, kick him off the team. Feeder on the side of Alpha 7 as 9Z Globant finally earn themselves their first kill of the game. Are not even able to chase as they still have a Lord underneath the base swinging away.
No perfect game at all here on the second game here, and Upatiz is going to buy a pizza for everyone because he was killed here so far. But it's still private. The advantage for Alpha 7 is huge. Not only about the goal lead or the map domination, it's about the confidence, it's about like the experience levels here, you know, everything. Okay, now look, the top level on Mobile Legends is level 15. So now Lizio is reaching a flick on the level, but still Alpha 7 is like very far ahead on the second game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for like trying to take advantage and stuff like that, but there's only so much of a spread that you can get. I think from this point on, 9Z Globant can only get closer. So, ooh, now Paquito comes in, slides in again with the Violet Requiem. Might be able to find a kill here as Frostlane Eve able to push back Alburo Crazy, finding that kill. 1 to 8 right now for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, so one more kill here for Alpha 7. 8 kills so far on the second game. 26 seconds left for the next Lord, but I think that Alpha 7 is trying to do something here. Not only causing pressure, but only to push these minion waves here to try and take down the high ground towers left on this second game.
Yeah, looking to maybe put some pressure onto this mid lane here. You see them kind of poking away at it. That's going to be one high ground ad mid taken away, and they are going to be able to disengage despite the offense coming from Gusta Lagusta there. You see Paquito there, able to kind of turn around for that jump. Gusta Lagusta was ready for it. Tries to put on the offense as much as he can, but it's just not enough yet. Now kind of dancing around this turtle. Still don't think that 9Z Globant is in a position, still 13k behind as they try to clean up these lanes. And a flank on the backside when it comes to Hesu there. Maybe looking for an open target if he's going to be able to find it there. I think they find it. They do find Hesu on the back end there. You see Gusta Lagusta trying to put some pressure onto him. Lord picked up by the side of Alpha 7. Paquito in trouble. Oh, and a Winter Crown actually blocks the Appraiser's Wrath coming out from Luisino. Down goes Chino. The rest of the team scrambling to try to find themselves and escape as in comes the flank on the back end. Gusta Lagusta being chased, able to get back to the core, thankfully, to be able to get his health up. They only lose Chino in that exchange.
Gusta Lagusta saved by Bodo Crazy's ultimate here coming up from Gato Chacha. But still, the advantage is in on Alpha's hands. Alpha 7's hands. Now the Lord headings on the mid lane. Could be the final push here, Private.
Yeah, they're probably looking to kind of close this up. You do have Chino down for about 4 more seconds. Lord coming in. Damage coming out from the side of 9Z Globant, trying to put that onto them. They are able to take down the Lord. Alpha 7 do disengage. There's not even a jungle for Alpha 7 to clear out, as they've already cleared that out on the side of for 9Z Globant side. Still have minions beginning the push here, possibly looking for a door inside of this base. Just one more high ground tower on the side of 9Z Globant. Still a 3k gold lead for Alpha 7.
Yeah, so still here now, Chino closing up the halberd here. I think that is the last item from CC, but now here comes like Alpha 7, always like with this information, with that visibility here coming out from 9Z Globant. 2 more minion waves, especially from the sides, on the top side and the bottom side here. Only the high ground on the bottom lane here is still standing for 9Z Globant, but still Alpha 7 doesn't fall back, doesn't get safe. They still want to cause this pressure. They still want to push this mini waves to get this information. Holy Crystal now for Fashin and Malefic Gun for Gusta Lagusta. Gusta Lagusta is one of the hopes for a 9Z Global. But so far, Private, check it out Gusta Lagusta's KDA. 0-0-0. He was not able to do anything on this game so far.
Yeah, he's not able to do anything, but he's also not getting caught either. So he's still kind of, we've talked about these types of players who despite their team, like maybe even getting mollywopped in here and taking some impressive losses, there's still some of those players who can play their own game independently of how badly their team is going. And Gusta Lagusta is one of those players. Maybe not in a position just yet to be able to kind of turn the tides here, but if there is going to be a tide turned here for the side of 9Z Globant, I feel like it's going to be with Gusta Lagusta at the front of the helm here, being able to possibly get in, possibly a surprise supplies blazing duet or get some damage out there. Alberto Crazy checks the bush there. Paquito's lying in wait there. You see Gusta Lagusta keeping those stacks up on this Claude as well. Ooh, actually takes a lot of damage coming out from Flick there as well. That does push back the rest of 9Z Globant, and a nice little viral Requiem does land on to the backside. Luisinho takes a lot of damage there. Might not be long. Oh, and you do see a Winter Crown coming up from Upatizi on the backside. Fashion able to find a kill onto Flick. Maybe able to turn this one around. Upatizi down. Gusta Lagusta with the kill there. Hesu being chased down. Still has the immortality procced out as well. Gusta Lagusta finds himself a kill. Now looking to possibly turn this game around. 9Z Globant with 3 unanswered kills against Alpha 7.
3 players down for 9Z Globant here. Flake is dead. No retribution coming out from Alpha 7. Now they're heading for the Lord. No fighting back from Alpha 7. And man, from now on, I believe in miracles, Private, because 9Z Globant is back in the game.
Yeah, suddenly back in the game. They've lowered this to a 4K gold lead. From a 13K gold deficit, have lowered it down to a 4K gold lead. And that's saying a lot. I know that's not great. I know that's still not a great game right now. But I mean, from what it was here, 9Z Globant looked like they actually still have a chance. Have the Lord going to be crushing down at mid lane. Now trying to get the side lanes kind of grouped up here as well. Paquito lying in wait, looking for a way in as the Lord does its damage to the mid tier 1 tower. Looking for another charge at the tier 2. Ooh, up at the top, we do see another takedown there. Chino putting the damage on. Is he going to be able to find it? Is not able to find the damage against Hesu as Upatizi come in to find an escape for his comrade. Another tier 2 tower at mid and top as well. Violent Requiem comes in. Paquito in trouble. Fashion finds the kill there as well. Down comes the real world manipulation. Gusta Lagusta finds a kill on the Flick, and another one onto Upatizi. A double kill there for Gusta Lagusta out, and a kill and a victory for the side of 9Z Globant from the clutches of peril.
9Z Globant as a phoenix here, coming back from the ashes. What a miracle we just saw here, Zina. I agree, Zina. Wise words, Zina.
Totally.
Wise words.
I was like, oh my god. I was going to say full-on domination by Alpha 7 there, but they totally threw it. But at the end, 9Z Globant came back. I think it probably had to do with the fact that they did not have a marksman as well. So the longer they kept going, and the stronger that he would be getting too, right? So,
I do not use the term throw often, but I feel like, man, first of all, let's just focus on 9Z Globant. The ability, we were talking about Gusta Lagusta. If this was going to be a turnaround, it was going to come onto the back of Gusta Lagusta coming in here. You see 4, 0, and 3. Not just that, but Fashion was able to find the great real world manipulations and the damage himself there, coming in at 4, 1, and 5, picking up the game where Luisinho was on his back. Chino, Alberto Crazy on their backs, not able to really find that momentum there. These two damage damage dealers on the side. You can see there 100% team fight participation by Fashion, 78% on the side of Gusta Lagusta. When we were talking about all these kills that were on the side of Alpha 7, it wasn't Fashion, it wasn't Gusta Lagusta. They were still maintaining that distance, still maintaining that discipline that they needed to be able to turn this around.
And I only remember here when I saw when I said okay, Gusto with 0-0-0, he wouldn't be able to do something on the game. I feel like something. Okay, now it is my turn. The duty calls here for me in this second game. What a performance, fishing here with Ivy, and I believe here. It's one of the biggest case that I ever seen about resilience, about mentality, about patience, because when we see on most of the ranked games, especially when you lost a flick, for example, many people say, okay, surrender. Okay, this game is done. There's no way to get back in this game, And it was like, okay, Alpha 7 dominating the game, dominating the pace since from the very first minute. And I was like, I already said here, once again, and it burns my tongue because I said, okay, from this point of the game, it was like for 9Z Globant to reverse that situation to win this game, it's only in the miracle. And the miracle came. Not only, I cannot say the miracle. I can say that 9Z was like a professional team. They were very resilient here, especially working on Gusta Lagusta and fishing strength. And they knew what they're doing here, waiting for the right moment. And oh my God, what a victory for 9Z.
I know, and when it mattered most, this player delivered in a big way. It was Fashion with that control. 415 KDA, 83.4k total damage, 646 gold per minute. Fashion was a big factor in helping them turn that around.
Yeah, both him and Gusta Lagusta, even with the complete offense from the side of Alpha 7 pushing into their line, into their jungle, I feel like both Fashion and Gusta Lagusta were so slippery when it came to trying to nail these guys down. Only one death here suffered by Fashion here, so he was continuing to get the items, continuing to try to work his way to getting the damage that he needed. You see here another real-world manipulation on there, bursting down Flick there as well, and able to find himself an escape from Upatizi, who was trying to come for the flank as well. So, I mean, a great game here played by a great game played toward those last 2 minutes when it comes to 9Z Globant. But I mean, maybe possibly a little bit of a lesson in that last game when it comes to celebrating before the entire game is over.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I thought the game was done, but once again, I want to figure out what happened to Alpha 7, honestly, because you had a team we saw Alpha 7 dominating everything from the first minute, right? So the turtles, the towers, the kills. I was about to say okay, maybe they're trying the perfect game here because 9Z was not able to do anything to get anything, but suddenly, all of a sudden, Alpha 7 was trying to play with the safest way. That's okay. We don't want to say about that, but once you have the chance and you have the advantage to push away, to cause more pressure, to trying to finish the game, and you're just okay, just head back, just get it safe, just wait for another lord, for example. And I didn't get it this Alpha 7 performance on the second game so far. So not only not taking the merit from 9Z because they were really, really good on reversing that situation, but Alpha 7, I think that they lost some chances to finish this game though.
Yeah, I do feel that they were hesitating too much there. They, like you said, could have been thinking oh, 9Z doesn't have any. They're nothing on us. So they got cocky and had that confidence, right? So they were going in and playing it safe just so they can get that perfect game, and it ended up turning it around. And that's what I love about Mobile Legends, is the fact that it can turn around and you never know until the end. So
yeah.
Yeah, there's two things for me is when you're so far ahead that first, I know I was joking when I was talking about you need to kick Sora off the team for being the first death, but that fight I want to talk about because you dove underneath a tower to try to attack 9Z Globant, and that was kind of the beginning of making mistakes here. When although that one didn't really cost them, it was a shadow of things to come with how they were kind of treating the game because they were so far ahead. I mean, 13K, I don't think I've ever been that high in a game there, and I might have treated it the same way, but when you're at the professional level, you need to understand that there's, especially that late in the game, like there's a limit to how far ahead you can be, and this is that limit. And after a while, the only thing that can happen is the team can get closer when it comes to how many items that you can get or how much a gold lead actually matters. Also, things coming like freezing out the lanes to make sure that you were able to clear out the enemy's jungle, but you were also pushing lanes in from the side, making sure that they had a constant flow of those side minions, those lane minions coming in there. When you could have frozen them out, force the side of 9Z Globant to try, if they want farm, they need to come out and they need to fight for it and risk getting killed out there as well. So there's these little things that kind of come out. It's just discipline, honestly, and that is an unfortunate loss for Alpha 7, but does speak highly about 9Z Globant to be able to continue keeping that focus, understanding what they need to do, and just, all right, this sucks, this is a bad game, we can't surrender, so let's just keep on doing what we need to do to move forward, and hopefully the enemy will provide us with an opportunity, and that's exactly what happened there. And that's honestly, and I've talked about that, I think I talked about this last week, that's exactly why I never surrender games when I'm playing ranked or anything. I don't care how bad it is. I just like they could make a mistake, somebody could disconnect, there could be a Wi-Fi issue, I don't know, something could happen and we could get this game back under roll. But man, what a victory for 9Z Globant, and I wonder if that kind of sets Alpha 7 back a bit here. You had everything under your control, or do they come back with a vengeance here now that they realize, oh man, we messed up?
Yes, for sure. Maybe they won't be making that same mistake this time around. They're like, okay, maybe we're being a little too much there. Okay, now we'll play right. So it might have been that might have been the reason. So all right, let's get into the draft here though. We have Fanny Ban and Phobius to start with Freya as well.
Yeah, so now waiting for the second binning here coming out from Alpha 7. Assuming there's still like Baxia open, Zunshin also open here. Oh no, yeah, Zunshin now is the second binning from Alpha 7. So working on like this in this meta and the heroes that we are used to see more here. Like Baxia could be the next one. Phobius from Alpha 7, because they are allowed to use Phobius, not 9Z Globant, can be a very good one. So there's so many options here, so many heroes that we can discuss here. So I'll just wait for it.
I mean, Baxia is going to be that big one. Thea, I think we're going to kind of off-ban here. Maybe you go with the Uranus so that you can pick up the Harley. Oh no, you're going to go with the Eve again here. So you've got the choice of Marcel, Baxia here. Suyo, which hasn't really been a priority pickup, especially because 9Z Globant can't pick it up and it's still an option for the side of Alpha 7, so I don't think they go with the Suyo ban here. I'm assuming it's going to be the Baxia. It's been the priority for a lot of these teams for the most part when it comes to these final bans out here. And then I don't even know what you go with the pickup if you're 9Z. But last time they went with the Claude, I mean, and as much as I was kind of like a little bit of questionable about the Claude being your first pickup, it ended up being one of the saving graces of their last match as well, is to get Gusta La Gusta on something comfortable, something that's going to be able to dominate. And maybe that's where you kind of go here. Maybe that's where your focus lies, is getting Gusta La Gusta on something that he's good on.
Yeah, it seems like they're gonna go ahead and ban out that Harith here, trying to take out, you know, any ammunition that Gusta La Gusta may have. Yeah, so they're target banning that for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what was like what I was thinking about. Like if they couldn't ban a Harriet here, I think that would be the first choice here for 9Z Globant. But now when it comes to the goal lane here, like with Harriet banned, no Claude, no carry here, so maybe there is still some choices left, like Moskov or Bruno, for example. But the first choice here for 9Z Globant is going to be Baxia.
And then here, if you're on the side of Alpha 7, do you go with, I thought they picked Valentina. Oh yeah, they did pick Valentina last game. So, I mean, Marcel is an option. However, you still have Valentina as an option on the side of 9Z Globant, so they can answer that back immediately. Maybe that's something that you save the roam for the next pick here. Go maybe in for a mid and a marksman pickup possibly, and then try to shut down marksmans on your second banning phase if you're decided Alpha 7. It could go anywhere. I'm honestly, I just kind of want to know. I want to know what the conversation is like over on the side of Alpha 7. If they're, I mean, they're from a lot of what we've seen, they're a good group of guys who have like an outstanding amount of respect for each other. So I know for a fact that there's not going to be any blaming going on there. I think they all can pretty much be like, all right, yeah, we messed up, boys. let's clean ourselves up and let's try to close this one out here. Cho and Moskov, an early Cho pick, which is really interesting to me here. Possibly to what? Get the Way of the Dragon onto the Baxia to be able to kind of shut him down a bit?
Or they're trying to scare any possibilities of anything that Cho can counter. So they're probably like, oh, we're gonna put this out here so you can't choose it. Let's see what else you choose. I don't know, maybe that could be their strategy there with that. Moskov is, like we've seen before, he's really great with getting around the map pretty quickly. Oh, there's the Marcel though on the side of 9Z and Valentina as well, so they aren't able to counter it on Alpha 7 side. Interesting.
Yeah. I'm thinking about like a Cho's pick here, maybe to force a 9Z Globant to use some mid lane with some kind of mobility, maybe Valentina or Kimi, for example. Because if 9Z was like thinking about Gord or Valier, for example, with no escape, with no mobility, it could be a good situation for the show here to use the Way of the Dragon to isolate someone here to get a specific pick off before an objective, for example. But now here, seeing that Alpha 7 guaranteeing an X-Borg, and it brings a possibility to X-Borg being in a jungler or in an XP lane, more to the jungle to be honest, but it has the possibility to head on XP lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna fit more into the jungler way. And I was trying to think, I'm pretty sure Last Insanity gets frozen by the golden hour, correct? So what happens after that? After the golden hour ends, does the Last Insanity finally explode, or is it negated entirely because it would have exploded in the golden hour? I assume that the damage just comes after after the golden hour.
Freezes,
so yeah, so that's gonna be very interesting to kind of play into too. Is that you see the golden hour go off, all the damage that's gonna come out here. There's a possibility of what? Do you go Beatrix on the side of 9Z Globant, which has been a big I want to say it's been a big one of those big contenders with Marcel to come out with that. I forgot what the machine gun is called though, but it does a lot of damage. That's really kind of puts a huge amount of AOE spread onto the opponents.
Both teams are taking their sweet time with these bans. They're making sure. They're like, are we sure we want to ban this? Are you sure? But they're gonna go ahead and ban the Gord here on the side of a 9Z because they don't want to leave much options open. That's what they need here for the side of Alpha 7, which is the Mage and the EXP laner, or Roam, unless if they put Cho on that EXP lane. So
yeah, maybe Alpha 7 can ban Bruno here, for example, to take out from Gus or Lagusta. Or working on XP lane here, maybe a Lapu or Alice here from Chino. This could be another an interesting ban from
1-1. I was about to say something about 1-1. They're like, well, here you go. You can't 1-1 here no more.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. It calls respect here for Augusta Lagusta Private.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm still in disbelief from that last match. I'm trying to figure out where you go from here. For me, it's more so not even that they were able to turn it around, but how dominant Alpha 7 were. The draft didn't look that bad to me when I saw it. Like I wasn't looking at this draft and being like, oh my god, 9Z is about to get destroyed. But Alpha 7 just took such dominance of it that I'm actually kind of questioning what I understand about drafting, especially when you're talking about one side that has a coach, one side that doesn't. And this is something I've talked about before. Sometimes, depending on the team, not having a coach can just be a lot smoother, especially if these guys on Alpha 7 are so knowledgeable themselves about their lanes, because you add that into them understanding what they can play instead of what looks good on paper and what looks good as a counter. They understand where their strengths lie. So their picks might not be the perfect draft, might not be the perfect counters, but it is enough because they know what heroes they're strong with and that they can try to pull out there as well for a lot of these teams. Ooh, very interesting, as we do have a Lunox pickup out there. That, if it's able to get close enough to the Boxia, can possibly be able to burst it down there. And I think it kind of offsets the possibility of a lot more of a tankier composition coming out from 9Z Globant.
Yes, for sure. Lunox, I was thinking that would be a good pick, but more so on the side of 9Z. But then, would they use Lunox in the gold lane anymore? I know they used to do that before, so. But I'm like, I don't know what they would pick here. Frig. Yeah.
Experience the euphony of suffering.
Granger and Lapu. Okay, actually.
All right. So. Okay, when it comes to Gusta Lagusta, everything is possible, especially like playing very good with this Granger here. Even though I'm not a big fan, because you have to work on skill shot, for example. Lapu on XP lane here brings some like more free zone for Chino, so it is very interesting for 9Z Globant. But now waiting for the last pick here for Alpha 7. Assuming there is still XP lane here left, so Joy!
Oh, Joy!
That's what I thought. So no, wait. Okay. Hasu on XP lane here with Xborg, sorry.
Yeah, so the drafts are locked in for here. My only question sometimes kind of comes out, Lapu, diving into the back line, who is your target? Who are you going to be able to take down here? He's going to be able to be tanky, hopefully create some type of separation between Alpha 7's back line and the front line that will allow 9Z Globant to be able to facilitate a lot of those objective pushes. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking why I'm eating my bread here. So, when it comes to, especially with Alpha 7 composition, with Flick with Joy here, it's a great finisher. Frost with a very late game hero, and Upatizi with the split push situation. That could be very interesting, because this composition from Alpha 7 has a lot of damage, when it comes to execution. With the high burst, when the last insanity, Joy with the rhythm, and Lunox with the true damage here. So I think at Alpha 7, it's they are compensating the lack of resistance that could be on this composition so far. But now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn one more time. This is the game number 3. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. Everything is tied up here, Private.
Yeah, I want to say, ooh, Joyce tried to sneak in there to find themselves a little wanderer, but it was secured up by 9Z Globant. Speaking of which, actually, Luisinho looking to try to go ahead and invade early already. Paquito actually very low on the backside here, taking a little bit of damage there. A little Albero Crazy does use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Flick already down to about half health, and Luisinho trying to continue on the pressure into enemy territory.
9Z Globant trying to cause this pressure on the Alpha 7 jungler so far here in the very first minute. Playing aggressive, playing forward here to trying to deny this farm so far. As we're seeing now the emblems that, oh my goodness, pure rage for Baxia, Valentina. Oh, in the mid lane here it comes.
Yeah, a little bit of an engagement there. Both teams just saying a little bit of a hello there. You can see already on the side, Hesu trying to go ahead and scoop up some minions there. Paquito on the backside getting vision for his team, trying to thread that to his team as well. Gold minion does look like it gets picked up there by Hesu as well. Now trying to spray on that damage. True damage going to be coming out with all those full stacks coming out from that pickup there. Now at level 3, almost at level 4, so he's going to have that last insanity. Yeah, he has the last insanity now. Out comes the bravest fighter immediately from 9Z Globant as well. A little bit of a stun lands onto Paquito and Hesu, looking for the jumps in there. Jikundo from Paquito. Ooh, almost taken down very low. In comes the last insanity. Electrifying beats as well. Fashion finds and secures the turtle for the side of 9Z Globant, but Upatizi comes in, is able to find a kill of his own. Actually, yeah, the only kill was for Alpha 7 there. The turtle went over to 9Z Globant though.
Yes, so the first turtle here goes for 9Z Globant. Meanwhile, Upatizi was able to join the fight, get the first kill here, the first blood, but even though he gave Gusta the opportunity to take some gold energy on the top side, but now here in the mid lane, 2v3, oh, here they come.
Yeah, Way of the Dragon followed up by the Golden Hour from Albero Crazy. Now flicking a little bit of trouble here, taking a heap of damage as Fashion comes in to secure that escape for Albero Crazy, and he is able to find himself an escape. And Paquito, I mean, I feel like Paquito's doing a good job here. This is what I expected from game 1 when it came to 9Z Globant for their pick. Instead, they kind of went with that Kaja pick up there. So maybe it kind of comes into a diff of the players' comfortability when it comes to being having a Cho on their team. You can see here Paquito down very low, is going to have to go back to base here. Next, a turtle will be up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, so we didn't talk about too much about Marcel's situation here and on 9Z Globant's composition. Working with the idea with maybe the Rhapsody here from a Granger, for example, or Chino using the ultimate with the Golden Hour to stack the time enough to 9Z Globant to compensate the follow-up for damage. So it's a good chance here for Marcel working on this case. Not only for disengage, as we are using to see at most of the time, but now Paquito.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he's actually using he's using a lot of these golden hours pretty much on cooldown. I appreciate that. I'd like to see that coming out there where we don't have to hold on to these ultimates all the time, and it's still able to go ahead assist 9Z Globant, able to go ahead and pick themselves up another turtle.
Yeah, someone is eating a lot. I want some, Zina. Please, I'm hungry. But now here comes to the game. The second turtle goes for 9Z Globant so far. Working on this macro here. Oh, here comes Paquito. Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't able to kind of close the distance fast enough. Albero Crazy doing a good job making sure that he has that, is able to get that information, get that viewing, and that vision for his team. Ooh, Paquito actually takes a little bit of a stunt there. I feel like the only thing that we're kind of lacking, I do like the use of the golden hour here. The only thing that I feel like we're lacking is Albero Crazy is able to go in and get a lot of the CC that we usually see from Marcel when he's being really, really offensive. Goes in, gets the stun, runs out away, which does a great job of being able to set up for his team when it comes to kills. You see a little bit of a gank up at top, that information already fed to Gusta Lagusta, and they both go ahead and try to get away from that top tower. Oop, gonna go in there, trying to get some a little bit of a stun up at the top, and Albero Crazy still kind of continuing walking around with Gusta Lagusta, trying to assist him with a little bit of that farming.
Yeah, way even better than Kasia on the first game, right? Using the Marcel on that composition, because I think that Albero Crazy, like, it feels more comfortable with Marcel here, working on stacks, especially on this crowd control. But now, Chino was in trouble because 4 players on Alpha 7 was heading down on the bottom side, but now heading on the million because on the top side.
Oh my God, Upatizi tried. He was able to dodge. He dodged, I think, Luisinho twice as he came in there. Even was able to spear him away. But now, Albero Crazy comes in, Flick able to find himself a retribution on this turtle. Even with the golden hour out there, 9Z Globant not able to offend that pickup of the turtle by Alpha 7. A tower has been picked up by 9Z Globant up at the top.
Radiant armor now on Luisinho's hands here on 9Z's Globant's composition, but now in the mid lane here, so 4v3. Frostbite heavy.
Yeah, huge amount of damage there. We're going to use that brilliance to get ourselves out of harm's way, but Frostblade Eve almost was able to one-shot Feshin, who has to find a quick ride home.
Yeah, so he has to back home now. Hassel with no Faragher armor so far, but it's still interesting situation for 9Z Globant, because they are taking down the tower #1 on the top side so far. We see the items here now. Gusta Lagusta with a Hunter Strike and a Sky Pierce here. So confident to get the second item here to stack this possible kills on this team fight. Corruption Sight and Golden Staff for Moskov, as we know that he's working on split push, especially with the Globant, with ultimate, like the global presence of the ultimate. In the jungle!
Yeah, I see that Faraga armor comes off of Hess, who's going to have to use that flicker to get himself away. Stun came down there from a Chino, but he does not connect. He's not going to have that ultimate for another, I believe it's like 33 seconds at this point in the match. 1-on-1 right now. 9Z Globant taking on Alpha 7 here. A little bit of an engagement at bottom. Drop. 5-man push. Paquito sees it coming. Is going to try to disengage from this tower. Golden hour is out. Rest of the team looking to be able to capitalize. And Paquito still able to get away. Gusta Lagusta able to go ahead and get the finishing touches on that tower. Out comes the stun. But the Faraga armor came online just in time.
Yeah, meanwhile, you've seen Flick on the tower #2 on the top side. Alpha 7 working so well on the macro, but now he can be chasing down.
Oh, yeah, you can see Flick on the other side being chased down by the entirety of Alpha 7. Is he going to be able to get away? He's going to turn around there. Electrifying beats us out. He gets away as the team realizes that the Lord is up, and maybe they need to turn their attention to that, because Flick would have taken them through the trenches to try to elongate that fight so that Alpha 7 and Hesu might have been able to pick up a sneaky Lord from 9Z Globant. So a great read by this team.
Speed Racer, is that you? Even though the flicker from Albero Crazy. Oh my goodness, I saw the Spear of Destruction. I thought that he was able to steal this. Is the Lord, right? Is the Lord? Yes, the Lord from 9Z Globant, but no. Meanwhile, here now, Alpha 7 trying to take down the tower.
Yeah, Chino gets a Way of the Dragon out there. Golden Hour is out as well. Paquito in trouble. Are they going to be able to find that escape? He is able to find his... he just walks away. I was going to say he Jeet Kundo, but he just walked away out of that. Feshin finds a kill onto Hesu here. This game not looking terrible for the side of 9Z Globant.
Not terrible at all here now with the Lord heading on the top side here, with no tower #1, but now here they still focusing on the mid lane. Here we go.
Yeah, Feshin goes in underneath the tower. Flick comes in as well, looking for, he was going to look for an engagement there, but the IMU brilliance from Feshin kept him out of harm's way. Very low on this mid tower. You know, 9Z is looking for a way to be able to take that down early. Now going to go ahead and force their will up at the top. It's just Hesu up there. Does have the Faraga armor, gets frozen, and he has the last insanity, gets back underneath his tower. And a flicker does not save him as Luisino is right there to take advantage. Upatizi comes in, finds a kill on Gusta Lagusta on the back end, still laying down the damage as Flick finds a kill onto Feshin. Chino able to answer back, 3 down for the side of 9Z Globant. Chino not long as Paquito with the way of the dragon finds an answer for him.
It was a disaster now for 9Z Globant. At least they took down the tower number 2 on the top side. They were too deep to get this Hesu kill here, and the price was too high for them. They lost 4 players in the process. They lost the tower number 1 here on the mid lane. I was about to ask because they were doing the proxy between among the tower number 1 and 2 in the mid lane, and they didn't take him down. They choose to head to the top side and get the kill on Hesu and destroy the tower number 2. Well, the life is about choices here, so the choices were taken by 9Z Globant. They have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. When you think about priority of towers, even though the top was a tier 2 tower, I feel that mid, we've talked about it before, mid tower, when that goes down, it just opens up your side of the map for the enemy so well that it has to be protected and it has to be a priority. Being able to open that up on the side of Alpha 7 would have given 9Z Globant just a huge advantage. And here you could see it kind of coming back and swinging back for Alpha 7. They're able to kind of, they've got a lot of momentum behind them. Next, the Lord is up though.
Yeah, next Lord here immediately started by Alpha 7, Hesu. 9Z Globant has the knowledge here.
Yeah, they're trying to come in. El Bro Crazy does find himself a little bit of a stun. Brilliance comes out from the mage. Paquito in trouble is going to use a little bit of a jump to get himself underneath his tower. Neither team really looking to start the Lord just yet. You see a lot of baiting coming out from Hesu and Luisino. Luisino, I feel like 9Z Globant, they want this Lord. They want to get the breathing room that it offers. On the backside, Flick looking to go find himself a flank on his side there. Luisino taking some damage there. Paquito, Jeet Kundo looking to get the jump on the Feshin. Does not find it. Very low on the Lord just yet as Luisino able to find the retribution there as well. Alpha 7 now looking for the kills on the back end. Flick does find Gusta Lagusta. Frost Lane E finds a kill onto her opponent in the mid lane as well. That's Feshin down for the count as Chino finally able to take down Alpha 7's jungler. Flick is down for the count. That's going to be the first one down for Alpha 7, and the rest of them going to go ahead and lay waste to this Lord before it even reaches the first tower.
Yeah, 9Z Globant here got the Lord, but it was for nothing because the Lord here is already melted down by Alpha 7. They lost 2 plays in the process again. Meanwhile, Flick was taken down by Alpha 7's side here. So, when we look on the game after 14 minutes so far here, like, the game is, for me, it's very close. It's tied up. As we've seen the items here so far, Halbeard and Malefic again. Oh, here comes a little crazy.
Yeah, Paquito in a little bit of trouble there. They do use that golden hour to cut off his escape. Gusta Lagusta is able to find himself a kill there. His first one of the game, sitting at 1, 2, and 5. The entire score 6-7 with nary almost a 1K gold lead by Alpha 7. So very much still tied for both of these teams.
Very tight here for both teams. Oh, there's so much longer for the next Lord, actually. So now both teams are working on this macro. Both teams are working on this situation here. Now, 9Z Globant heading for the bottom lane here to trying to focus, but now they're trying to get back. They're holding back here, especially to the base, because they know that there was a big mini waves coming up on the top side here. So Chino was there to avoid, to clean this mini waves, and now the focus is on the river. Paquito is more aggressive. Oh.
On the Granger side, Gusta Lagusta is building. I believe we saw the golden rose gold meteor out there. Ooh, Hesu gets caught out there. Faraga armor bursted down. Now we have a big fight here as Paquito gets very low. Golden hour in the midway. Alburo crazy, very low. Has the concealed play there as Flick looking for the kill. Hesu goes down, but Flick able to find the kill onto Alburo crazy. Gusta Lagusta able to reply in kind. It's going to be 2 down for the side of Alpha 7. Luisinho looking for possibly an engagement, does not find it, but 2 down for the side of Alpha 7. Only 1 goes down for 9Z Globant. 8 and 8 apiece.
Oh, so here comes with the pause now here on this 3rd game so far. My goodness, it's so wild. But once again here in the last team fight, it was 2 for 1 for a 9Z Globant with like 20 seconds left for the next Lord. Xena, the game is very, very tied up so far.
Yeah, it's pretty tied up. I think they both learned their lessons and are showing it here and making sure that we have a game to watch this time around for sure. I noticed that even with each Lord that they got, 9Z was not able to do much with it, right? So Alpha 7 was able to take it down quickly.
And that just kind of comes with experience for a lot of these teams when it comes to being able to understand what they need to do objective-wise, or not getting a Lord, understanding the cost of things. Like they'll be in a position and they'll be like, all right, do we want to go for Lord right now? We got 2 people out of position here fighting in the back. We should probably go help them. And that's kind of what you get from teams like Alpha 7 or Entity 7 when it comes to fighting for this. On the other hand, sometimes you do see those kind of mistakes come out. 9Z Globant, they got themselves a Lord, got themselves turtles, and sometimes take 2 or 3 deaths because of it, because they were so focused on one aspect of the game that they didn't see what would happen with their disengagements there. So that just kind of comes into with experience and macro, being able to take these objectives and being able to push them to get towers. I believe right now Alpha 7, I think they're 2 towers up on 9Z Globant, but otherwise still a very tied game for both of them. And I feel like Alpha 7 is a bit more organized when it comes to understanding what they need to do, how they need to manage these fights. But man, I gotta say that 9Z Globant, they're kind of a wild card for me when it comes to these things. I feel like there's a lot of fights that probably should go to Alpha 7 that 9Z Globant just somehow out of nowhere is able to really find the advantage and turn things around.
Yeah, so you're right here, especially when it comes to this that situation with a 9Z Globant. Able to get the Lords, able to get some objective here, very important ones. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 is getting the kills, but now 9Z Globant is more aware about what can happen. Paquito now trying to get this info, trying to do something with this show. Meanwhile, here now Hesu, it is starting the Lord here to call 9Z Globant's attention. Meanwhile, they're focusing on the mid lane here and the bottom lane, and they had to get to the Lord here to dance around this objective.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're, you can see the little spread out on the map, especially at the bottom. There's at least 4 players for Alpha 7, and I'm wondering if they're looking for maybe the push at the bottom. You can see a little split up there. Shino's going to go ahead and split off from the group as Paquito checks the bush, does find 3 members. Going to be able to get that information to his team as well. Hesu continues the slow play on this Lord, pulling it inside, outside, back inside, outside. And it's not even like a bait because the team knows he's there. But you can see the macro. Ooh, at the bottom, a little bit of a fight there comes out from the side of Chino. Does defend himself against 2 members. Paquito and Flick tried, and that's going to open it up for 9Z Globant. They know that there's 2 at the bottom. They're going to go ahead, hurry up and start on this. SOD comes out. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Fashion. Gusta Lagusta looking for an escape from them as Frost, Elaine, Eve going to use that brilliance to get away. Hesu chasing them down as Flick able to finally close the distance on Gusta Lagusta and Alburo crazy. It's just Chino alone against the world here, and he is gonna be taken down. Or
yeah,
not.
he buys the time that he can here for to avoid the finish a game from Alpha 7. They ignored the Lord and they are heading on the mid lane here. Can be the final here, my friend Private.
Yeah, it's just Feshin alone. I don't think that Valentina's going to have much to say here, and that's going to be a quick close for Alpha 7 there.
Here comes the victory for Alpha 7. One more here in a very tied up game.
Yes, and this makes it game point, right, for the side of 9Z. Let's see if they can kind of come back from this and win this next one. 18-minute mark. That's all they needed. Wipe them out, and they took the win from that.
Well, that's what I was talking about before. Alpha 7, they kind of understand. I feel like they understand just a bigger berth of understanding what's going on the battlefield. They know that once they find, when they have like timers that are at like 30 something seconds, how much time does it take with one tower on the field? They know that they can close that up very quickly there. You saw them, they immediately rushed right. They didn't even bother for the Lord. And that, like in the moment, even I probably would have questioned that because I'd have to do math. I'd be sitting there like, how much quicker can we take them to Lord? Lord is a safe bet. But here, that's just what it comes with pro teams here to understand. All right, boom, we just got the whole team wipe. We've got minions pushing through our mid lane too. We definitely have this in the bag. It's just going to be Feshin who's going to be able to come up and we will be able to stop them.
Yeah, and it was really interesting here on this game number 3, especially when it comes to this competition between the two teams, because on one side we saw 9Z Globant here with a very good control of objectives, especially when it comes to the turtles and lords. But Alpha 7 was like just way ahead on the team fights, you know, when it comes to Flake here with the Joy causing so much damage and finishing the team fights here. Upatizi with the Spear of Destruction, you know, this ultimate with the global presence all the time here, like he's causing this trouble, he's causing this a problem for 9Z Globant, you know. So Alpha 7, when it comes to like a micro working on this team fight, they were even better.
Yeah, you can see here, you take a look at the stats. Gusta La Gusta and Albro Crazy, 100% each when it comes to team fight participation. 92% for Flick and Upatizi, which is actually kind of crazy because I felt like Upatizi was actually split pushing a lot there. But yeah, coming in with a lot of this damage. Even here, able to see Upatizi, how he dodges twice. He makes them work for it. Even though they were able to get that kill, like just absolutely just taking as much time as is needed to be able to take him down.
Yeah. So
Yes.
okay, go ahead, Zina.
No, go ahead.
So we saw here like most, especially on the early game, like 9Z trying to work well, especially like Gusta La Gusta playing safe with Granger, for example, and 9Z Globant trying to find this ways of play aggressive, especially with Aboro Crazy with Marcel. It worked for a while, especially on around objective here, but even though like 9Z was able to guarantee the Lord, for example, the price was too high because the sequence was like the team fight that they were lost to 2 players, to 3 players. We saw a Maniac here from Flick with a Joy. So from the objectives, it's going to be very good, but to the micro itself, it was for Alpha 7.
Oh.
Yes, and when
was that a Maniac or was that a Savage?
Oh, Savage.
Oh, was it the whole Savage? I think someone said Savage at the end in the chat. So here our MVP, of course, is Flick. Made every decision count. They were all over the map and engaging and getting all those kills. So 923 KDA, 52.2k total damage, and 776 golds per minute.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. They were just kind of waiting for some of those power spikes, waiting for the optimal fight for themselves to be able to kind of turn this one around. Here, as you can see, Golden Hour comes out there onto the back end, though. But Flick, you're going to watch Flick come in here underneath the buff, and then boom, onto the side, catches Gusta La Gusta and Alburo Crazy. Then Luisinho and Chino. So I mean, and yeah, I think he has to chase down Chino, I believe, in the back end. And yeah, that was definitely I believe that definitely was a savage. Come on, camera, get up there.
Wait. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it was a savage.
Savage.
Oh my goodness, a savage.
Oh,
here
we missed
for a
that.
flick.
The second savage in the south. So
Yeah, it is the second one. So nice.
The first one wasn't that was that King? I believe that was King, and they lost that game, which was super disappointing for them. I know. Here. Oh, man, on the side of 9Z Globant, Alpha 7 sitting at basically game point here. And a questionable loss for Alpha 7 that they took in the second game there. Definitely didn't see any recalling in this game coming out from Alpha 7. So definitely a much more disciplined team here.
Someone learned this lesson here, Xena. About you using the recall dance.
yes, they for sure. We're making.
I want to see now what is going to happen on this next game here, because it was like so many different situations so far in this best of 5. Like we saw a game that was full dominated by Alpha 7 and they lost. It was a game like with we didn't have purpose like with 9Z using Akaja, for example, and now we saw a tied up game here between the two teams, and like details making the difference on this last game. So far it is 2-1 to Alpha 7, but here 9Z Globant has all the potential here to tie it up again and maybe reverse that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you can tie this up if you're 9Z Globant. I feel like if we're kind of going over a lot of the issues that we're seeing on 9Z Globant, I feel like there's a lot of factors that need to be discussed here that's maybe not a fault for 9Z Globant, but they're just that Alpha 7 is just taking them to school, whether it's just drafting, finding these counters, when it comes to target focus and in a lot of these objective fights. Alpha 7 is just this cohesive unit that 9Z Globant just is not able to find the cracks in the armor of it. As much as they've grown, as much as they've gotten a lot better here throughout the Switch stage and to this point here, Alpha 7 just remains that wall that they cannot pass, unfortunately, here. I mean, even though we can give all respect for that second game, but that was basically Alpha 7's to lose. And unfortunately, it felt like they kind of they let that one slip through their hands. So if I'm 9Z Globant, I don't even know where you go from here, because I mean they've shut down a lot of our strong players too. Even Gusta Lagusta has had trouble really kind of breaking through, getting comfortable on a lot of these picks that he has, and Alpha 7 just seemed to have the answers in spades.
Yeah, like you were saying, Alpha 7 has that synergy, right? They just speak so highly of each other. They played together for a while now, and they just understand and have that bond. So I feel like this has to do a lot with their gameplay and just being able to even enjoy themselves in these tournaments, I'm sure. So it kind of lightens the stress. So
yeah, maybe I'm being too crazy but when it comes to Alpha 7's lineup, when we see like two players from abroad our region, two imports, like it is Flake and Hasu, and you have Paquito from the Latin America, and Frost and Upachiza are the Brazilian ones, So when I think about Alpha 7's lineup here, I think that, okay, it is not to be to write on the same page always like we talk about 9Z Globant, right? So for the first day, I used to say, okay, 9Z Globant is good, but so many personalities, different personalities here, different ways of different play styles or something, you know. But I think that when it comes to Alpha 7, Flick and Hasto, for example, from Philippines, they have one way of thinking the game, even the micro and the macro. It is totally different from Brazilian way, for example. It is totally different from Latin America, for example. You know, the regions are different here. Okay, maybe you can follow the meta. Okay, but that personality, not on. I don't want to say this word again. Not personality, but the way that these guys think the game, you know, like maybe in my opinion, Hasu and Flick has a concept of the game, and Upatizi and Frost has another concept, and Paquito has one concept, you know. So I think that when it comes to this situation, when it comes to this lineup, they have to be on the same page, but it's not that easy, because not about personality, it's about like culture, it's about like concept of the game so far.
For me, maybe it depends on, we're talking about Flick and Hesu being imports. I'm not sure if they have a history in the Philippines or something like that with playing here. Perhaps when it comes, especially in North America, I can only speak on North America, when you get a lot of players with big history who have been on the main stage, you got a lot of heads butting together because you've got a lot of ego there. People think that they know what is best. Possibly when you have the possibility of imports without like a coach in there, maybe it's just easier for Upatizi, Paquito, Frostlane to just accept, like, all right, these guys are imports, they know what they're doing. Maybe it's better because they're able to kind of absorb better. They don't really have the egos because they know that these guys have come from a different play style and are trying to absorb that play style a little easier than sometimes maybe you get with 9Z, who all might have at the beginning been clashing with what to do. Because I know for me, and this is probably why I'm not a pro player, but if I'm on a team and we get like an import that's like that we know that has had success in the Philippines or something like that, I'm going to be doing nothing but listening to what he has to say about stuff. Not that I'm going to be completely unquestioning, but like I mean, why not take the opportunity to try to absorb that type of knowledge from players like that?
Yes, for sure. They all have different play styles. They all come from a different background, different countries, different ways of playing. All the countries play differently, right? So they brought that here to the south, and it seems to be working well for them. They're gonna go ahead and ban out the Fanny, Baxia, and Claude on the side of 9Z, and Harith, Zushin, and Freya. Oh, what? They're gonna pick Harley?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, what?
Sometimes you just get excited and you gotta shout it out.
Oh my god!
They have the band. They had like Zushin band. It has to be Harley.
I was like, Harley. I'm like, what? Are you talking? Oh my god.
So then on the side of Alpha 7, I'm wondering, do we go with Uranus Phoveus here? Because I believe Phoveus is still available for Alpha 7. Or we could, since it's not something that we need to pick up right away, it's something that we could leave out there. But Uranus is definitely something I would possibly be looking for to try to counter out and try to stand in front of that Harley when that deadly magic comes out.
I think that one is Kalia for Paquito here.
No,
Gato Chacha. Okay, forget what I said. Bruno and Gato Chacha here.
No, we don't know anymore at this point. There's so many bands out there. I'm like, I don't even want to try to remember what's been banned now.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm kind of wondering. I for this, I've talked about this before. Like I feel like Alpha 7 kind of is 2 steps ahead when it comes to the draft. I don't understand where the Gatakacha comes in because it doesn't really match anything on the other side, but I think that's going to come in here as we get further into the draft, because like they've always kind of had this understanding of what they're going to be going for far out into the distance. This I have to wonder. All right, first of all, Hilda against the Gatakacha. Gatakacha is going to be able to slow him down, going to be able to get that taunt. It's going to be like, that's like the worst thing that you want to go up against as a Hilda, because your biggest enemy is CC. Farja stands still for her feathered airstrike, which is going to be the biggest target. Yeah, it's going to be the biggest target for Gatakacha coming down with that Avatar of the Guardian. So, I mean, maybe we keep that, maybe we keep a flicker on Farja so that we can readjust the feathered airstrike when that Avatar of the Guardian is coming to slam down. It's going to be very interesting. Oh!
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Slippery.
Beautiful Odette. Lancelot here. It's the third pick from Alpha 7. I'm not sure, but we saw Lancelot being banned on the first game, right? For like focusing on a flick here. So they don't have Fanny, so he doesn't have Fanny, so he's going to play with Lancelot. When it comes to assassins, especially with these high mobility ones, it's the signature for a flick. Hayabusa, Fanny, Lancelot, he plays a lot with these heroes. So he's the third pick here coming out for Alpha 7, and once again 1-1 being banned by Alpha 7. It's like showing respect for Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, they for sure don't want to give that opportunity for Gusta Lagusta to kind of pop off and kind of give them that comeback, right? They want to make sure they secure that win, and they know that is one of his ace in the hole, so they're taking that out. And I'm wondering what else they will ban here. They seem to be targeting the marksman lane for sure.
It kind of mystifies me that you're banning out a Wan here, because that speaks so highly of Gusta Lagusta's skill with that hero, because I don't consider Wan meta. It's hard for me to find a Wan and consider it meta in my head. That'd be like banning out like a Mia, or I don't even know what else, but that just tells you how good Gusta Lagusta is on that pick, to where I wouldn't even be able to find a use for it in a composition that I have. Also, another Selena ban on the side of 9Z Globant out here as well. Definitely to try to offend the possibilities of that coming out against the Farja, to be able to kind of throw that abyssal arrow when she's in that full feathered airstrike mode as well. No more bans for either of these teams. Going to see what that first pick comes out for Alpha 7. I believe we are looking for an XP lane and a mid.
Yeah, for 9Z, I think their carry's still open. Oh no, she's not. At this point, what is he going to choose? Because they totally banned out the Obsidia, Wan, Harith over there, and the Claude on that side. They've used already Granger carry.
With me here, Beatrix. With me.
Beatrix.
For Alpha 7, oh, Gord here has been the choice for Frost La Neve. I have to be honest, I was expecting a Kimi, for example, that it has more mobility, maybe when it comes to Hilda on the other side, and maybe to avoid some kind of XP lane with the control. But now we were waiting to see the final, the finishing composition for 9Z Globant. Assuming there is a still XP lane, Chino likes to play with Alice a lot. I think that we didn't see Alice on this match here on this best of 5. Maybe an Alice and Beatrix, it could be, or Moskov, but I don't see. Maybe Beatrix could be better for Gusta Lagusta, especially when we are talking about his comfort zone. So they're cooking very well here. Oh, okay. Nothing what I said. Nothing that what I was expecting here. Yuzong and In Sung Shin in the gold lane.
I do like the Yuzong here, especially to offend a Gord pickup. Gord definitely not known for his movement abilities, so you'll be able to kind of close the distance on him, especially because he's kind of sitting there trying to camp the Farja. He wants to wait for that feather airstrike to come out so that he can throw out his own stun, and Kalea pickup here for the side of Alpha 7. I have to ask a question. What happened to Khalid? Did he get a nerf or a kick in the butt at some point in the last 2 weeks? That's
a good question.
I don't think I've kind of favored Khalid over the Hilda just because I feel like Khalid offers a little bit more in the team fight aspect of a setting potential when it comes with the Raging Sandstorm, whereas Hilda can only lock on the one person and get that stun. It's going to be very interesting to see how this composition shapes out.
Yeah, I think that from Khalid here, I think that most of the teams likes to play with more pressure on the river and mid lane. Maybe, for example, Khalid with Zunshin. That could be very hard and very strong. Khalid, Zunshin, and Phoveus is going to be the Exodia from any team here composition so far. But here, my friend Private, let's go to the next game. Everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 4. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. Could be the last one here, Private.
Yeah, Alpha 7 sitting at game point with 2 wins here. 9Z Globant looking to even the odds against their opponents. Will they be able to find a way like they were in game 2, or will Alpha 7 reign victorious in their 3rd matchup? I want to say this is the 3rd matchup of 9Z Globant taking on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 has been victorious in 2 of those. Maybe we have ourselves a little bit of an upset in mind for this next series.
Yeah, so here now we're seeing both teams concerning on reach the level 4 as faster as they can. So we're seeing like the mobilization here from Fashin and Aboro Crazy, but Frostlanevi is really aware about what is happening on this bush here on the mid lane. So now the Grasshopper here dominated and guaranteed by 9Z Globant. Now we're seeing Luizinho heading for the orange buff so far at this point of the game.
Yeah, really interesting here, taking a look at some of the emblems there. Frostlane Eve, they don't even, they get so confident with the Gord and the composition here and what they need to do. They don't even get like any type of movement speed for the Gord. They just want him to sit in the back. Ooh, a little bit of a pound comes out there from the side of Alpha 7. Paquito's going to go ahead and get a little bit of a slam there onto Alburo Crazy. No worse for wear. 4 men at the bottom for Alpha 7. Chino sees it, is going to try to back off there. Little bit of damage comes out from Luizinho. Flick comes in. Almost looking for a thorned rose there, does not find it, as Luizinho doing a good job when it comes to these teleports, trying to not make himself a target. But starting on this first turtle on the backside, Alburo Crazy trying to look for an angle to get in. Fashion finds 3 members of Alpha 7 on the backside there, so gonna go ahead and try to create some distance there. Gusto Lagusta comes in, rains down some damage. Luizinho back onto this turtle. Both teams jumping around on this turtle. Oh, locks on with the tsunami slam, and Frostlane Eve able to find the kill. What a combination coming out from Alpha 7. Hesu in trouble, takes down to 20% damage, comes in, gets petrified as Fashion finds the kill there. But the initial combination, the tsunami slam, then the Avatar, the Guardian, and then the Mystic Gush coming off from Frostlane Eve.
I mean, I have a question. Was Luizinho grabbed from the Tsunami Slam? From Paquito? I have to be honest, I didn't see this play because it was, for me, it was really weird the way that Luizinho died here in this fight before the turtle, because for me, it was like he was able to use the teleport to be like very, very far away from the confusion, for example, from the fight, and then suddenly I saw like he was neutralized by Frostlanevi with the Gord. You know, it was like
so.
I didn't get it.
Paquito locked on with the Tsunami Slam as he was teleporting away. So you saw Luisino going and then being chased by Paquito. As soon as the teleportation ended, snatched them up and then came in with the Tsunami Slam. That was really odd for me too. I didn't realize you could do that. The way that locks on there. I thought that if you locked on, it would stop the teleport. But I feel like there was a cute little balance there between it, where you saw Luisino being chased all the way across the map because he got locked on by that Tsunami Slam.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Zina. I saw here on the delay, you know, it was a Tsunami Slam. He didn't use the teleport. It was a Tsunami Slam. So he was brought to the next to the team. It was the avatar of the Guardian here, and plus the ultimate from Guard to blow him up and letting nothing left of him here on the the first kill.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to. That's a shadow of things that come there, especially when you're talking about the Mystic Gush and the Tsunami Slam alone. Already is going to be a huge thing to watch out for. You mix that in with the Avatar, the Guardian, and the taunt that can come out there. You're talking about whoever gets put into that's already going to be in a coma, and it's just going to be on Alpha 7 to be able to kind of burst them down.
Yeah, so we're seeing here now after 3 minutes on this game. 1-1 here, but the goal lead here letting just a little bit ahead for Alpha 7 so far. So once again, Lizino has to take care about this specific pick-off or potentially pick-off here, especially coming up from Tsunami Slam with the Avatar of the Guardian, because it is so much control. Now we're seeing Hunter Strike. Oh, Lizino from Hassel.
Oh, and Luisino, he gets the deadly magic and he misses half of his cards on Hasu as he was coming up there. Didn't have the perfect angle as he was coming in there, so didn't even do enough damage. And when it comes to things like that too, you've kind of wasted your deadly magic already too, so you're not going to be able to kind of have that for this next fight. Ooh, you see already Paquito landing in that bush. Alberto Crazy in the middle, feathered airstrike raining down to kind of get some suppressive fire on to their targets. I think the most of that kind of went into Hasu, tanked most of that damage.
Yeah, so if you have the ultimate from Harriet with a follow-up with some damage, it can be from Fashion, for example. It is okay because the high potential of getting the kill is high. Oh, the turtle.
Yeah, you see a lot of damage coming out here. Another Tsunami Slam comes out there. Alberto Crazy able to get away. Avatar the Guardian slams down, misses all members, but Flick trying to come in, find damage of his own. Paquito gets taken down by Gusta Lagusta. Alberto Crazy finds a kill onto Flick. So, able to find 2 kills with that turtle pickup.
Yeah, the second one here goes to 9Z Globant, plus 2 kills. 1 for Fishing and another one here for Gusta Lagusta. Oh, and they continue.
Yeah, they're actually going to go ahead, try to use this feathered airstrike to zone out Upatizi. This might be a quick tower for Gusta Lagusta here. 9Z Globant with the early macro and a 3-1 lead.
All that Gusta Lagusta likes. if you go to his live streams to say, okay, more items for me, more gold for me, he likes this a lot here. Like when he's free, trying to focus on this towers here, especially on the gold lane. But now, almost 6 minutes on this game. The goal leader here, it's 1k for 9Z as we're seeing out Hunter Strike so far. Oh, in the mid lane here. Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming out there. Oh, feathered airstrike comes out there to lay some damage. That's actually going to put Confession into harm's way. Almost gets bursted down for that atrocity of that ultimate there. Tried to put some damage on the Alpha 7. They immediately turn onto him, almost one-shot him out of that lane.
Are you sure that you want to use the feather airstrike alone in the mid lane when you see 3 players in front of you? So you have to take care about that situation. So Hassel was trying to chase, and the burst coming out from the Gord ultimate here, it was almost the end for Fashion. But even though Fashion is leading the damage dealt ranking so far, 12, almost 13k of damage here on this game number 4 about Crazy. can be spotted. Here we go. Oh!
Yeah, Tsunami Slam followed up by a beautiful Mystic Gush coming out from Frost Lane Eve there. Dusted. Freshen didn't even get the license plate on that truck that smashed into him and is down for the count. Black Dragon on the back end. Chino taking a heap of damage. Upatizi might be down because of that deadly magic. Luisino able to find the kill there as well on the back end. Flick. Luisino gets caught by Hesu on the back tower there, or on the back, behind the cave of the turtle there. Gets caught on his way back on the back teleport.
Yeah, one player down here on 18. Oh, Hesu! Okay.
Yeah, Hesu's actually very low. Chino coming in. Feathered Airstrike on the backside. Is it going to be able to do enough damage? Fashion able to find the kill onto Hesu. Frost Lane Eve there with that Mystic Gush trying to push back the line of 9Z Globant. Now, Albero Crazy trying to create that zoning while the rest of the team, they look like they were going to start the turtle, but decide against it.
Man, I can feel here that we are going to the game number 5. This game here is very tied up between the two teams, and 9Z like is they know the macro here can be very crucial, especially when it comes to this objective. So they lose a player, but they immediately respond, like trying to get a player for Alpha 7. So things are getting wild here in this game number 4. Once again, the gold lead almost like is 1K.5 for 9Z Globant, but oh, here it comes.
Yeah, we do have another Tsunami Slam. Albero Crazy actually able to get away, but on the backside, Flick does find a kill onto Fashion. Answered back immediately by Gusta Lagusta, who finds himself a double kill. Triple kill now, chasing down Alpha 7. Hesu backs up as Luisino puts some damage onto him, but Gusta Lagusta 4-0-3 right now.
Yeah, Gusta Lagusta now 4 kills for the gold laner of 9Z Globant. Plus the Lord, free, so free here for 9Z Globant. 9 minutes so far, 8 kills for 9Z, and now the gold lead ahead, just a little bit ahead for 9Z here, almost 3K actually here for the goal lead for 9Z Globant.
I feel like we're kind of running into the same problem that 9Z Globant had in the first match, where you were trying to grab the Hylos and trying to burst him down, but when you don't burst him down, what you have is a tank that's still alive, your team, which doesn't have any more of your spells and ultimates because you just wasted it trying to burst on a tank, and now the enemy is coming for you. And that's exactly what we just had here when they grabbed Albero Crazy on this Hilda, brought him back. Even with the entirety of the Mystic Gush, Albero Crazy was still able to escape. Oh, not this time. It's not the, you do have the Tsunami Slam coming out there and a Feathered Airstrike raining down damage as they push through the mid tower and mid lane. 9Z Globant sitting at 8-4 against Alpha 7.
You nailed that. You nailed once again here, Private. They focus was on Albero Crazy. Might be not the best one here to focus, especially using the Tsunami Slam. And now 9Z Globant is heading on the top side because the focus can be the tower number 2 here. And both teams are heading on the way.
Yeah, and now you've got pressure here. This is probably the most dominant game that we've seen from 9Z Globant here against Alpha 7. Lord up at the top. You can see at the mid lane, Gusta Lagusta trying to cut off this lane. And here comes the Feathered Airstrike, but they're going to go ahead and dance behind it. Paquito might be caught. Tsunami Slam immediately catches them. Chino comes in with a kill of his own, but immediately gets answered by Upatizi. 9-5 right now in favor of 9Z Globant. 1 down for 9Z, 1 down for Alpha 7.
The damage here coming out from 9Z is a very, very high, especially when you have Luisinho fishing here and Gusta Lagusta. This damage is a very, very high for Alpha 7 to stand to resist somehow. And now only the high ground towers for Alpha 7. 9Z Globant, full dominance on the map so far. They didn't lose a single tower.
I'm actually very confused on that last what happened. Fashion didn't even use their Purify, but as soon as the Feathered Airstrike came down, Paquito jumped in to get the Tsunami Slam, but I think it went onto Chino instead on accident and pulled Chino into them instead of who they wanted, which was Fashion, because Fashion would have been bursted down in a second, so didn't eat that Tsunami Slam, so was able to get away. But I do like that Alpha 7, they do have a plan in mind when that Feathered Airstrike comes down, which means that Fashion's gonna need to be just that much more careful when he's loading these things up, especially if you still have an ultimate from Paquito.
Yeah, so once again, Lord is on the pit on the downside of the river, but both teams are heading on the top side here to surprise someone. Oh, Hesu, he was suppressed here now, but he's able to head back, and now 9Z Globant with a better position for the Lord. Both, okay, at one point, Alpha 7 is going to fight back on this Lord, right? So Hesu is here, Frost, Laneve are coming down, and the Lord was reset.
Yeah, you can see them kind of waiting, jockeying for a little bit of a position here, trying to see where they can find a target. I don't think they want Alburo crazy here. You can see that immortality is on him. Hesu coming around, looking for possibly to find himself a charge or a taunt. There's Gusta Lagusta baiting out this Lord. Alburo crazy from the backside, trying to find. He does find Paquito, does find Hesu. Now the rest of the team out there. Feathered Airstrike and the Black Dragon deep onto the back line. Might be a little too far. They're forcing 9Z to chase this all the way on the back end. Too far. Down goes Chino. Down goes Alburo crazy. Oh, actually, Alburo crazy on that Hilda. So tanky. Still able to get away. They do lose a one. Thankfully, 9Z Globant able to find the disengagement before they lose more.
That could be worse for 9Z Globant, Private. They only lost Chino in the process, but Alburo Crazy was so lucky he was able to survive. And now Alpha 7 has this advantage on the numbers to try to guarantee this Lord.
Yeah, you can see Fashion on the back end. Oh, Feathered Airstrike again misses. There's nobody home for that. They're going to go ahead and latch on to Alburo Crazy, who does have the immortality. Mystic Gush is out. Luisinho is down. That's going to be a retribution down for 9Z Globant. Next is Gusta Lagusta, which means a huge amount of damage for 9Z Globant is off of the books. They're now trying to chase down Fashion at the bottom lane. He's going to use that Wings by Wings to get away from there while still focusing up on this next Lord. Alpha 7 in prime position for a push at mid.
Yeah, prime position now to get the Lord here and push the minion waves. The question is, we'll be able to see a similar movie as we saw on the second game here when it comes to Alpha 7 and this struggling to finish the game. Now heading down the tower number 2 on the bottom lane. The Lord heading and marching on the mid lane here, while we still have the tower number 2 for 9Z Globant. So let's see what is going to happen on the next few minutes.
Yeah, Lord starting to push in at mid. Unfortunately for 9Z Globant, I've seen 2 Feathered Airstrikes that didn't hit anybody on the side of Alpha 7, which I feel like cost 9Z Globant a lot of priority in this. Flick going to be able to find himself a tier 2 tower up at top, which means we are down to only high ground towers for both of these teams. Actually, yeah, 9Z Globant did a good job in that early game. They're down to 2, so both of these teams only have the high ground towers out as well. Black Dragon now as the rest of the team peels back away from these towers. Alpha 7 doing a good job of trying to kite out these situations as well. Minions taken out. Out comes the Feathered Airstrike to put some damage onto Hesu.
Yeah, the good thing about 9Z Globant here is that they have a very interesting and clean minion wave cleans here. Oh, Hesu. Oh, Hesu.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a deadly magic. Oh, Tsunami Slam is out there. It's on the Chino, though. Is that going to be enough damage? The Mystic Gush is out there as well. Down goes Paquito on the back end. Alburo Crazy trying to chase them down. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike again. Only catches 2 members with 1 shot, so not entirely wasted from the side of Fashion. 11-9, 9Z Globant's win.
Yeah, so as I was talking about, like 9Z has this interesting minion waves cleaning here from Fashion and Gusta Lagusta and even Chino here after the Black Dragon form. So they have they have this, they can clear the minion waves faster here, so it is not so good for Alpha 7 to try to do something, to try to use the Tsunami Slam, to try to follow up with the damage, especially when it comes to the ultimate from Gord, for example. So they have to wait for the specific time, to the specific chance here to maybe isolate some player, to maybe pick off someone to get this advantage on numbers.
Well, the problem is they can't get a good position to try to see where Feshin is, because whenever they even get close, a Black Dragon comes out, which forces Alpha 7 backwards. So they're not going to be able to press forward to get the lock-on to who they want, which is going to be Feshin. It's going to be Gusta Lagusta. Those are the targets that they're looking for. Oh, and here, a little bit of a stun lands on the Heshu. There's the rest of the team disengaging from that on the front line. Alburo Crazy tanking as much as he can. All the while, Alpha 7 trying to focus up on to this lore, taken down to about a third of health. Luisinho on the backside, looking for an angle. They see him out there. Are they gonna be able to find him? Flick finds himself a retribution onto this lord. Now they're trying to chase. Out comes the Avatar of the Guardian. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike as well. Hesu in a little bit of trouble here, taking a lot of damage. Gusta Lagusta gonna be able to make short work of him. Immortality has been procced. Feshin finds himself a kill on the backside. Alburo Crazy dodging and weaving. You can see him inside and out from some of those thorned roses of a Flick. So only one down for both players, but a Lord going over to the side of Alpha 7.
One player down here for both teams, but the Lord heading once again for Alpha 7 on the mid lane. 4 players from 9Z Globant to defend this big father here. So Alpha 7 has one more chance here to trying to attack the high ground towers to destroy them to get more advantage. But 9Z Globant is still so alive in this game.
Yeah, you can see they don't exactly have all of the lanes lined up. You have them, ooh, a little bit of a pop-up there as well. Coming in with the Phantom Execution. Out comes the Feathered Airstrike down to rain damage down onto this Lord as well. You can see the damage coming out. They are able to still protect those high ground towers.
Yeah, once again here, like Alpha 7 trying to surprise 9Z Globant, especially on the backline here with the Flick using the Lancelot. But once again, 9Z Globant was able to defend. And I don't want to be early here again, Private, but I think I saw this movie today.
I mean, we'll see if they have enough to kind of come back here. Both of our marksmen are sitting at max items here, so they're just kind of rotating out certain things. You see the Wind of Nature on Opatizi there as well. So, I mean, he'll be able to negate some of this damage, at least some of the physical damage coming out from the side of 9Z Globant. But Alpha 7, unfortunately, I feel like have just not been able to make full use of this, the Kalea / Gord combination that they have here. I mean, they've just Alburo Crazy's too tanky. I assume he's already got probably radiant armor, maybe even has Athena shield as well at this point. So they're not able to burst him down. Chino's kind of in the same line too, and then once you throw Chino onto the back line, he's just going to come out with that Black Dragon and try to find some of your squishies that are all it's already going to be out there. Frost Lane is going to give himself away as soon as that Tsunami Slam lands, because he wants to get the burst with the Mystic Gush.
Ooh, Paquito here might be lost.
Yeah, a lot of damage raining down onto him there. You see with that Feathered Airstrike on the backside. Oh, Tsunami Slam fakes down Luisinho. That's going to be a jungler down for 9Z Globant, especially with only 1 second left for this Lord. That could be detrimental for 9Z Globant. Luisinho tried to get a nice flank onto the backside of Alpha 7, ran into the entirety of Alpha 7 on the back end there, who did a great job of closing ranks around their member to protect him.
Flick, give me surprise!
Oh, Flick! Oh, what a Phantom Execution, but in comes Gusta Lagusta! And another Phantom Execution comes out there. Gusta Lagusta is down! Hesu to with the pickup there. Still trying to chase down
Flick is
Flick,
alive.
who's doing an amazing job with these dashes. Fashion is down for the count. It's just Chino who needs to find a way to elongate this job, or it's going to be game over
Chino,
for
by the
his
way.
team. Chino back and forth, looking. Look at how much he's trying to survive here. Gets eventually taken down as just Luisino
Okay.
by himself, trying to put down the damage. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the game for Alpha 7.
After a miracle play here coming up from Flick, he was able to survive with that surprising on the bush. But now here, Alpha 7 guaranteed 3-1 victory, Zena.
What a game that was. There was a lot of back and forth there, but ultimately, in the end, we've got our winner, Alpha 7.
And some great pickoffs there too, because I felt like that kind of 9Z Global was in a great position with a lot of those engagements. The only problem I feel like is that Fashion. I feel like Fashion. I feel like there were a lot of these feathered airstrikes that were just out of range of a lot of these fights. And I feel like that's going to be half Alpha 7 creating that dangerous zone that Fashion couldn't get close enough. And also Fashion maybe might have wanted to hold on to those just a little bit longer to just be a little bit more of a use during a lot of these teams fights. But I want to say a lot of his feathered airstrikes were the reason Alpha 7 was finding a lot of trouble when it came to trying to push into the base.
Yeah, I agree with you, Private, especially when it comes to the 9Z's composition. They didn't have this control, this effective control, like this stun. Hilda doesn't have it, Harley doesn't have it, Insunshin, maybe Chino with his own just a little bit, but it is not even enough to guarantee Fashion to use the feather airstrikes so effectively here to hit the players, to hit the enemies, to guarantee this damage in a good way for a 9Z Globant. So when you don't have this situation, you have to trust your skill shot. So it's not that easy when you use the feather airstrike here to cause this burst on the enemies. It is could be better for a 9Z Globant if this ultimates coming out from Farsa would be hit more players from Alpha 7. So it was we can say that it was the main reason or something, but when it comes to Alpha 7 and Paquito was trying to focus in Alberto Crazy, focusing on Luizinho, which on the first team fight, it was good, but after that, I didn't see this happening anymore. So 9Z was guarantee this advantage, getting the trust, getting the confidence to, but that way, and that part, I think that everything started to do a bad for 9Z Globant. When they trying to get this deep on the bottom lane here, and Alpha 7 was getting this confidence to get back in the game. So after Flick surviving somehow on the last team fight on the mid lane, so Alpha 7 was confident to push away to cause a damage on a 9Z Globant's composition, especially with Opatizi on the last team fight. Well, I think that he got triple kill or something, so it was good for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to the entirety of the series, it just felt like Alpha 7 just had a firmer grasp on the games, whether it was the macro or the draft or understanding what they needed to do. Whereas on the backside, it felt, dare I say, a little bit more desperate on the side of a 9Z Globant.
Yes, and here's our MVP. Cool under pressure and unstoppable when it mattered. We have Upatizi on the Bruno, 722 KDA, 71.3k total damage, 725 golds per minute. Did an amazing job to back his team up.
Yeah, with this fearless Bruno here, Upatizi was able to be the MVP on this last game here, especially with his good position on the team fight. As we're seeing here on his highlights here, a good goal laner has to know about that position. You see that Upatizi on the bush, like always worried about like the flanks, the back lines here. So ready to respond at any time to the team. So about this time here, Luizinho, like the intention of Luizinho was really good, you know. But as we know, the hell is paved with good intentions. So Luizinho was taken down here. So getting kills for Upatizi once again. So that's why he was the MVP on this last game.
Yeah, even through those highlights, you could see Upatizi was doing such a great job of just maximizing his distance and his range. He was never closer than the maximum range of his of what he could shoot out there. And then on those rare occasions that Luizinho would try to be able to dive onto the back line, they did have the Kalea right there to be able to get the Tsunami Slam to really get the peeling effort for him. So just a great job for him played out there. And I want to say, even at a point, I believe he was just sitting in a bush while a fight was going on because it wasn't close enough to him yet. So it's just like, all right, just a little bit closer and I'll start doing some damage here. So and that's just the patience that you have and a great game played by him.
Yes, for sure. He had really great positioning there. But he also had his team to back him up. Alpha 7's team, the way that they work together, I just can't say it enough. Their positivity, their bond, it shows in what they do. And this is why they're saying, we don't need a coach. We got this. A coach will only hinder us, basically.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they don't have a coach, and I think that the communication inside is that like, okay, we don't need a coach. We can talk like with ourselves here. We can arrange the things here. But I don't know. Maybe okay, maybe for them a coach doesn't work, but I don't see a team. Okay, I wonder like if sorry. If Alpha 7 gets to get the spot to the MSC, for example, to the EWC, will they go to this tournament without a coach? I mean, I don't see this happening.
I've always been of the mind that if you have like a wine bottle, you know how you have the thin top and you got like the wide body at the bottom. The bottom is where you fit things like macro, strategy, expertise. And the coach fills that little bit in the neck of the wine bottle there so that that it gives you just that little bit of oomph. But you have to have the basis at the bottom, because if you don't have strategy, if you don't have macro, and you've still got this wide body at the bottom, that little bit that the coach offers does not do a lot for your team. It's not gonna raise you up to a significant amount of level where these other teams that have that already established for them might. Here, I feel like Alpha 7 is a team that has the entire body of what they need, that those little things that a coach might, yes, I still feel like a good coach will elevate them. I don't think, but it's going to need to be a good coach, especially for the type of communication that they have. And if we get an interview with them, I'm sure they'll tell you how good that they're able to talk with each other. And it's rarer than a lot of people think when it comes to a team of 5 members, especially like we said, 2 of them are imports as well, from the Philippines as well. And to have that level of communication with players from all these distinct different backgrounds is saying something great about this team, something very unique that you don't really usually get with a lot of team members.
Yes, that's for sure. And it seems like we have somebody on the line here to chat with. Let's see who we have.
There it is.
Hola.
Hello, Flip.
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
First question, is it?
Okay.
I want to. Okay, we'll start off with the one thing that a lot of people want to know. Game 2, you guys had about a 13K gold lead, maybe got a little overconfident. What was the talk back after that game? What were you guys talking about when that game ended?
For us, we just like move on, because it's normal to like make a mistake. So we don't mind the lose. Like it was a comeback, but we just think positive and move on to the next game because the game is not over until it's done. Yeah.
What are you guys thinking about on that match? Were you guys just trying to get a perfect game? Is that was what were you planning there, or were you actually trying your hardest there to get that win on that match?
Yeah, we're just looking for like perfect opportunity there, and just like I said, you just like make a mistake on like miss our like our communication is like very bad at that time, so that's why we got comeback. It's just miscommunication.
Okay. Flick, first of all, congratulations on the win here to Alpha 7. And I want to know about this match versus a 9Z Globant, because they came through the first phase of playoffs. They beat Titan Esports, and then they got a 3-0 sweep versus Octa Gaming. You know, like many people were getting a high expectation for Octa Gaming, and they went through the 3-0 versus them. So what do you guys talked about when you are about to face a 9Z Globant? I mean, you were really confident, like, or you just talked something like, okay, maybe we have to keep an eye on 9Z Globant because they can be strong.
To be honest, we don't really talk about the other team. We just focus on ourselves, and we will we're confident on winning against anyone, like no matter who they are, like no matter what team we are facing.
Okay, nice.
I was about to say, because that kind of almost came into a question that I wanted to ask, is that did you, two-part, did you notice a difference in the play style of 9Z Globant? You guys have faced them 3 times now in the series and been victorious in all of them. Did you notice a difference in this third series that they had improved, or was it kind of business as usual for you guys?
They play as usual, but they improve a lot on in team fight, because before they're not that good at team fight, but now they can fight us on team fight. That's they improve a lot on team fight.
Oh, okay, that's good.
All right. What was the was there a specific player that on the enemy team that you had to shut down? I see that you guys were kind of targeting the Gusta Lagusta's Juan in your bands there. Is he one that you feel is the strongest on their team?
I don't know. I don't know. We just all of them can make something in the game, so we are just observing the game on who we can kill, who we can punish, on who are making mistake on their team.
All right, Flick, you told us that you don't think too much on the other team, right? You think you're a play star, you think you're your performance, right? So not about the other team that you were going to face on the next stage. Can you talk about okay, it's going to be the upper bracket final. So what are your thoughts to this very important match?
For us, we just need to play as usual. Like I said, I don't know how to answer that, but whoever team we are facing, we will just do our best, focus on ourselves, and we know we are the strongest, so we're just gonna play how we play.
I love the positivity. Always so positive when we speak to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have to be probably one of the more the humblest teams that we have. If you had to pick a MVP for your team, somebody that you think stood out through that series, who would it go to on your team?
To be honest, all of us did well, and one person cannot win the game, so all of us did something.
It's all team effort and synergy. All right.
I'm always team play, like team game.
All right. One last thing. Do you want to give a shout out to anyone before we say goodbye?
Thank you for Alpha 7 fans and to all that is watching right now. Thank you guys.
Okay.
So sweet, well.
Thank you, Flick.
See you later. Bye, Flick.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Obrigado.
Congratulations.
Their team is just so positive, and they don't ever want to speak bad on anyone on any team. That may be the reason that they get through this all the way. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's an underrated thing for players that are that good, that have that type of respect for each other, and I feel like that's part of the reason of why they've been so successful, and that kind of leads into any type of fallacies or any type of hiccups that they might have. I'm sure that same type of respect is paid when somebody's, hey man, I noticed some issues with the last game, like maybe we can work on this or maybe we can work on that, which I'm sure probably goes over a lot better in their team than it does probably a lot others. So I mean, an amazing thing for them to be able to accomplish, to get here to the finals for the upper bracket here in the South, and then also to do that without a coach, to kind of be relying on their own backs, especially with the global bans. I can't even think of like how you keep all of these picks in line for yourself of what you've picked, what's the possibility of something else being picked, and then having to worry about the getting in the game and playing some of those picks there as well.
Yes, I can't give them enough kudos for all that work. They're doing the coach's work and they're playing at the same time. But we want to also give a shout out to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Runestone has been an amazing place that you can go to kind of get the data and the analytics you need to be on the level of these players here in this tournament.
Yeah, so you want to have the chance to play like Flick. So not only you practicing every day, you got to count here on Runestone also to improve your gameplay level and check your stats here on Runestone. Thank you so much, Runestone, to make this thing happen.
Yeah, information is king, especially even when it comes to casting and stuff like that, for us to be able to get all the information that we need when it comes to games, counters, and picks and stuff like that. Runestone.gg is where it's at.
All right, and that was our thanks to our sponsor. And now let's go take a look at this bracket and see where we're at now.
All right, so here we are, Zena. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7 is still on the upper bracket. It's gonna be the final here on the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 and Entity 7 are no strangers to each other when it comes to meeting with each other. So I know, and especially after that interview, you know, Alpha 7, they're taking this one game at a time. Entity 7, though, undefeated throughout the entirety of this event. So far undefeated throughout the entirety here. Wondering if there is somebody here in the South that can be able to take them down. You know, Alpha 7 looking at the Chomps for another opportunity to prove their worth here. And I believe we'll get that possibly next week here. As I think, as you say here, from a lot of the teams that we've said goodbye to, tomorrow we will be saying goodbye to 2 more as well.
Yes, for sure. Entity 7 has been a force to deal with. They have such great strategic play. Like, they can make a call and change up their strategy in the mid game. It's really a sight to see. But let's check out tomorrow's schedule here. We have Infinity versus 9Z and Octa versus Dreammax. Again, 2 of these players are going to be sent home, or teams are going to be sent home. So this is going to be a match that everyone's going to put all their cards in just to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, so actually it's not tomorrow, it's on the next weekend here. That we work with these two matches, Infinity versus 9Z Globant. Man, this is gonna be very interesting. From one side here, we're seeing like Fanboy and most of the players here thinking outside of the box with many different picks on heroes, and 9Z Globant, which once again, they lost versus Alpha 7, but they showed us a very good performance today here. And the other side, we've seen Octa Gaming, they were almost invincible until they faced 9Z Globant on the last weekend here with the 3-0, and now they have the chance to prove themselves once again with Dreammax. It's gonna be a hard challenge for both teams.
I mean, all four of these teams metaphorically licking the wounds from kind of being dropped down to the lower bracket there. You talked about it, Octa Gaming, probably one of the favorites here to get into second place. Took a 3-0 loss to 9Z Globant. And you saw there from talking with Alpha 7 that they have improved immensely, especially when it comes to team fights, which came as a little bit of a surprise. But ultimately, all of them meeting down at the bottom of the bracket there. And like we said, only two will be moving forward.
Yes, all these matches have been exciting, but be sure to go check our social medias to see all the highlights of what has already been going on so you can stay up to date on all of it. So MLBB Esports, we're on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. This is a place you need to be just so you can stay up to date on the next matches that are coming up as well.
Are you lost in the jungle? So don't worry, all you have to do is follow us up here on MLBB Esports on each of these social networks here, so you are about to know everything that is happening on the MLBB ecosystem.
Yeah, the walls are closing in around us when it comes to the playoffs. So we're going to be saying goodbye to two more teams tomorrow. I believe we're going to be dropped down to the final four. And one of the teams that you see might be the ones that go ahead and carry the flag of the South in the competition against the North as well. So much more action to come. It's been a privilege to cast for you guys. I am Private Dancer signing off for this night, but I'm sure there's more left for you guys to catch out tomorrow as well.
Yes, thank you guys all for joining us, and we'll see you next time for more playoff action here at MCT AMER South.
Yeah, guys, so sorry. Tomorrow we are back, not on the next weekend. I'm wrong. Bye, guys.